How do I do an emote? Oh, look, I can do. Oh, look, right
You can
here.
do whatever emote you want.
There we go. Look
Yeah.
at
Oh my God.
that.
It's the Chatham.
The Chatham.
The Chatham right there. He's like,
Sweet.
anyways. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with everyone's favorite internet's aficionado.
You're just losing your fucking mind, aren't you? You used to be so good at this. What happened?
Everyone's favorite internet aficionado, never has computer problems, never is hacked by the Russians. Adam.
Oh, yeah.
Friended.
Yes. Let's get into the video because I want to complain about Russian hacking, but I want to do it after we start the video.
Yes. Okay. I guess are we just gonna jump directly straight immediately into this video?
Is there any background that we need? I mean, I only made it halfway through the video and I got too triggered to continue.
I don't think there's any background. There's additional follow-up videos to this we can watch that Jon Stewart put out. That's like 5 to 6 minutes long. This is okay. Maybe this is a setup. This is sad. This is a sad experience for me.
It is sad. Okay. I want to cry. Jon Stewart used to be, he used to be enlightened. What happened?
Yes. Jon Stewart used to be the beacon of enlightenment. Well, actually, here's the question. Maybe we're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay? I haven't seen The Daily Show in a million years, especially old episodes. Maybe Jon Stewart was always in the bubble and we just didn't see it because we were in the bubble.
We were in the bubble too.
We've changed. Yeah, maybe. So that's what's hard to tell. Did we change or did Jon Stewart change? Or, maybe it's a little bit of both because it seems like listening to this and listening to his background conversations with his writing staff of, young, diverse, 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds who write this show. I don't think he has any fucking clue what's happening at all. I think he's completely disconnected from the current young politics that is now creeping and encroaching and infiltrating America.
If you're an elite, it's kind of hard to be informed anyway because all the information you're getting is from your handlers. And, if all your handlers are woke, you're going to be woke, obviously, just vicariously. My question is, the Daily Show is off the air, right? What's this fake Daily Show? What are we watching here?
So apparently, and I kind of like vaguely remember this being a thing. Like 5-6 months ago, Jon Stewart announced he was coming back on Apple TV. He couldn't stay away. He'd click on the TV. He'd watch Trevor Noah every night and go, "Oh my God, this guy's ruining my legacy. This guy's ruined my show.
Ruined.
Okay.
It's over.
The Daily Show has been hollowed out, burned down. It's just ruined. It's just garbage and trash now." Basically. And Jon Stewart's sitting at home in his underwear, eating his Ben and Jerry's, saying, "Why can't I be on TV anymore? I've still got important things to say. People used to listen to me."
Yeah.
And so he made a deal with Apple TV of all fucking places. That platform that we all know so much about, Apple TV.
I know nothing about. I saw this on YouTube, obviously.
And now he has a new show, which is basically the Daily Show 2.0. Only worse, I'd wager, called The Problem with Jon Stewart. And apparently he's gone very, very woke, and it's very sad.
Is it really called The Problem with Jon Stewart? Like,
yes.
The problem with Jon Stewart is he's fucking woke now. Hilarious.
I know that is funny.
Okay.
And it's not even, it should be The Problem with Jon Stewart, or the problem. I don't even know how I guess that's the joke. But anyways.
So this is The Problem with white people.
Yeah, if you can't see it, this is called The Problem with White People, which, you see that title and you think, it's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, yikesy. That's a little yikesy. Yeah, I'm a little worried here. All right.
It's just doubly disappointing because I do remember seeing not his new show, but I do remember seeing him on Twitter and in articles pushing back against wokeness and cancel culture.
You thought he was going to go the Bill Maher route.
So exactly. I thought he was going to go the Bill Maher route. You know, I was like, okay, he's going to have TDS, obviously, but you know, he's going to push back. But no, he doesn't seem to have gone that route. Just
Ouch.
very sad.
This is very painful. All right.
This is very painful.
Death of an era here.
As you may know, this country has had some issues with race. Oh, okay. Sphincters are tightening already. We've had some issues with race. There was that incident in 1619, and then
Bad sign already. Bad sign already. 24 seconds in. What date does he pick?
1619. Oh no.
Someone's been reading Hannah Nicole Jones.
Oh, we know where this is going. Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
1619. What happened in 1619? I don't recall.
That's when Columbus sailed the ocean blue, right? That's how the rhyme goes.
I thought that was 1492.
Oh, okay.
In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Don't you? Come on, it's a rhyme. You got to remember it. That makes it true.
1619. Is that when 9/11 happened? Is that
That's
when they
the
attacked
founding of the slave empire known as America, Sitch.
Oh, how could I forget the slave empire known as America? Oh,
Yeah.
I just, you know.
1619. That's when we started this slave trade in America.
Here, I thought America was founded on liberal principles of, you know, democratic values, but it just is a slave empire. I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot. You know,
Yeah.
my mistake. My bad. I apologize.
We've had some problems with race.
Yes.
Jon Stewart just wants to get us up to speed, so he's beginning with 1619.
Yeah,
300 years ago.
Of course.
So get us up to speed here.
He's got 16 minutes to get us 300 years into the present. Okay.
Actually, I think it's 400, isn't it?
I can't do math. 400 years.
300 sounds better.
It does.
had a few hiccups since then, but mostly it's been fine. We've all been chilling.
Why are people laughing at this? This is not funny. The whole time I was watching this, I was thinking, this is comedy now? This is what's going for comedy? Maybe I'm just
1619, when blacks were enslaved.
I know. How's that funny?
There's like this one woman who's like going crazy in the audience. They're like, geez, lady, calm down.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to, I'm assuming you have been to shows like this in California?
Sure,
right?
Of course, yeah.
I mean, they always tell you, I remember I went to
the applause
a taping. Yeah, I went to a taping of what's his name? Colbert once.
Mm-hmm.
His new show, not his old show. And they're like, they have like the person with the headset who's the producer of the show come out and they're like, okay, guys, you're part of the show. The audience is part of the show. We need you to laugh like more than you've ever laughed in your life. You got to be so loud. When you applause, you got to be deafening. Like it's like a camp counselor talking to small children. Like they're really trying to hype you up to just be so raucous.
All right, Jon Stewart's going to come out here and he's going to make some hilarious Holocaust jokes, okay? You got to scream. We want you yelling.
When Jon Stewart talks about the millions of Jews that died horribly, I want you clapping and laughing. Yes. When Jon Stewart talks about how black people were put in shades and across the ocean and enslaved to work for white people, that's the funniest shit you've ever heard in your life. You up there, you look like you laugh. Give me a test laugh. Oh, that's wonderful. You're going to be a star, kid. You're going to be a prime laugher.
I'm dubious that this is actually a studio audience, to be completely honest with you. This might be canned laughter.
No, it's not. Well, he makes a comment. I don't know if it's in this one or the other one I want, about how they're wearing masks in the audience.
Oh, okay.
So I assume it's real.
Maybe he means the people at home. You don't know. It could be.
You don't watch television with a mask on?
No, of course not.
But you got to make sure. You never know what can come through the speakers.
I've gone full maskless, and Even the places where you're supposed to wear masks, now I'm seeing like 80-year-old women rebel. I hate wearing a mask. It's so great.
Yeah, I only see people wearing masks now in very select places.
I saw a granny the other day, like, just saying, fuck that. I'm not wearing the mask.
They're like, ma'am, and she goes, get away from me.
Basically.
She knocked it out of his hand.
Basically. Yeah, it was great.
Took out her diaper, threw it on the mask, said, no.
It was awesome. Yeah. The rebellion has begun.
It's funny when the old people are rebelling
I
faster
know.
than the kids are.
I know.
I don't know what we're doing.
These kids today, they have no rebellion in them.
I know. Lucifer the Doman for 20 Canadian. Thank you, Lucifer. Says, when I first watched this, I thought it was going to be satire. It hurt to watch. Me too.
Yeah, I only made it halfway through. I was in fucking pain.
I know.
Jon Stewart used to be the thing.
He used to be the guy.
Yeah. Yes.
It's been chill. Until a couple years ago, another rare bad thing happened to black people in the summer of 2020.
George Floyd's death is sparking a national reckoning.
The death of George Floyd, it sparks this global movement, this racial reckoning.
We here in America certainly had our own racial reckoning in the wake of George Floyd's death.
A growing number of American companies facing a racial reckoning.
As America confronts a racial reckoning.
A racial reckoning.
It also comes at a time of racial reckoning for the country.
Oh.
Yeah, how's he not in on the fact that that's complete political talking points?
Because he believes it. He believes it. After this, when we watch like his behind the scenes, they have all these videos of like him in the quote writer's room, and they're like supposedly improv riffing about whatever subject. And when you see it, you'll go, oh, this is why this show is written the way it is.
Oh, really? So it's
because it's all a bunch of woke millennials.
Right. Yeah.
You know, writing the show.
We got to get the young demographic. What are they interested in? Oh, they hate white people. Let's just make fun of white people for 2 hours.
Well, and it's funny because in an interview he was talking about, he was complaining like when he first started to do the Daily Show, they wanted him to do all this pop culture stuff that he didn't want to do. And so he basically said, listen, let me do what I want to do. And if it doesn't work, then fire me. You know, and of course it worked.
Wow.
It was very wildly successful. But it's kind of ironic hearing him complain about that because all the like woke crap now is today's version of like political pop culture.
Yes, very much so.
And no, but like with the George Floyd thing, this drives me crazy because in the trial, no one even asserted that there was any racial motivation by Chauvin or any other cop there,
right,
whatsoever. And yet it's literally just assumed by the media, by everyone involved that, oh, George Floyd is a black guy, Derek Chauvin is a white guy, therefore it must be racism. Even though we all know Tony Timpa, the year before, white guy, died in almost the exact same way as George Floyd. There was a Filipino guy that just died somewhat recently, exact same way as George Floyd, cops in the knees and the neck. There was a white guy whose name escapes me that I saw on Twitter recently, died in the exact same way. It's almost like maybe there's a problem, you know, more with the way police are restraining people in specific ways, and it has fucking nothing to do with race whatsoever. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it has nothing to do with race. I don't know. It
could be a law enforcement reckoning,
right?
Instead of a racial reckoning.
But and this is why this gets so dumb, is because they whine, they complain, they say nothing changed from George Floyd, and it's like, well, okay, but that's because the people complaining about the quote unquote problem with George Floyd intentionally made it the most abstract, vague, impossible problem to fix. They say, well, the problem with George Floyd is systemic racism. How do you fix systemic racism?
What does that even mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's garbage.
That's the point. The point of the term systemic racism is to just be able to say the system is racist. I don't know how, I don't know why. And I don't need to know. All I know is that it produces unequal outcomes. That's all that matters. That's what systemic racism is, a system that produces unequal outcomes among racial lines. And they point and they say, that's the problem, go fix it. And then the politicians go, oh yeah, let me go kneel, in my African garb, like Nancy Pelosi did. And virtue signal, and then nothing changes. And then the activists whine and complain and wonder why nothing happened. It's because you didn't give them anything tangible to work with.
What if
it's the exact same problem with Occupy Wall Street? You had this massive protest movement comes out and nothing changes because it's not for some reason. We know why. It's because the left on average hates hierarchies, especially like the far left people that go and protest really hate hierarchies. And so when they all organize, none of them can fucking agree what the hell they're actually advocating for. It just becomes a clusterfuck.
I think the disparities are literally being caused by wokeness, though. I think wokeness creates a kind of animosity in people that pushes them more towards a criminal lifestyle, which gets them in trouble with the law, and then creates the disparity they're complaining about. It's like it's a complete self-fulfilling prophecy. That's what's insane about it. But these activists will never look at their own behavior and say, oh, well, maybe I'm contributing to the problem here. So therefore they're never in a position to actually fix it.
Yeah, no, you're completely right.
Yeah, it sucks.
I mean,
completely sucks.
We saw Black Lives Matter. Instead of, you have George Floyd dies. You have this massive groundswell of political support in the entire fucking planet, which is, first of all, preposterous that the entire planet cares about one guy dying in America, but whatever, it happened. And Black Lives Matter becomes it existed before George Floyd, but it gains all this publicity and power because of it. And what do? Do they say, okay, here's the one or two pieces of legislation that we want passed. This is what we're going to focus on. We're going to get this passed, and then things will be better in the country. No, they sat around. They created a list of 50 fucking insane laws and recommendations, including trying to deconstruct the nuclear family is a problem.
Yeah.
None of this stuff came to fruition. And the leaders of Black Lives Matter just absconded with everyone's money. They just said, oh, you've been donating for a cause? Oh, that's wonderful. Let me buy some mansions for my family.
Some people got rich off it, Sitch. That's capitalism at its finest.
Yeah, a bunch of, the people at the leaders of BLM who said that they were Marxists.
Yep.
Like every Marxist, the second they get money, just that's why that Hot Diggity Diva cartoon is so perfect.
Oh, it is. Okay.
The second they get money, all of a sudden they're like, well, now that I'm rich, I got to take care of my family. I got to buy my mansions and my fancy cars for my family.
Greed is the problem. Capitalism is the devil. Here, let me show you how. Give me some money so I can be greedy, not get any sort of change or activist wokeness out in the legislation. I just want a couple mansions.
Maybe we're being too hard. Okay. Maybe it's all performance art. They're like, we're going to show you capitalism is bad and how it corrupts people by becoming the example of corruption.
They can't.
That was the goal from the beginning.
They would have to come clean. They would have to give the money back. They'd be like, I was just fucking with you. I was just messing with you. Look, here's all the money. See how easy that was?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Michael Karza for $20 says, George Floyd made it so that DCRs can detain you for almost any reason in my state with no warrant. Screw this. I don't know what a DCR is, I'll be honest. Do you know what that is? What is this? It's a DCR in police terminology.
Is it Leah Thompson is a swimmer?
Is that designated crisis responder?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. What about her? The swimmer lady?
Is it Leah Thomas?
Something like that.
I was thinking you brought up what if it was just a troll with Black Lives Matter? The Leah Thomas thing, if it was just a troll, would be amazing.
Oh my God.
She came out in a month, but it would be epically cool if they, I guess the trans community would probably put a hit out on her. I mean, she would be enemy number one. Can you imagine? And I mean, she should have won every single competition that she swam in. People are saying that she's sandbagging the competitions because she's winning harder, or she's winning easier competitions and not winning, or she's winning the hard competitions and not winning the easy ones. Like she's swimming slower in these other competitions. Like
Really?
if she
Oh, I
walked
don't know.
away with, yeah, I think she competed in 3 different races and only won one. Obviously, she
Okay.
got the gold in the one that she wanted to get the gold in. But if she took 3 golds, that would be the thing right there. Because you take 3 golds and then say, "Oh, I'm just kidding." Look how moronic all of you are.
Well, when people say the easier ones, what do they mean?
They
like-
mean, I guess these. Well, one race is longer and one race is shorter. So
Will she do better in the longer ones and not as good in the short ones?
I believe so.
Is that
Yeah.
the issue? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Which
don't know.
doesn't
enough
make a lot of
about,
sense, right?
Well, it might. I don't know enough about like
Yeah.
biological differences and why that might be, but
Yeah. How do we fix this woke stuff? I don't know. It's weird because we're in a situation now where it is. I mean, it's a religious movement. These people, like the activists on Twitter, I see absolutely no difference between woke activists and like religious fundamentalist evangelicals in the 1980s, 70s, and 80s.
someone said that she lost to a girl she beat by 38 seconds 2 weeks before, and
Yeah,
that she was
see?
a horrible sprint swimmer pre-transition. So maybe that's just never been her strong suit.
Gotcha.
But someone in the chat said black mansions matter. That's terrible. So DCR is designated crisis responder. So wait, that's weird, Michael. So you're saying because of George Floyd, would they create like some new category of person that can now detain you for any reason, sans warrant? Like they're like an extrajudicial police officer, basically.
Oh, great. They
That
created
doesn't
their
seem
own,
like in the spirit of the George Floyd situation.
They created their own Gestapo. Perfect. Oh, I feel safe now.
Yeah. Brian Townsend for $20. Thanks so much. Says, Adam, we heard all about the vile, disgusting, abhorrent, and unpolite things you said about Fringy. And for that, we all have to agree that
First of all, Sitch told me about that little white lie he told on the EFAP. I never said anything bad about Fringy. I said one thing that was kind of borderline. And I said it to Fringy's face. What are you talking about? I told him he was third sidekick and he got completely bent out of shape about it. And he libeled me on the EFAP wiki or something. I know it was you, Fringy. Don't try to get away with it. I know what happened. I know it was Fringy.
It's so funny.
I got nothing. First of all, I got nothing but love for Fringy. Okay, us sidekicks got to stick together. Okay, it's not his fault. It's not my fault that I'm a full co-host and have my name in the show.
I think Fringy is a full co-host. Yeah, I think he's graduated.
Is he? Okay.
So, yeah. I mean, it's funny because I literally just made that up on the spot. So
no, good, always good for a joke. Okay, right. You're allowed to bend the truth if it serves comedy.
No, but I forgot that you called him like third sidekick.
Well, I did. But I said it there, and there was an. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. There was an uncomfortable silence afterwards.
Like you spoke about the elephant in the room that no one wanted to mention. Is that?
Well,
you struck a little too close to the chest. Is that what?
Yeah, totally. That's exactly what happened. This has happened to me many, many times. I've done this. I think I did it with Aiden Paladin recently, where I got in a little kerfuffle.
Yeah, I think you did.
Remember? People in the chat are they've started calling AP Aiden Paladin Adam's punching bag.
Oh,
it's pretty bad.
That's bad.
It's pretty
guys,
bad.
Don't do that.
Aiden, come on. We love Aiden. Don't be nice to Aiden.
Yeah, be nice to Aiden, guys.
And be nice to Fringy, okay? It's all in good fun here. He's a good sport.
Everyone loves Fringy over at EFAP.
Fringy is great. And also, Fringy, I think, does a lot of Mahler's editing, does a lot of editing for Mahler and stuff.
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah, he's actually a master editor as well.
There
So
you
I got
go.
nothing but love
That's
for
awesome.
Fringy, okay?
Yeah.
Edit the wiki, Fringy. I know it was you, okay?
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, I was on EFAP yesterday.
Yes.
So you can catch that on the Mueller channel after this if you
Yeah.
want.
I
We
haven't
talked about all relevant defending Hassan from Jay. You know how Hassan stole Jay's content and just basically fucked Jay over.
Yes. I listened to most of it. I had plenty to say, which is always annoying when you're sitting in the, but I've been drawing. The comic we're getting close on the comic. So I was drawing all day and listening to EFAP. There was a special moment in the show that I clipped out that I'll play on Tuesday just to, just for some fun.
Just to piss me off. I don't know what this moment is. That you're referring to.
We'll see.
Okay.
Jon Stewart, what's going on here?
We'll get there in 1 second. Michael Kurza said, "Yeah, for $5 says yes, exactly." That's how messed up is that? In response to George Floyd, they're like, "Okay, guys, we need something other than police officers to, we heard this all the time. We need something other than police officers to handle situations, right? We need social workers, or I guess these designated crisis responders." And Michael's saying that in his state, they just gave them more power than the police.
That's scary.
They could just detain you without a warrant. Like, that's the exact opposite of what they wanted to happen.
That's scary. That's totally scary.
Oh my God. J-Mac for $200. Thank you so much. Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, says, "I'm late. I hope I didn't miss much and that everyone's having a heck of a day." Well, thank you. We're having a better day now that you're here, Jay.
Yes.
Did you know that Jay, like Fringy, like all Australians, has a poop closet?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did hear the interesting discussion about the poop closet, which is yeah.
Apparently in Australia, it's very common to have a room in the house that it's just like a small closet-sized room with a toilet and nothing else. No sink in it, no bath tub, no shower. It's just a toilet and 4 walls and a door, 3 walls and a door, and that's it. Which everyone else who's not from Australia was like, "That's very strange." I don't know why you have poop closets in Australia, but
yeah, I did like the idea of just putting a bar of soap in there just to confuse people.
there's no sink, just soap.
Right. So you've got the toilet and just a bar of soap.
See, now that I think that would bring about the wrong thought, because you're like, okay, I just went to the bathroom, I flushed, there's soap but no sink. Am I supposed to wash my hands in the toilet?
There's
What
only
is the
one.
message here?
There's only one solution to this problem.
There's only 2 sources of water here: me and the toilet. And I'm not sure either of these are very good for washing hands.
You got to admit, the bar of soap just takes it up a notch. You could even put like a little shelf in there with the soap on.
Yes. No. You just put no. Even worse than that. You put a nail in the wall and you put a little soap in the rope hanging.
Hanging from the handle.
And it's just there, and you're like,
"Oh my God,
what am I supposed to do?
Oh,
What's happening in this room, this hellscape?"
That's terrible.
Front End Chaos, thank you so much for joining the channel. And Michael Caraza, thank you for joining the channel. That means that after the show, when we have time, we'll have, I believe, 12 more emote slots.
Yes.
To add, which will be awesome.
Yes. All of the emotes. I think I got 1 or 2, and the rest Sitch took. So A-Team got 2 emotes, and Sitch got 10 emotes.
I love how before the stream, I'm like, "Adam, we need some more Adam emotes." He's like, "No, it's fine. Sitch. I'm used to being second fiddle and being, sucking." And then on stream, he's like, "Oh my God, Sitch is stealing all the emote slots. What an asshole.
First of all, I said everyone loves an underdog. Okay. That's what I really said, but these emotes are fun. All I need is the Chatham friended. That's all I need. The best meme of all time. The I know meme.
It is a good meme. It is a great meme. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
J-Mac for $20 says, "My grandparents are so ritzy they have 2 poop closets in their master bathroom. That is, wait, so your grandparents, they have like a bathroom that I'm assuming is a full-size bathroom with a bathtub and a shower. And then it has 2 toilets, but both toilets are separated into alcoves with doors.
Yes.
But not like stalls, like they're whole other rooms in
This
the
happens,
bathroom.
you know, this happens in very large, ritzy houses where the toilet is enclosed inside the bathroom. And it is so if someone's taking a shower, you can go in and use the bathroom at the same time and still have privacy.
Yeah, but if you're in like, if you have like a big house, you have more than one bathroom.
Yeah, but usually where I've seen this take place, the bathroom is like the size of my house. Like the bathroom is giant. I'm like, holy shit. I have to go. I have to go so bad. And I've just entered the bathroom, but I have 100 yards left to run to get all the way to the toilet. Yeah, no.
It's like a marathon just to get there.
This is how if you've made some money with Black Lives Matter, you'd know this because you'd have a mansion by now. So this is how the other half live.
Okay, here's what we need: an A train emoji. So we need Adam like with a conductor hat or like a train, like a Thomas the Tank Engine train, but it's got like Adam's face on it.
No,
that's a good one. Yes. We need an elephant. We need like an angry elephant, and we need like an angry Adam elephant or something. An angry Sitch elephant.
Here, let me do the kill me. There we go. Kill me.
Thank you, Elis the Aquanaut, for joining. Thank you. And thank you, JMac, of course, for joining, our surrogate father. And thank you, Neandra Falls, for joining the channel.
Wow.
Anyway, we were watching a video, weren't we?
Let's do it. Jon Stewart was getting ready to commit comedy Harry Carey right in front of us.
I see.
So you guys are finally ready to talk about racial reckoning.
Such a fucking... That's funny.
Ooh.
Is that funny?
You know what word he was going to say?
Yeah, reparations.
Reparations.
Finally ready to talk about reparations?
That would be weird.
I mean, haven't we been talking about reparations for 60 years?
Yeah. No, but like...
Finally ready.
George Floyd died because of, bad... Well, it was a combination of the fact that he's on drugs, that he was resisting arrest, which, like, strongly resisting arrest, which everyone forgets when I talk about George Floyd. The only reason he was where he was because they tried to put him in the car, and he refused to be put in the car.
Yeah.
He, like, split... He was tall enough so that when he splayed his whole body across the seats, and when they put him in, I'm trying to remember. I guess the other door was open, and they couldn't close the door because he wouldn't let them close the door because he was laying across the seats.
Yeah, he's resisting arrest. Classic resisting arrest.
He like kind of ends up worming his way. This is while he's handcuffed, worming his way like head first in the other side of the car, and that's why he ends up the way he ends up. And so. I don't know. So that all gets, it's drugs, resisting arrest, and it was bad placing, obviously, on Derek Chauvin's part to not like check the guy's pulse and make sure he's still breathing and all that stuff. It's so frustrating because it had nothing to do with race. And when Derek Chauvin was tried, it wasn't even discussed. They didn't even try to bring evidence that had anything to do with race against him.
Well, also, the joke is supposedly nobody wants to talk about reparations, which I'm comfortable talking about reparations. You want to talk about reparations? Let's do it. Let's talk about reparations. I don't know about reparations for people who are like dead. This has happened a long time ago. It seems like the white guilt is run out for me. Well, personally,
the issue with me, it's not even that. It's like, obviously people who were enslaved are dead and you're just talking about their ancestors. That's not even the issue to me. Like, if I honestly believed that reparations would, like, I don't even know what the number would be, but if there was some like magic number that was feasible to pay to descendants of slaves, if I thought that would create a better outcome for society, I would be on board with it. I don't think that's going to do anything at all. Whatsoever.
Well, I'm looking forward to Oprah getting her check. So Then
No,
we
but,
can
like,
we can finally put this behind us.
like every study that you just give people if you just give people like a big check, like it'll stimulate the economy, but it's not going to necessarily like improve their life systemically. If we're talking about systemics, okay? It's not going to the black community or the lower income black community, because that's what we're talking about. It's not going to magically be risen out of poverty, through a reparations check.
I mean, it's weird because I've lived in communities where blacks were prevalent my entire life. So I don't understand the situation here.
Yeah.
It's like I've known lots of black people who have owned homes. Okay. It's not impossible. Okay.
Right. Well, that's also the thing.
I've been inside their homes. They have kids. You'll be amazed to learn.
Well, that's part of the issue too, is that because there are a disproportionate amount of poor black people, even though there's obviously way more poor white people in the country. Like, I think a lot of people, especially like on the left and the right, but when we have these conversations, they just envision the stereotype of like, oh, all black people are, living in the ghetto somewhere or something.
Yes. Yeah. It's just strange.
We don't want to.
Oh, that's funny. We're talking about, oh, look, everyone's afraid to talk about reparations. Comedy gold here. Look, he almost said reparation. What? This is just divorced from reality. Are people really talking about reparations that much? I don't hear it a lot in stuff I'm listening to.
Well, that's the joke, is that they're not talking about it, right?
Well, how is it a joke? What's so funny about it?
Because white people are scared of talking about reparations. That's the joke. It's funny.
Oh, okay. I got it.
You don't get it?
No, I don't.
White people scared. It's funny.
For like half the Democratic Party is more white people than black people, and all they want to do is talk about reparations. So this is a problem that I have here. Especially, I got super triggered when Jon Stewart steps up and decides he's going to talk for white people. It's like, who the fuck elected you to talk for me, motherfucker? Why don't you shut your mouth? That totally triggers me. Like, I can't imagine I imagine it's something similar for black conservatives when black people stand up and it's like Al Sharpton and he wants to talk about reparations. And, they've moved on with their lives. They are homeowners. They have kids, they're voting. Like, they don't have a problem getting an ID so that they can vote. And then Al Sharpton steps up and wants to speak for the black community. It's like, listen, fuck off already.
Adam, it's the year 2022. Okay. We don't talk about Al Sharpton. We talk about Joy Reid and Eli Mistel.
Same thing. Same thing.
Okay.
Eli Mistel wants to speak for the black community. I'd be like,
right.
What? Just because we share a skin color doesn't mean you can speak for me. And I feel the same way here with Jon Stewart. It's like whenever somebody says, this or that about white people, I think, oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize maybe I'm unplugged from the collective consciousness of white people or something. I didn't realize that you had a direct link to everybody's brain. Right?
Well, I have not been seeing you at the weekly white people meetings, Adam, recently, and I was wondering what was going on there.
But I would not, seriously. If there was a weekly white, I wouldn't go. I would not go.
Oh, well, that's the problem, Adam. You're not going to the meetings. You're not listening to talking points. Okay, we decided at the last weekly. Listen, we were at the last weekly white meeting.
Sitch is literally admitting that he's going to the weekly.
The last weekly white meeting. It's on White Man Wednesdays. They were saying, okay, who's going to be the representative for white people this week? And Jon Stewart stood up and he said, listen, folks,
I'll do it.
I'm a millionaire. I'm a celebrity. I'm completely detached from most people's experience of the world. But I think I should be the voice of white people. And I stood up and I said, John, I love you, booby, hubby, baby. But no, I don't think you should be the voice of white people. And then he said, okay, Sitch, let's take a vote. And he won that vote. And you know by how many people he won that vote by?
0.
By one person. If only Adam had shown up to White Man Wednesday, he could have voted against Jon Stewart being elected the voice of white people.
Are you saying I've missed my opportunity?
You did, Mister. I think every single fucking person should vote in this damn country. Mister, I want to give 12-year-olds the vote. Didn't show up at the white person meeting to be heard in the vote.
First of all, I fundamentally disagree with this joke because I don't like the idea that you're casting. I don't even like the idea that there is some white people meeting. That it just seems. I mean, it seems racist. It seems completely racist.
We
White
have
Man
a Wednesday meeting seems racist.
It just we have a system here of a representative government, right?
Yeah, it's called White Man. Adam,
no, it's not. It's not.
Adam, if you went to White Man Wednesday, you'd understand that the public government is a lie, and that's just a trick, just to trick minorities into not rebelling. Okay, White Man Wednesday is where all the real shit goes down.
There's no constituency in America that's 100% any demographic. There really isn't. I mean, I doubt you have an elected leader that only has one race in his constituency.
Sure.
That's impossible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, I can't believe Vosh is going to be all over that, man. He's going to be
clipping White Man Wednesday.
That's so funny. Yeah, no, it bugs me. I'm sure, it probably doesn't bug you as much, but it bugs me. I'm an individualist. I'm an artist. I don't want Jon Stewart speaking for me is just, first of all, fuck off. Your jokes aren't even funny anymore. You're over the hill. Get off the internet.
Listen, as the chat says, Adam, evil prevails when good men fail to act. Okay, you could have been there. You could have been there, Adam. No, someone asked.
Can you imagine? Why? I'm imagining something like Eyes Wide Shut. I walk in.
Well, that's afterwards. I mean, that's, we have business, and then you have,
everyone looks over at me like, oh, this is the White Man Wednesday. Oh shit. I feel more like it's Satan Worshipper Sunday.
No. We don't eat pizza. You don't eat pizza at White Man Wednesday meetings. Okay. You can only eat all white food. So it's only pasta with Alfredo sauce.
What about white pizza?
Well, you'll have to recommend that at the next meeting.
Isn't white pizza?
Listen,
okay?
I'm getting tired of fucking the same noodles with Alfredo sauce every time. I've been trying to get them something different. So
there is a thing called white pizza. There is a thing called white pizza. There really
is. No, it's pizza with it's pizza with a fucking Alfredo sauce. Yeah. But listen, we need something without Alfredo sauce. That's all I'm saying. Okay, we need something else.
Look at Jon Stewart here getting ready. It's so bizarre too, because I can't wait for the writer's room bit, because I honestly believe wokeness is what's destroying creativity and art and cinema and video games, all comic books, all of this stuff, because these people put activism above being funny, and you can't do that. Like, that just doesn't work. You can't be an activist and be funny at the same time. Activism is at one end of the spectrum, and being funny is at the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Of course.
Like, you're literally dunking on people for fun. You can't be an activist and dunk on people. It's antithetical to being an activist.
First of all, I like that White Man Wednesdays is apparently WWW now. So it should be WMW, I guess, technically. CT says the only beverage offered at White Man Wednesdays are ranch and mayo.
What about White Women Wednesdays?
White Women.
That sounds like a nightmare. Fucking stay away.
That's a sub meeting of White Man Wednesdays. You don't want to go in that room.
Also called the Karen Cookout.
No, they also offer milk. You can drink ranch dressing, mayonnaise, or milk. Those are your only options.
Yeah.
Which for someone who's lactose intolerant, I got to bring my own food. It's a big problem. The expert layman for $20 says, if you swap the lives of John and Stephen Colbert, Stephen Colbert might have been the one making the Hershey, Pennsylvania chocolatey goodness outbreak joke as John tried to shut him down.
Wow.
I don't know that reference.
Somebody tried to cancel one of these others? Oh.
Jon Stewart made a Hershey, Pennsylvania
sounds like a vaguely homophobic joke. So.
Oh, you're talking about how when Jon Stewart was on Colbert and he was talking about how ridiculous it was that this is why I had hope for John. He went on Colbert. This was in last year, and he was mocking how ridiculous it was that no one could talk about the lab leak theory, and how ridiculous it was.
Oh,
that
he was. You're right.
Yeah, because he was like, "Oh yeah, what are the odds that across the street from one of the very few places in the entire world that studies COVID and COVID viruses, that just happens to be a wet market where COVID starts and creates a global pandemic?"
Yeah, he fought through his TDS. Look at that. It's possible.
Right. So yeah, what's going on, John? John. That's why I had hopes.
I
had
know.
hopes for you coming back to be the voice of reason.
I wonder if I could get into that writer's room. Is he in Los Angeles or is he in New York? I don't know. You know how much hell I could raise in that writer's room? Fuck. It would be incredible. I could just fucking...
Oh my God. CT
Can you
has
imagine?
the A train emote.
They'd be throwing out jokes. They'd be throwing out woke jokes, and I'd be like, "Yay!"
That's exactly. You just scream gay.
I'd be escorted immediately. Oh my God! He made a homophobic joke. Oh, be gone. We've got. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've been being harassed by gay people as long as we've been on this show. I feel like I have. I have some privilege.
Because Adam's being harassed sexually, harassed and sexually assaulted by gay people. He thinks that gives him the right. He gets the G word pass. Is that what you're saying?
I thought it was the F word pass.
Oh, okay.
We're going full nuclear option.
So we have an A train. Wait, let me upload.
You're doing emotes? Come on, this is the real show here. Come on.
Okay,
there's
an A train emote that's uploaded. You guys will have to put in the chat.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it next week. Come on, Jon Stewart.
It might be too small. So
be
put
funny.
In the chat.
Who
if
cares?
It sucks,
Let's move on.
We'll come up with a better one.
Jon Stewart.
Yeah, press the button.
We don't want to right the wrongs. We just reckon we're going to think about it for a bit.
As if righting the wrongs is so fucking easy. Oh yeah, just get out the easy button. What a moron. He used to be smart about this shit. He used to make jokes about Jon Stewart used to make jokes about people who would say idiotic shit like he just said. Fucking, do you know how hard it is to solve these problems? Oh, we just talk about it. That's how we solve the problem. What a moron.
Well, not to worry. This egregious midday murder will not be in vain. Let the work of righting centuries of oppression begin.
See, you can't be funny because, that joke was so completely overwritten. He's literally making a joke about a guy, suffocating from a cop leaning on his neck, okay? He's making a joke about George Floyd. Why does this exist, Sitch?
He's not making a joke about George Floyd. He's making a joke about the reaction, I guess, to George Floyd.
Listen.
Or the inaction.
Listen.
Or in reaction.
Hold on. Listen.
Yes. Okay, I'm listening.
This egregious midday murder will not...
Egregious midday murder. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? How is this different than Holocaust jokes? Egregious midday murder. Look at this. This is so bad.
That is weird.
This
that
is
a weird
so
thing
bad.
Yeah. Midday murder. It's got a nice alliteration to it.
I'm waiting for him to pull out the commemorative George Floyd coins. Come on. Too soon, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is so bizarre. This is so off brand. It's like activism and comedy do not mix. Like, yeah, if you want to, you want to talk about activism, okay. If you want to say George Floyd, was a terrible thing and that shouldn't happen to any human being whatsoever, that's great, okay. You're having a completely different program. You've drifted out of the comedy show realm, okay. This is a serious topic. It's bad. Whoever wrote that, whatever woke person wrote that, oh, please. Take away their comedy card, okay? So bad.
Not be in vain. Let the work of righting centuries of oppression begin.
See, look, Jon Stewart is so demoralized and mystified here. He's like, I can't tell I'm reading off the teleprompter here. What about this is supposed to be funny and what is supposed to be serious? He's so lost. He's so lost right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree?
No, you're right. You're right.
He's like, what am I doing? He used to be able to joke about shit. Now I'm supposed to change the world. My job description is completely changed here.
Aunt Jemima is being retired.
By any means necessary.
Cream of Wheat is removing the black chef from its packaging.
Chris Harrison, host of The Bachelor, has announced he is stepping away.
Every NFL stadium, you're going to see phrases like end racism.
Tonight we know the Dixie Chicks are dropping the Dixie.
The village of Hempstead renamed Main Street Black Lives Matter Way.
We will now kneel for our moment of silence.
There it is. So, with the exception of I think you can completely 100% justify it in mocking Nancy Pelosi in that very obviously pathetic virtue signal.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it's kind of hilarious was that in response to George Floyd specifically? Because it seems weird that you're going to like kneel to commemorate George Floyd.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Like, doesn't that seem wrong? You're like, the guy who died because someone kneeled onto his neck, you're gonna kneel to honor him? I don't know. It seems a little strange.
Bad.
Right.
Bad. Very bad optics.
Like, optically, I'm not sure that was the best choice, Nancy. But we saw this with the Ukraine stuff in Russia right now, too, which is, every stupid thing that's related to Russia is being renamed and rebranded, in America by all these companies. And I think it's totally fine for people to point that out and mock it for being stupid, because it is stupid. It's a very vapid virtue signal. And a lot of the stuff, like, we got to get rid of Aunt Jemima and the cream of wheat guy and all this other garbage. It's dumb. It's vapid virtue signaling, and if you want to mock it, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But, and here's the but, Jon Stewart's making a different point here. And the point is supposed to be, George Floyd died. There was all this protest, and the nation is going to rise up and do something for racial justice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the joke is, they do a bunch of dumb shit in response that doesn't actually amount to anything, which that's not really that's not at all a fair criticism, because what are these individual companies supposed to do about George Floyd or racial inequality in America? What is the cream of wheat company supposed to do? What is Aunt Jemima fucking pancakes supposed to? They don't have any power regarding racial justice in America. Like if you want to mock the act as being stupid, then fine, but don't mock it like, this is America not doing anything again. Like as if America is one animal, one amorphous blob, and that all actions committed by all the individual actors and individual companies of America is representative of like the direction of the country as a whole. That's not a fair criticism at all.
Yeah. It's totally unfair. And I mean, they could have started a conversation about reparations. No, they started a conversation about defund the police. I mean, he's completely cherry picking here.
You're right.
The policy that they advocated for was defund the police. That was their policy proposal. Okay. So it's borderline just lying to leave that out of this conversation. Right. Well, I understand. It's a joke. It's a comedy show. Okay.
It's a comedy show, Adam.
We don't, I mean, look, I love hyperbole. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hyperbole, you can probably accuse me of, obviously hyperbole is stretching the truth. This isn't hyperbole.
This is systemic lying.
This is complete dishonesty. Okay, it's a joke. Whatever.
Right, but you're right. It's a joke, and this is a criticism levied at the Daily Show for years. It's a joke, but there's an underlying point or message. And if the underlying point or message is
a
wrong,
lie, yeah, true,
or not accurate, then just because a joke doesn't excuse it. And your point about defund the police is incredibly spot on, which is you can't complain about America's reaction to George Floyd and all that stuff without saying, but Black Lives Matter and the forces that were pushing for changes totally dropped the ball again.
So here,
they fucked up on their own account. Defund the police was the perfect example. They didn't advocate for reparations. They didn't advocate, they didn't say body cameras for every police officer in the country. They said defund the police. The quite dumbest, stupidest slogan and tagline that anyone could have ever come up with in response to George Floyd, and they did it.
Okay, here's my pitch for the writers' room. Okay, here's how this segment works out much better. Okay, so he does his joke intro. We got to cut the fucking midday murder massacre. Okay, that joke's got to go. That's way over the line. Way over the line. Okay, we're talking about a fucking murder in the street here. Okay,
why didn't he should have said midday murder matinee?
No joking about the knee on the neck. That's
no. You don't think that's it?
But anyway, so he goes. So it plays out.
He should have said Derek Chauvin took a knee before Black Lives Matter.
So he does
before Colin Kaepernick.
He does his okay, now we're gonna fight for real change here. This is our opportunity, right? And the segment that plays is defund the police. Defund the police. People talk about we need to get rid of police. Police officers gotta go. I think we should defund the police, right? No more police. We don't need police.
Right.
So all of that ridiculousness. And then you could cut back to Jon Stewart making a face like, ooh, well, that got out of hand. And then you do this segment on, okay, we're going to get rid of the cream of wheat. Because it's a reaction to the thing they're asking for is totally untenable, unfeasible. So obviously we have to do something. We can't do nothing. So we're just going to do all these little things around the edges because your opening policy proposal is so out of line.
Yeah.
What do you think?
That's a great point.
Is that better? Is that funnier? Would that be more
better
outside the woke bubble?
That's a better point, and it's a more poignant point. Because it's actually true.
Of course. Yes. Yeah. People would love to do something. We can't defund the police, you fucking idiot. Right? Right? It's like when you show up to buy a car or something, like a used car, and the guy's like, I want $1 million. It's like, well, it's a Toyota.
There's another video that we might watch a little bit of, or maybe at some point in the future, where it's called like The Problem with News or something. And John is kind of complaining about how the right-wing news apparatus has been very effective at ratcheting up anti-CRT feelings, and how governors all across the country are now, enacting anti-CRT laws. And he's right in terms of like legislation, because the right, I guess maybe because the right is not afraid of hierarchy like the left is or something. They're so much better at like, oh, we have this problem. We're going to label it, we have a problem with wokeness. We're going to kind of bundle that all up under the idea of CRT. And then we're going to go across the country and governors are going to actually do something tangible to try to pass laws against CRT and other things like that across the country.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the left, it's like they had this massive groundswell of support after George Floyd to do something. And it all gets squandered and thrown in the trash because the liberals and the mainstream left allow the leftists and crazy people at the fringes to take the helm, and they come up with defund the fucking police.
Yeah. Something that can
nowhere.
never get done. Something that cost them the fucking Senate. Something that
right. Yeah, exactly. Something like they're opening gambit. They're opening advocating bill for legislative change is something that's not fucking feasible. It's insane and impossible, and it costs them a lot of midterms.
Yeah. That's like our opening gambit. Communism. Okay, kiddo. Back to bed. Nap time.
Toff for $20 says, I know this was last week, but when Sargon accused Americans of holding countries to moral standards, I thought back to when he prided himself on how England worked to eradicate the institution of slavery across the globe. Oh,
yes.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Thomas Sowell makes that point in his book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. Great book everyone should read. Sitch has read it multiple times.
I have read it so many times.
Okay.
I mean, I can't even. Kanoje for 10,000 yen. Thank you very much. According to Google, that translates to $80 US. So thank you so much, Kanoje.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. From Japan. So I just wanted to throw some yen to whatever very well may become the last bastion of good comedy. Well, you are very
sweet.
Very too kind, Kanoje. Thank you so much.
We might have to re-edit this Jon Stewart to make it actually funny, because I feel like we could edit that in there.
Well, that's what we need to do. We'll get our Jon Stewart deepfake face and voice thing up.
Well, we don't even
rewrite
need
the show.
We don't even need his. We don't need him to, because it's all the editing is the.
Oh,
bit.
It's all the cutaways. I see what you're saying.
So it would cut away to, like, it would be funnier because. I mean, you could do it just from the conservative perspective. I guess that's the problem, is the people are in these, like the conservatives. Well, I feel like conservatives will laugh at comedy that's not literally just making fun of them, where they're not the people that are being dunked on.
We'll do that. We'll upload it as a clip. We'll have Jon Stewart saying what he's going to say, and it'll cut to people burning down their community, defund the police, and the Black Lives Matter founder absconding with everyone's money.
Yeah, totally.
And now being kicked, and now BLM not being allowed to fundraise in multiple states because they refuse to give their tax information to their government, the local government.
See? And then the corporations come in and they're like, well, we'll just do stuff around the edges. Obviously, that was a huge catastrophe.
Right. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $20. Thank you so much. Says, systemic racism is similar to dark matter in the sense that no one can observe it or describe how it works, but a certain theory doesn't make sense unless we act like it exists. Difference is dark matter might actually exist. I think it's unfortunate that, well, first of all, let me say, I think that's the perfect analogy. Systemic racism is the woke version of dark matter. So if we don't know, no one knows for sure if dark matter exists. Basically what they do is they run calculations and they say, oh, well, judging by how gravity seems to be working in the universe, there should be all this extra matter somewhere that's producing these gravitational effects. And we don't see it, so we're going to call it dark matter. It's this matter that is somewhere, but we can't exactly observe it. But we assume it exists because it has to make the mathematical models make sense. And that's perfect. Compare that to systemic racism, because that's exactly the same thing. They say, well, we can't exactly observe or detect the specific racism, but the outcome of it is racist. Therefore, there must be this intangible, invisible thing within the system.
That is perfect.
The perfect analogy, Mr. Rich Low Pitch. Unfortunately, it has the word dark in it.
Oh, shit.
And if we start saying that regularly, it's
going
to
get
raise
accused.
a few eyebrows.
We're going to get accused.
Now, maybe persuasively, the raising of the eyebrows is a good thing, because then people will talk about it and it'll make it sticky. So I'll stick. Maybe we'll stick with it, but it's a little problematic.
There's Black Lives Matter, and then there's Black Matter.
Black Matter matters. That's terrible. No, dark matter. Yeah, you've already made it racist in my mind.
Terrible.
Dark matter matters. Osiris Gaming for $20 says, when will the far left woke nonsense people realize that normies don't care about woke BS and don't really like them? That's a good point. Anyways, A-Team is far superior to those S-class peasants.
Oh, man. When he mumbles, that's when he's really demoralized, guys. Keep it up. You're doing great.
Oh, I forgot to say, Brian Townsend, because you interrupted me, said, how's the comic coming? I'm super excited to read it.
We're getting close. We're definitely getting close. That's why I'm coughing like a madman here, because I haven't said a word for 4 days. I've been doing, so we do our Tuesday stream, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I work 10-hour days on the comic, which is great. And so, yeah. And Identikit has been helping out our Ukrainian friend and artist who did our intro. He's doing some inking for me, which is great. So
yeah. Adam is like he's like a crazed shut-in. He's all he does is spend his time drawing the comic. And like his wife opens the door and it's like the air is stale and like the walls are just covered with comic book panels. She finds reams and reams of typing paper that says all work and no play makes Adam a dull boy.
what was that meme people were sharing about the CRT in schools? And the first one is perfectionism. I kept thinking, I got a problem with that perfectionism. That's the thing, because so when you're this is the first comic that I've really done where, I mean, I'm working 40 hours in 4 days, so I'm getting better in leaps and bounds. And I go back and I look at previous pages and I think, okay, well, that's a little off. I can fix it. So you end up going back in and doing stuff. And I mean, I way undershot the color aspect of it. Color is fucking hard. It really is.
I told you. I was like, there's a reason in manga they don't color anything. And you're like, no, that color it's easy.
Well, the thing is, something can look amazing in black and white, and some of the black and white pages, you're just like, oh, so good. And then the color, you're like, not really as good. Which is like, what? We spent a whole nother day coloring, and we take it back a step? That's like something has to change here. Something has to give. So, but we'll figure it out. We got
it.
Yeah.
We got it.
What's going on?
Worst production of Lion King ever.
Lion King joke. Whoa. Really fucking nailing it today.
It's a decent-ish joke, I guess. I'm not super opposed.
Well, give me the causal connection between getting rid of Aunt Jemima and a Lion King.
No. She's talking about the Nancy Pelosi and all the people.
Oh, okay, you're right.
With the African scarves and all that stuff.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's been so long. I interrupted. That was kind of my fault, but anyway.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
But more than Kente cloth calisthenics and some long overdue brand readjustments, there came another, even more meaningful cultural shift.
I think white people need to listen.
White people should listen to African Americans. White people, we need to listen.
We are listening. I am listening. Now it's time for us to have ears to hear.
Oh, good, because I've been using mine for fucking. Two at a time.
It's dumb. Like the whole "we need to listen" thing. That's, I mean, obviously listening to the community that you think is the problem is a good thing, a good start. But it's deeper than that because it is predicated on the sort of woke idea of only people who are quote unquote oppressed or part of that marginalized community that's being discussed are the only ones that have any say of importance in the conversation. So, you can't have any thoughts or ideas about, Black issues unless you're Black. You can't have any thoughts or ideas about, trans issues unless you're trans. This is where we got the, what does it mean to be a woman? Well, I can't tell you that because I'm not a woman. Logic comes from this idea. And you're not going to get, I mean, maybe this is even worse because if you say, okay, white people, we're going to listen to the community. And then what we get back is defund the police.
I know. You just stop listening immediately.
Yeah. Or, deconstruct the nuclear family. You kind of go like, oh, I'm not going to listen to that because that's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
And it's also, it's dishonest and racist to categorize that as like, that's the voice of Black people. It's like, no. That's the voice of crazy activist people. Okay. When you polled the average Black American, they didn't want to defund the police. They're completely
Of
against
course
that idea.
not.
They thought
Yeah.
that was a stupid idea.
They all own homes. They're like, fuck that. I'm a homeowner. I don't want to defund the police.
Right. Or just, I live in an area that has high crime. I want more police.
Yes.
I don't want the police to like fuck with me wrongfully, but I don't want there to be no police. I know how crime works.
Yeah. Well, also, it paints the only people who have any political power as white people, which it's like,
right.
No, not really. I mean, Black Lives Matter has a lot of fucking political power. Why is white people listening a part of the equation? I mean, you need to come up with policy proposals that you can actually get past an electorate.
Well, Black Lives Matter did have a lot of political power, but they squandered it all into the toilet. So now
Right.
they have
With
no power.
Okay.
Whatsoever.
Because of the ridiculous things that they asked for. Right.
Yeah, and the tax stuff.
So they had their opportunity for people to listen.
Right.
They fucked it up. And now like listen time over.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Now
politics.
We've moved on to the next thing.
Yeah, it's not beanbag, okay?
I like my ear fucking like I like my Pink Floyd albums in stereo.
Do you like this joke?
That is canned laughter. That is not real laughter. Okay. Nobody's
That's real.
No.
That's real.
No. Sounds like it was recorded back.
There's
in
a
the
lady in that
1960s.
audience that really, really liked that ear fucking joke.
They're
She was like,
pumping
my
nit-
God, ear fucking. Finally, somebody gets my humor.
They're pumping nitrous oxide into that fucking studio. Okay. Nobody
That
laughs
might
at
be
these
true.
jokes. This is
That
fucking
might be true.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
See, it sounds like a fucking keyboard.
He just keeps pressing the same button on the
It's
keyboard.
that's the same laugh in the background. He's got the giggling Karen lady laugh.
Yeah, we changed it from rehearsal for the crew that got a bit of a tickle out of that one. Yes, apparently this racial issue that so divides America could have just been solved if only Black people would have said something.
See, this is now we're into fucking major dishonesty territory here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, first of all, fuck you, Jon Stewart, you racist fucking piece of shit.
Oh my
okay?
God.
Well,
Woo,
I'm
just coming
serious.
out.
Like now
Yes.
he's going to say, "Oh, all of Black people have one unified voice." Pardon me, but you're a fucking racist if you believe that, okay? If you think all Black people have the same thoughts and desires, you have no idea how the world works, and you might as well put a fucking Klan hood on, okay? Seriously. Oh, we just have to listen to Black people. Black people want different things. Some of them want mansions. Some of them want more police, okay? They say different things. They don't speak in one unified voice. This is the problem. Everybody gets this, okay? We're all adults here. Evidently, Jon Stewart has slipped back to babyland.
Well, so here's the question. Here's the prediction for you in the chat. So he's going to play a montage of clips of Black people saying things.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no.
Do you think that any of the things they asked for are going to be like some tangible legislative thing that can happen?
Mm-hmm.
Like we want this
no.
specific law passed, you know?
Oh, no.
Do
Oh,
you think that that's
no.
going to be what any of the people in the clip are going to say? Or do you think it's going to be a bunch of vague, nebulous, you know,
I'm going to go
hokey pokey?
I'm going with vague, nebulous nonsense.
Okay.
Well, maybe he's trying to. Obviously, this is the thing. This is why it seems so dishonest, because he is really trying to paint a narrative here that just doesn't exist.
Right.
In my estimation, I mean, obviously, I try to take in both sides of the media. So,
Okay, white people, ears to hear.
This is the harsh reality for Black people in America today, that we are expected to participate in democracy while receiving conditional citizenship in return.
When zip code determines.
Okay.
conditional citizenship, huh?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah, I don't either.
Now, I assume she said something, John, but you literally cut off someone in the middle of their sentence, so they said effectively nothing.
Yeah. Conditional citizenship, huh? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Oh, maybe she means the condition of you lose your right to vote if you commit a felony. Maybe that's what she means.
Maybe that's the only thing I could like guess. Would be what she's talking about.
It's conditional on not murdering your ex-husband.
Citizen University. This is a non-profit organization. Okay, what do they? I like that I have to do homework to figure out what the fuck is being talked about in the show. It's not a very good idea, John.
That we are.
Oh, are you going to look into it?
Oh no. So if you go to Citizens University, and you click on the Our Task thing at the top,
oh no,
it says countering a culture of hyper individualism.
Oh no,
is the number one thing they're against.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Right.
That's a little sussy wussy.
So evidently somebody wants to speak for all of black people and wants Jon Stewart to speak for all of white people. So I don't get a say in things.
American life today is marked by hyper individualism. I don't think that's even remotely true. Rampant consumerism. Okay, that's true. A coarsening cynicism towards institutions and ideals. Well, that's true. And a distrust of all by all. Okay, I agree with that. A zero-sum scarcity mindset pervades our culture. Well, the woke have done a great job cementing that zero-sum scarcity mindset. A mindset of hoarding and fearing that is contagious and self-perpetuating. I don't know what this has to do with hyper-individualism.
Now I feel like I know less.
Yeah, what do they actually want?
So many of these things, it's infuriating because they become a buzzword for describing conservatives, but the people don't actually know the meaning of the thing they're talking about. So a lot of people will say individualism, that's like conservative, and we hate conservatives, so fuck that. But they don't really understand what individualism means.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, just imagine like you're some rich guy and you're trying to donate to some cause. And you're like, let me see if this is a good cause. Let me read the Our Goal paragraph. And let me know, chat, do you know what this organization stands for? Our goal is that we believe a civic awakening is underway in the United States, and we are working to accelerate it. At the center of the vibrant civic culture we are seeking to build is a widespread understanding of citizenship, a belief that democracy matters, and a commitment to participate. We envision and are helping to create a vital, expanding ecosystem of groups, associations, and individuals committed to this ideal.
Man, I feel like that was written by an algorithm. I don't feel like a human being wrote that.
It feels like a machine AI bot wrote it, or like an alien who's like pretending to be human and has just read a bunch of like garbage like organizations wrote this. Like, what does that even mean? I don't know what this organization is advocating for.
Wow.
Gee, give me the pitch. Give me the one sentence tagline organization.
Doesn't sound like they're talking about reparations either.
No, I mean, are they just the only thing I can discern from that paragraph of gobbledygook is like, I guess they're trying to get people to vote or something. Like,
2 months ago,
is that it?
2 months ago, that segment was all about defund the police, and then they lost the Senate. They're like, fucking rewrite that shit.
I don't know what any of this garbage means. I'm
What's
listening.
it supposed to say? I don't know. Just make some shit up. Throw it in
I'm
there.
listening. Jon Stewart and white people told me to listen. I'm listening, and I don't understand. You're going to have to, maybe I'm just an idiot. You have to speak with a little bit simpler language here. But
yeah. Tell us like we're 6 years old.
Yes.
Are expected to participate in democracy while receiving conditional citizenship in return.
When zip
Yeah, what's the condition? I'm curious.
code determines what kind of school that you go to. When zip code determines what kind of food you can eat. These are the vestiges of enslavement. So when they say, why do you...
Zip code does, and I mean, the conservatives have been pitching school choice for a long time, which would completely take that off the table, but you hate their guts because they're conservatives.
Well, that's what's funny because, like, well, first of all, the food thing, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Like, you have to eat with what's around you. Like, I don't know what anyone's supposed to do about that. But with the school thing, you're right. I mean, that's what the Republicans have been pitching for a long time, is school choice, school vouchers. Yeah, how else do you solve that issue? I don't know how else you would solve that issue.
Yeah. Well, I'm
interesting.
not for inner city slums, and I'm not in favor of any of that shit. So,
No.
I'm totally in favor of school choice. School choice has won me over. The idea that someone needs to go to a certain school because they live in a certain area, it's ridiculous. You're forcing people, you're forcing poor people into, like, there's two schooling systems. There's public school and private school, and all the people with money send their kids to private schools, and all the people without money are forced to be in the public school. School choice would just create a private school type atmosphere in the public school systems. Yeah, get rid of the fucking, you have a feedback loop where the schools that are losing students are obviously losing students because they suck.
Right.
And they should go out of business.
I mean, and I do think, again, and I've made this rant a million times, I do think the big problem here is a disciplinary problem with poor schools, that they don't have the resources. And you could, maybe this is another thing, they don't have the resources or the budget, because it is tied into zip codes, to segregate the problem children from the rest of the class so that the teachers can teach. I mean, you look at these failing schools, you go into one of the classrooms and it's like, no one's paying attention.
Disciplinary problems.
The disciplinary problems are off the charts because the teacher has to spend the entire time just getting the problem children to, shut up and sit down in their seats. And they just, are breaking up fights or whatever. And then there's like this weird system where the principals basically incentivize the teachers to just give everyone D's, because if they give them F's, then they just repeat the grade again. And then they get a call from the county that's like, why are you failing students? You must be failing as a principal or as a teacher.
Right.
And the shit just flows downhill that way.
Yeah. They're set up for failure, basically.
They are. Well, that's why I get really upset when I understand that the teachers union right now sucks, and that's fine. But I get upset when I watch movies like Waiting for Superman and all this stuff that just blames all the teachers, because it's like the system in a lot of these states are set up to basically grind teachers into a pulp and then shit them out.
Yeah.
Because the system is just designed so poorly.
Yeah. There should be incentive pay for teachers. There really should be. Teachers shouldn't be a one size fits all. Like think of like actors. There's such a wide range in the ability and popularity of actors. Could you imagine a system where actors just make the same amount of money? All actors make the same amount of money? That's ridiculous.
Right. And also, you get paid more for teachers depending on how long you've been working.
Which is a terrible metric. You should be able to go in as LeBron James, the fucking LeBron James of teaching.
Well, I don't know if it should just be on how well you do, because that's part of the problem right now, is that the incentives for teachers is backwards, because they send all the new teachers who don't have power to get better jobs to the problem schools.
You're right.
Okay. And so these are the most, unexperienced group, and all they want to do is they just want to survive in that school long enough to get a better job at a better school.
Yeah.
Basically. There's no incentive at all in the system for teachers to have, good public schools, or for, anyone to have good public schools in bad areas.
Yeah.
Or poor areas, I guess I should say.
Determines what kind of school that you go to. When zip code determines what kind of food you can eat. These are the vestiges of enslavement.
Yeah, I don't know how they... I don't know how they make the causal connection, but as that's the vestiges of enslavement, but...
Well, this is the problem, is that even when... I don't know who this lady is. Did it say? I don't know. I'm assuming she's in some government somewhere.
Right.
Even when she's bringing some tangible problem that I would agree with, it's phrased in as if it's intentional. Because that's if you say this is the vestiges of enslavement, is that what it means? Is that this was intentionally created? The system was created this way to keep Black people down? Or she just mean it's just a holdover from that. I don't know what she means by that, but
we here at Sitch and Adam like to solve problems. So in order to do that, we have to figure out what the problem is first.
Well, wouldn't it have been better? Now, I don't know if this is a longer show on Apple TV. Maybe it is, but wouldn't it have been better for Jon Stewart? You know, he's mocking the news for doing nothing and saying that we need to listen to what Black people are saying. And then you play a bunch of out of context clips where they just say a bunch of vague things. Yeah. Like, how does this help anyone? What does this mean?
It's white supremacy. It's just obviously what he's participating in white supremacy. Jon Stewart is. We're not. We would never do that. Yeah. Unless it's perfectionism, then okay. Guilty.
And this is what this clip he's about to play is so bafflingly stupid.
This one?
Yes, that I'm shocked that they chose this.
The I can't breathe.
Yeah.
When zip code determines what kind of school that you go to, when zip code determines what kind of food you can eat, these are the vestiges of enslavement.
So when they say, why do you burn down the community? Why do you burn down your own neighborhood? It's not ours. We don't own anything.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's a tough one because obviously. So you're saying there are no people in the community that own their own home?
She's saying that no one owns their own home, owns the stores or the shops. So first of all, we know is not true. We saw many, many videos after Black Lives Matter riots with Black owners crying and just completely destroyed that, like, they were, you know, there was that one guy, was it? Yeah. There's that one guy who was just like, you know, I worked hard. I participated in the system. I did everything I was supposed to do. And you've just taken all of this from me.
Right.
For nothing. Like, I'm not a police officer. You know, I support Black Lives Matter. I didn't kill George Floyd. And you just took this from me for no reason, just because you're angry. So first of all, that's completely untrue. And then secondly, even for the stores and homes and apartment complexes that are not owned by Black people, they're not owned by local people in the community, it doesn't matter. And this is what kind of disgusts me when, you know, people say, look at the science, look at the science, look at the facts. If you look at the science, you look at the facts, every time there's a major riot in an area, that area is fucked economically for like 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
Because when you have a major riot and everything gets burned down, who the fuck? Rights. Yeah. If there's no respect for property rights, why would any capital investor want to open a shop in that neighborhood or that area? Yeah. Why would Target want to open a Target store in that area when the Target gets looted and burned down to the ground?
Yeah, the property values just completely plummet. All of a sudden, people are upside down on their mortgage.
Right. But then no one wants to open businesses there.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about food deserts, like, you know, and that's what's kind of ironic. You know, the woman in the previous clip, she's saying that, you know, there's no food that we can eat in this area. It's like, okay, but what the response is made it worse. You're making it so much worse. And then you have the couple people that bring this up, like, what was that guy's name? David Shore, right? Who was like, listen, you know, rioting not only causes Republicans to win elections, but also causes massive economic harm to the community for decades that doesn't really fix itself. When he brings it up, he gets fired.
Yeah.
So this is like, John, if you want to be helpful, if you want to actually be helpful, okay, you can't just hold up the mirror and say white people bad. I get it. White people done a lot of bad things. Okay, their ancestors have done a lot of bad things. I understand. Okay, that doesn't help solve the fucking problem, does it? You just say no, shame on white people. You know, stroke your finger, say shame, bad white people. What does that accomplish? Is there anything tangible that's going to come out of that? Or you have to say, well, you know, there's these hard problems, very difficult problems that people don't want to talk about. They're not allowed to talk about. It's the third rail in politics to touch these bars. Unless you're on the right, then you can talk about it all you want. But the mainstream media can't talk about it.
I looked up Kimberly Jones. Her book, I'm Not Dying With You Tonight. New York Times bestseller, an absolute page turner. I'm Not Dying With You Tonight is a compelling and powerful novel that is sure to make an impact. Oh, that's a novel.
What is it? Oh, it's like a fictional novel?
An NAACP Image Award nominee, I'm Not Dying With You Tonight, follows 2 teen girls, one black, one white. Oh, she's got a white friend. How fucking racist. Who have to confront their own assumptions about racial inequality and as they rely on each other to get through the violent race riot that has set their city on fire with civil unrest. I wonder if Kyle Rittenhouse is in this book. I'm curious. Lena has her killer style. Oh, okay. Well, just they're summarizing the book. We've heard enough, but so yeah, this is Kimberly Jones, who claims to have a white friend. I don't know. I'm a little suspect, but and also how racist of you to claim to have a white friend. How dare you? We don't own any. What? Speak for yourself, okay? Well, you got a mouse in your pocket. Somebody owns that shit. I just don't see. There was when I lived in New Orleans. There was the cemeteries in New Orleans are amazing. They're all above ground. They have like these little mausoleums and shit. And there was a cemetery down the street from the place that I lived that had like a track around the like graves and stuff. Have I told you this story before?
No, I don't think so.
So I was curious about the track because it's like a running track, but it turns out it's not a running track, it's a horse track. So I worked at this neighborhood bar for a while, and one of the patrons there told me the story of the cemetery, which was actually fascinating. So they had a racetrack, a horse race track there. And it turns out the cemetery used to be the country club. This was the place that all the rich people in New Orleans would go and bet on their horses and you know, drink and whatever, you know, rich people do, rich elites do when they're by themselves. I don't know. I'm not a rich elite. So, but smoke cigars, right? That's what they do.
Right.
So it turns out there was this Jewish businessman in New Orleans who wanted to join the country club. He's like, you know, I'm rich. I'm a business owner. I'm important. I want to join the country club. And they told him, no Jews allowed in our country club.
Wait, what year was this?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the cemetery itself looked to be like 100 years old. So maybe this story is like ancient, and it may be apocryphal. I'm not sure, but
right.
This, you got to understand, horse racetrack now with cemetery. So evidently,
it's a very odd combination of.
Evidently, the Jewish businessman was like, "Fuck you."
Nice.
So he basically finagled so he could buy the country club. And he turned it into a cemetery. So rather than going, the moral of the story is rather than going and burning down the country club, which probably would have ended him in jail, right?
Right.
Or worse, who knows? He decided, well, maybe I'll operate within the system and I'll stick it to these motherfuckers anyway, right? The ultimate comeback story.
That's pretty based.
So I don't encourage you to go burn your community down. I encourage you to, but you should win. Like if people are, you know, being racist pieces of shit or oppressing you unduly, or just jackasses or just fucking assholes.
And this is why I'm so anti CRT is that, you know, when we had that conversation with Jangles and I read that super long passage about how CRT is anti-assimilation.
Yes.
Like, the only way, and what you just said is a perfect example because it's like, yeah, I'm sure, like, you know, with the Jewish businessman, he had the advantage that he was already rich enough to, you know, buy out this place. But the only way to win is to participate in the system.
CRT takes away the tools you will need to win.
Yes.
Which fucking sucks.
Because it tells you the system is evil. The system is racist. Do not participate in the system. So just complain and whine and flounder and drown, essentially.
Look, Kimberly Jones, what are you complaining about? You got a New York Times bestseller here on your hands. Like, people are throwing opportunities at you.
Right.
Don't go burn down your city.
I know. Why do we? It should be obvious, right? Naranda Falls, thank you for joining. Danimal the Bruce, 2, Electric Boogaloo. Thank you for joining, Danimal. Taker610 for $20 says, did you guys see Elon Musk's comments about implementing an age limit for public office? Elon's red pilled for sure. He called Biden a damp sock puppet for the way Biden's ignoring Tesla. He's a great African American. There you go.
I retweeted that tweet that he called Biden a damp sock puppet because it's so based. I mean,
right. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Do you know that? Do you know the story behind it? Because it's so Biden is pumping up electric vehicles and invites everyone but Tesla to the White House to talk about electric vehicles. I'm like,
why?
Bitch, fucking Elon Musk put electric vehicles on the map and evidently offers his patents up to other auto manufacturers to use for nothing to inspire more people to build electric vehicles. Listen, Ford is using Tesla's patents and Elon doesn't even get an invite to the White House. So what's going on here? Is Biden prejudiced against African Americans? I feel like maybe he is. Sitch, did I lose you or did you mute yourself?
No, I muted myself.
Or did you leave?
I don't. What's his problem with Elon Musk? That's so weird.
Maybe it has to do with the election. He didn't support him enough, or he did that meeting with Trump and now they feel like he's toxic.
You're probably right.
Do you remember he met with Trump right after
I do.
And Trump, Elon, I can't do your Trump so I can get it in my head. Elon,
you're a great American, Elon.
You must join the Trump administration. We've got the best administration of all time here. And Elon was like, I don't think so. Yeah, who knows?
It's not ours. We don't own anything.
You own the copyright to a book, bitch. Okay, it's called "I'm Not Dying with You Tonight." I looked it up already. What the hell? You own something.
It's amazing to me why we keep loving this country and this country does not love us back.
See, that's horrible.
It's
fucking horrible.
You know, he had another the problem with the media stuff. A video Jon Stewart does. He doesn't add that. Oh, they make it seem like there's thousands and thousands of unarmed black people that are just being murdered by police, because that's what people think when they look at all the media.
Right.
Stuff.
Yeah.
And then whenever you show them the real numbers, they're like, "Really? That's it?"
Yeah.
It's
like 800.
It's like a handful. It's not even 800. It's like 800 people. Like period.
It's 800. It's 800 officer involved shootings, and
right.
The majority of those you're gonna think, oh well, that was definitely he had it coming. Oh, he's racing at him with a knife. What the fuck? Of course.
Yeah, they're like completely justified.
Yes. Yeah. So and then out of that 800 or so a year, there's the ones that make the news because they're in some gray area. But yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right. It's like it's like double digits the amount of unarmed black, or just unarmed people killed by like police officers in a year or something. But no, you wouldn't know that from how it's reported.
Yeah. Yes. The media comes out, basically tells these people, white people hate your guts. That's why he's making that impassioned. I mean, I'm empathetic about what he's saying there. I don't want to live in a world where everyone fucking hates my guts. I mean, it's kind of trending in that direction, so I'm getting kind of used to it, right? I feel like everybody hates white people now, so there's always a new show, the problem with white people coming out with Jon Stewart basically saying we're all pieces of shit, I mean, perfectionism it's a cross to bear, I'm telling you.
So according to a very biased source, it says about a little bit more than 1,000 people were killed by the police in 2021. And out of all those people, only 78 were unarmed.
Yes. See? Okay. So it's down to 78 were unarmed, right?
Out of like 1,000.
But they were probably still running at the cop, and they found out, they thought he had a gun.
I don't know what each specifics are, but an unarmed doesn't mean that they weren't resisting arrest. Doesn't mean they weren't attacking.
Of course they were resisting arrest.
Et cetera.
These people make it sound like they tell them to get on their hands and knees and shoot them in the back of the head. That's so far from reality. That's so insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was a poll, and I think it was like as much as 30% thought 10,000 unarmed black men a year were killed. 10,000. That's like the population of a small town.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
And it's crazy. It's crazy too, because like if you break down the police killed in 2021 by ethnicity, yes, black people are killed disproportionately. 28% of that 1,000 plus were black, but 50% are white.
Yes.
So like, is it like, how does this racism work? Is it selective? The police like, did the police say, well, listen, as long as we kill 50% of white people, then we can kill black everyone and it's fine, and everyone will look the other way? Like, how does this work? Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Stop racializing it. But I guess that's just the thing, though. This is what's insane about it, because the media is getting rich off of this, racializing everything. Now Jon Stewart is stepping into the ring saying, oh, I can make some money racializing everything. You're part of the problem, dude. You're part of the fucking problem. These people getting up on their high horse just trigger the shit out of me.
Bryant Townsend for $20 says, Sitch, if I were to visit South Florida, where would I find all the local singles looking for action in your area?
Oh, yeah.
Also, how many alligators could I wrestle and turn into belts for my women folk? Also, S-Class and Mongos forever.
The Mongos.
Mongos is Mahler's team. So I think you answered your own question there. The best place to pick up local singles is the Everglades. There's all sorts of, female alligators. All they do is they roam the streets and in a state of perpetual horniness, looking to mate. So that's where I would go, Brian. I'd go straight to the Everglades.
Brian, what are you looking for? Maybe Sitch could be a wingman for you.
Yeah, listen, you can wrestle and hook up at the same time. It's like the best of both worlds.
A good wingman is something. A good wingman is a thing of beauty, Sitch.
That's true. That's true.
I don't know if you agree, but
I do agree. Crack Rock Steady for $20 says, I've always been of the mind that reparations would be interesting to see, since people will have to prove their ancestry, like people had to prove their Aryan heritage in World War II. Lots of people will be mad when they don't qualify. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I don't know how they would prove that, actually, for a lot of people, like if they're not records and stuff. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that all works. J-Mac, thank you so much. J-Mac for $20 says, what about us halvesies? What are we supposed to think? Well, listen, Jay. I've been trying to pull some strings, Jay, to get you in on White Man Wednesday. I think I can do it. Okay. I think I can do it. I'm very close to getting you in there. Okay. They were kind of like iffy about the whole half-blood, thing, but I think we can get you. Don't worry. I got you back. Okay.
Halvesy, huh? Uh-oh.
Yeah. I know.
That's so bad.
I see this new background you have for me. I'm in like the chaos land of
it's so
evilness
awesome.
And eyeballs.
A computer made that. That's
really?
How computers think. Yeah.
That's how a computer thinks.
Yeah. It's pretty badass, huh? I saw it on Twitter. It had like close to 500,000 retweets. And I was like, oh my God.
So here's the question. If it's created by a computer, is it copyrighted image or?
Oh no. Are we going to get in trouble?
Well, I don't know. Who owns the rights to is it the person who made the program owns the rights to
don't know.
The art? I don't know.
Maybe I got
I'm sure it's fine then.
I'm sure they're a fan of the show, obviously.
Obviously, they're a fan of the show. They knew that you were going to use it for the background.
Well, I mean, I altered it. I mean, I did alter it.
You did. You put a big old Sitch in the mouth.
I kind of feel like this is free use, but
I mean, if a computer made it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If a computer made it.
Yeah. I mean, technically we are monetizing it. So
maybe we'll change it for next time.
I mean, I could change it now, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I mean, this stuff is hard to hear.
Yeah, you picked the fucking clip. Nice bumming my high on your supposed comedy show, dickhead.
Well, it's hard to hear because it's useless.
Yeah, that too. Yes. Demoralizing and pointless.
Mm-hmm.
What next week? You going to cover Schindler's List for me? Jeez, I thought we were having a comedy show here. Activism. Have I won you over? Activism and comedy. No.
I know.
It's like oil and water.
It doesn't work. Well, there can't. That's why woke comedy never works.
Yeah.
I put the so I misread the way the emojis work. It's kind of annoying. You don't get 12 more emoji slots. It extends to 12, which means it only extends by 1, basically.
It's 18. 18 dibs is that emoji.
So I added the 2. I got rid of
you got rid of the one A team.
The A train needs to listen. I want an A train emoji, but it doesn't translate well. Okay.
This feels like a Tuesday problem, but anyway.
Okay,
so we're having a comedy
show
here.
I added the 2 Sitch the Sitch and Adam elephants. So
we have
that was made by MD. MD made the elephants. So and they look pretty good. We have
1,600 live viewers here, and Sitch is fussing around with his emoji.
People like emojis. Haven't you seen the hit movie, the Emoji Movie? Everyone loved that movie.
We get like 50 live viewers tops on our Tuesday stream. You can't do this on Tuesday.
Everyone loves emojis. The Emoji Movie was a big hit. I think the Emoji Movie single-handedly revitalized Sony's film industry.
I did like that Emojis movie. It was good.
The only reason the last Spider-Man movie was able to be made was because it was off the back of the Emoji Movie. No one wants to see Spider-Man. They want to see emojis. Come on.
I saw a review. Has Mahler done a review of the Batman? Was the Batman talked about on yesterday's show at all? That's the thing that I was like, damn it. I could have gone on EFAP and really talked up the Batman. I heard Nick Rekieta say that the Batman was too long. And I was like, I was a little pissed. I'm not going to lie here.
So I like Nick, and I like a lot of his legal takes. Some of his
movie takes.
People think I have bad movie takes. Some of his pop culture takes are dog shit.
Listen,
he doesn't like the Batman movie. He thinks it's too long. Mm-hmm. He doesn't like crafting in video games.
What?
He's anti-crafting in video games. He says Minecraft sucks. Any video game that has crafting in it sucks. This is unfathomable.
Wow. Yeah.
I can't believe it.
That's extreme.
What? He's ragging on my beauty, my game, Subnautica. How dare he?
Oh, well, that's okay.
Stug says he called Stug garbage.
Did he?
Nick, what are you doing?
Oh,
I think he criticized Into the Spider-Verse, which is
the
objectively best Spider-Man movie ever made.
What?
Come on,
oh
Nick.
My goodness.
Nick, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Robot Head did a great review. You should check out. Not now, obviously, of the Batman, which really, nobody said the one thing that I wanted to say weeks ago, but still haven't said about the Batman. But he was saying that he thought the Batman was his favorite Batman movie, and I'm close to agreeing with that. I haven't seen the Christopher Nolan Batman Begins, which was my favorite and may have been dethroned. I'm not certain.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been a long time. So
it's funny. People are like crafting in video games is just like a time waste. Mm-hmm. You understand all video games. It's
what the whole, right? Yeah.
That's what video games are.
Yeah. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Right. The whole point of a video game is to entertain you. And if you're entertained by that, then obviously it's not a waste of time.
Right. Yeah. And don't confuse, obviously, like if games are too grindy, that's obviously a bad thing. No one wants, the horrible grind of video games. And the horrible grind can manifest through crafting, of course, but it's foolish to say that they're the same thing because they're not. There are games with great crafting elements and there are games with bad crafting elements.
Yeah.
If you don't understand, like Minecraft is the perfect example of life. Okay. You put on God mode and you fly around and you build your little house and then you forget about it in a day. You don't really care.
Yeah, you're bored.
But if you painstakingly chop down all those trees,
life is
mined
suffering.
all that stone,
Yeah.
you smelted it, and you did everything just to get the right look. Oh, you love that house forever.
All that
because
work,
you
all that
invested,
investment.
yes, all that time and all that energy in it. And it means something.
My baby, my perfect baby.
Yes.
I love this. It's true. It's true.
There you
yeah.
go. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can forgive Rekieta because I think he has like 12 kids or something. So any movie longer than 15 minutes is going to be too long for a person with 12 kids. Like,
there you go. That's
just,
true.
You have your attention span is down to like five minutes.
Spencer Harmon for $20 says, I feel like it's amazing that they've added crafting to Elden Ring.
Really? Oh,
there you go. I don't know if
Spencer.
Everyone is obsessed with Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Which I did not buy Elden Ring. And you know why? If I bought Elden Ring, then
the show would be over.
We'd still be doing the show, but CT would be paying you $500 next month if I bought Elden Ring. Okay.
Why?
Because there's no way in fucking hell I'd make a video.
Oh yeah, the video. Hey, how do I log into Steam? I need to buy a video game really quick.
Yeah.
I need to gift someone a game.
Adam
Where's
Fredden
my
has
Steam?
gifted you a
Hold on.
game. Yeah.
I'm writing this down. Steam gift Elden Ring.
Spencer coming out hard saying, if you think the Elden Ring crafting is useless, you're not using it right. Boom.
Gift Elden Ring.
There
How
you
much
go.
is this game?
It's like $60. You
$60. Perfect investment for me right there. No. What's 60? What's 500 minus 60?
Don't do it. I'm gonna reject that gift.
I can do
reject that gift.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm being scammed on this bet here already. So
Rekieta says all Star Wars sucks, including the original trilogy. My God.
Did he really?
Is that true? Is that true?
Oh man, we used to call Rekieta a friend of the show. I'm not sure we can do that in good faith anymore.
he when Mahler has to yell at him about these takes, okay, when they stream together.
Has he been on EFAP? Because Rekieta goes on a lot of shows. He's real good about that. So.
I don't know if he's been on EFAP, but they're on some show together.
Yeah.
I saw.
Yeah.
With Critical Drinker.
Yes. Yeah. That's where I heard his awful take about how the Batman was too long.
Oh.
Which I went into a 3-hour movie thinking the same thing, thinking, okay, I'm going to get bored. This is going to suck. But I was not remotely bored at all ever. Like the movie was great, good length for me. So, yeah. And you want to talk about a terrible take? Scott Adams talks about movies like movies are a dead art form because people have short attention spans. And I think, you fucking moron. Like Joe Rogan does a 3-hour podcast like once a day.
What
the fuck is he talking?
It's a little different though.
I think he's different.
I think he's sort of right about that.
Attention spans are down. I disagree. I think they're way up.
No, because you can listen to Joe Rogan, you can listen to our stream while you're doing something else.
Yes. Which means double the attention.
Yeah, but you can't watch a movie that you've never seen before and do something else.
I've done it. I mean, I've done it a bunch of times.
Yeah, but then you're not really watching the movie.
You're listening to the movie. Yeah, totally.
You can kind of do that with a movie you've seen before, but you can't really do that with a new movie.
Yeah, it's true. Movie theater keeps you shut your phone off. You're ready to.
Right.
Yeah, it's better. All right, back to the fucking slog here. How, Jon Stewart, stay retired. I'm begging you. I'm begging you.
Hard to hear. But these are tough conversations. And I would probably have more hope in its impact on our culture if those same exact sentiments hadn't already been conveyed to white people over and over and over, like 1 year earlier on The Breakfast Club.
So he's saying that the same idea. So far the ideas was that America bad. Black people don't own anything. That's why they burn down their neighborhoods. School. The only person that actually had something tangible was about schooling and food related to zip codes. And then the first one was so vague, I don't even know what the fuck the lady was talking about. So,
and they've said those over and over again on a show targeted. I mean, I would say the Breakfast Club is mostly a black demographic show. So not a lot of white people are listening to the Breakfast Club. So
a show that does apologia for fucking Nick Cannon and Louis Farrakhan.
Yeah, exactly. But this is, I mean, you know, if you're trying to get white people's attention, maybe saying it over and over again on the Breakfast Club is not really the best strategy. But anyway, you get the argument here. He's basically saying they already said this on the Breakfast Club and white people didn't listen because they don't watch the fucking show.
Right.
Moron.
They never addressed the primary problems of black folk. Our primary problem was not social integration or civil rights. The problem is you never corrected the legacies and burdens of slavery.
Or by Viola Davis at an award show.
Wait a minute. Yeah, listen to what that guy said.
Over and over, like 1 year earlier on the Breakfast Club.
They never addressed the primary problems of black folk.
Who's they, by the way? Just curious.
White
who you're
people.
talking about. But are they the dead ones from forever ago? Because, I mean, there was like the 40 acres and a mule thing, but you can't blame us for that. What the fuck?
Can't I, though?
You can, but that would be immoral.
Well, maybe let's be fair. When I say they, he doesn't mean white people. He means the government.
Okay.
And you can blame the government,
sure,
I guess, for historic wrong. It's like a corporation.
I agree. Yeah. Hold them accountable. I would much rather that this show was called The Problem with the Government than The Problem with White People. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Correct?
Right.
Like, who are you blaming here? So basically what you're saying is it's the government's fault. I agree. Let's blame white people. Okay. Anyway, white people disagree as much as black people disagree.
Our primary problem was not social integration or civil rights. The problem is you never corrected the legacies and burdens of slavery.
The legacies and burdens of slavery. Okay. Would be nice to have some specifics, but continue.
Well, but that framing doesn't make any sense. He says they never fixed the legacy of slavery. All they addressed was civil rights and social integration.
But I guess that is. Okay.
How is that not the legacy of like you literally cannot participate in your own the self-determination of your government and your country, and you're telling me that's not a legacy of slavery?
Yeah.
How is it not?
Well, they fixed that.
But that's what this feels like. I can't fucking fathom. I don't know who that guy was. I can't fathom that in 1960 he would say black people not having equal rights as white people is not a legacy of slavery. Because that's an insane thing to say. And it feels like it's just this forever game of moving the goalposts.
Of course, yeah.
And this is where I think the systemic racism comes in, because it's like, okay, you know, we're all trying to accomplish something. We're all trying to have it so that we live in we're not all, but me and Adam want to live in a society where people are not racist, where everyone's integrated and assimilated, and, you know, there's no racial disparity among, you know, groups of people. And basically they just look at it and they say, as long as that racial inequality exists, it must mean that the system has racism in it somewhere, that the system has failed us. And it's dangerous to have this attitude of, I know there's a problem, I don't know where it is, so I'm going to just like blindly start tearing pieces out of, you know, the plumbing. Like if you have a problem in your plumbing, you don't want to just start reaching in and ripping pipes out. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to be very systematic about it. You got to actually figure out where the problem lies and what's causing it. Because if you just start pulling pipes out of the wall, you could have a problem where suddenly you flood your house with shit, with human shit. And that's kind of what CRT is going for. It's the let's flood our own house with human fecal matter solution of problem solving, which I don't know about you, Adam. I don't want to flood my house with human fecal matter. Okay.
It
doesn't smell good.
Yeah, no, it's a terrible idea. That's obvious. That's obvious.
It's toxic chemical.
I brought in friend of the show, our Vanna White of goalpost moving for the goalpost.
Oh, be nice. We just said like an hour ago.
I called her the Vanna White of. Come on, she's just illustrating.
Nice. Aiden is a friend of the show.
It's the only graphic I have of someone moving.
Aiden's a friend of the show. Okay.
Come on, look, I'm having to do this by hand. Okay, this is entertainment here. We run a genuine comedy show here.
Okay.
God, I had a super important point to make, and I told you.
Yeah, it's gone now.
I spaced on what it was. Anyway, it'll come back to me. I'll remember soon.
Dr. Doodler says Adam dozing off while awake and just doing some dumb shit while Sitch talks.
Come on, he was talking about moving the goalpost. I was illustrating it.
Yeah, thank you. Adam, it's like a live
something about
Sitch,
the legacy
video.
of slave. Anyway,
right.
We'll fix it. Oh wait, I remember now. Woo! So until I am convinced otherwise, I believe that the racial inequality is actually being foisted on the black community by woke activists. I believe woke activists are the source of the problem. They create a narrative in people's heads that would convince anyone that even trying, even participating in the system is pointless, ridiculous. You'd be a fool to do such a thing. And if you have that belief, you're not going to try, you're not going to participate. And if you're not going to try and not participate, guess what? You're going to fail. You're totally going to be a huge loser failure. So I blame wokeness for creating the number of people who are huge loser failures and creating these disparities that obviously come out in the numbers. So until I'm convinced otherwise, I'm going to go with that narrative because they haven't presented a causal chain for anything. But as far as I know, I'm the first one that's come up with a causal argument, right? Have you heard a causal argument out of any of these people?
Yeah. The cause is slavery. Weren't you listening?
Yes. Okay. So slavery and redlining. I guess I have heard the slavery and redlining, but
right, that's the argument.
I mean, when redlining is made illegal, how does that work? Is it still that way or?
Well, they're not even addressing the real problem because if you notice, whenever you see these like income distribution comparisons between white people and black people, if you notice, it's not actually income that they point out. It's always wealth.
Oh yeah, okay.
And there's a specific reason for that. It's because most people's wealth comes from a house.
Right.
And I think that most white people in America who own a home are banking off of a previous home that they owned or that their parents owned or that their family owned back when people could afford houses. Right.
No, like dealing with the house. I wish that Black Lives Matter focused on housing inequality.
Right. No, but that's part of the problem is that because our system is so out of whack, it's too neoliberal. Okay. For everyone. It's not just a black-white issue. The system is way too neoliberal.
Yeah.
And workers get way too fucked over.
Yeah.
It's created a situation where like I think that home ownership and banking on the previous generation's wealth that was passed down to them is the only thing keeping a lot of white people in this country afloat.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And that gets totally lost in this conversation because the focus is just white people bad. There's some racial issue here. It's you have to focus on, this looking at it through this lens of racism. When I don't think that's really what's going on here at all.
If they would have much better luck dealing with the inequality you and I are spelling out here if they focused on it without a racial component and just talked about home ownership for the young. Like there has to be affordable housing for young people. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
And if homeowners take a hit on their property value, so be it. I mean, we can't live in a world where young people can't buy homes and start families. That's part of the problem.
And we
That's
can't
a huge
just keep,
part.
Yeah, 100%. And we can't just keep subsidizing it. And that's part of the issue too. Is like part of the reason that housing the prices explode so much. Part of the reason why college tuition has exploded so much is because whenever you have the government subsidizing, even for the best of reasons, trying to subsidize a market, the market's just going to say, oh, you have a giant influx of cash available to you from the government. Well, we're just going to raise the prices, obviously.
Yeah.
Because that's how markets are going to work.
Right. Yeah.
And so, yeah, but there's no solution to that. That's being presented.
One of the reasons housing prices exploded is because they would give loans to people who were basically financially illiterate. So if you're bidding, I know because my wife and I were shopping for our first home in this market. If you're bidding against people who have no idea about, and like they're going to bid astronomical prices, you're going to lose the home. They're going to get the loan. It's insane. Yeah,
it is. Max Utabi, thank you for joining and being a free will seeker. Spencer Harmon, thank you for joining the channel and seeking free will. Dr. Diddler, thank you so much for joining the channel and being a free will seeker. And Andrew Coey, thank you for joining the channel. And Joe the Mig, thank you so much for joining the channel. We have many seekers of free will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Join us. Come get free will. Join us and seek out free will for yourselves.
Sargon's in the chat too. What's up, Sargon? Thanks for coming on last week. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The comments are completely split. We destroyed you, according to some commenters, and you totally annihilated us, according to the other half. So
that's good. It's a perfectly balanced, is all things.
No, it's terrible.
No? Oh, okay.
Why can't people come in the comment section and just be like, "Oh, that was fun. That was interesting." Why do they have to take sides like that?
Because it's a debate.
Oh, I guess it is.
Prince Charming for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I live for the grind. 45 attempts so far by trying to beat Margit the Fell Omen with a club and no pants. You should play it live on Tuesday. No, listen, Prince, I don't want CT to pay Adam $500. Okay. That's the goal here. I want Adam to pay CT $500.
Why?
Why am I not getting money? I should get money from you. Should pay CT $250 and
I thought we were friends. What's going on here? Trying to put me in the poorhouse?
That's it.
Can we wait Can we wait until you pay me the $500 for Trump running and then I can pay CT out of that money? It's not fair that you can just release a video and cost me $500.
You didn't have to agree to this bet, Adam.
I think I'm feeling pretty good. Like there's a good solid 65% chance I could walk away a winner here. I mean, you are incentivized to do it, but I do know, I mean, I've talked to you about other projects and stuff, and you seem kind of out to lunch as far as getting shit done. So I feel good.
Wow. Listen to this guy.
Why?
CT said she's going to use part of the $500 that Adam pays her to buy me Elden Ring. So there you go. So technically Adam will be paying for Elden Ring.
Well, I'll just get it for you ahead of time. I have it on my list of things to do right here. Gift Sitch Elden Ring.
Adam is like the devil. He's on my shoulder like, Sitch. You don't want to make a video. You want to play a video game that everyone says is amazing.
We haven't done a gaming stream in a long time. We
know.
had a lot of fun. We played Portal, which was a lot of fun.
We got to play the Goose Game.
That was great.
We still never played the Goose Game.
And we played, I think Portal was the only one we played.
We played Borderlands 2.
Oh, yeah, we did, but we didn't stream it. That was great. Oh, we should have streamed that.
We played Minecraft once, and we did stream that.
When we played Borderlands, we got lazy about setting it up. But in Borderlands, Sitch, Grandpa Adam couldn't get any weapons. Sitch went around and rounded up like all the weapons for me.
Because I played Borderlands 2 like a million years ago.
It was so good.
And I forgot you get all these like keys to open chests that have like amazing weapons. So I just started like vomiting weapons, and
I would have never figured it out.
Yes.
But it was awesome.
He was running around with like some piece of shit white like garbage common weapon. I'm like, here's a legendary rifle, Adam.
Yes.
Like, oh my god.
I'm relatively good with the guns, but I wouldn't figure out how to get them. So,
Lucifer Doman for 20 Canadian. Thank you, Lucifer. Says, I always clean my house, bake bread, and work out during your show. It is a great motivator because cringe makes you want to be better. And that's why I love this community. Well, listen, that's a fantastic attitude. That's the best attitude you could possibly have. So everyone take a page out of Lucifer's book, even though I know how that sounds. And thank you, Counter Revolution, for joining the Free Will Seekers.
It's just so weird to put just nebulous things in the way of you succeeding. Like, I understand if someone wants to come to me.
It's not weird. What do you mean?
Well, I guess it's motivated by a person's own laziness, basically.
That's why I don't want you to put Elden Ring in my way, Adam. I don't want my laziness.
Well, that's not lazy though. That's just you want to do something different.
Yes, I want to do something fun.
Right.
Over making a video, which is not exactly fun.
No, I completely agree. But I mean, in the context of this, the white people problem stuff, just saying that.
I understand.
Saying that some nebulous thing is standing in the way of you succeeding. If you want to come out and tell me, I have this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem, these are tangible things that are standing in the way. I mean, I'm much more sympathetic to that. This is fucking bullshit. Like, these are just excuse making 101 right here.
I know.
Clean your room, bucko. Stop making excuses. Look at this guy.
Clean your room, bucko.
How did this guy get on the Breakfast Club?
Save your father from the belly of the dragon.
We're not being invited on the Breakfast Club. What's going on here? How come this geezer's on there? Who is this guy?
I don't know who this guy is. He looks kind of familiar. So I assume he's someone reasonably important.
He looks like he might have lived through slavery, so I'm going to be careful here.
I like that the microphone says revolt.
Right. Yes, revolt.
The legacies and burdens of slavery.
Or by Viola Davis at an award show in 2015.
The only thing that separates women of color from anyone else is opportunity.
I see that. I see her in like 50% of the movies I watch.
Isn't she Amanda Waller?
Oh no.
Is that someone else?
Did Jon Stewart get the wrong actress?
No. I mean, doesn't she play Amanda Waller in Suicide Squad?
I thought that would be. Oh yes, she is in
racist?
She is in Suicide Squad. You're right.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm telling you, I see that actress in 50% of the movies I watch. And she's out complaining about opportunity. How about you take a couple of those movies off and give them to other actresses, okay? If your jam is to help women of color, I'm sure there are plenty of other women of color that could be in the movie, okay?
Well, she said this last year. Like, that's also crazy because there has never been more of a groundswell in the last 3 to 4 years of just every possible movie, every possible job and corporation saying, like, desperately saying, please give us black women, please hire black women. They're just so desperate to find black women.
Yeah. Let's look up a Viola Davis's IMDb page. I'm just out of curiosity. There's got to be over 1,000 movies on here.
I don't trust Amanda Waller. Okay, she's a bad person.
Oh my God. Wait a second here. One Oscar? She's an Oscar.
What's she winning for?
She's an Oscar winner.
Oh no, she's in a show that's being filmed right now. You know what it's called?
What?
The First Lady.
Oh, really?
She plays Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
It's weird. I don't know why Michelle Obama is getting her on TV show, but okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
She's got 158 credits.
There you go. Well,
opportunity. Okay. Well, I guess she's talking about opportunity for other people, but I mean,
yes, she's talking about for other people, Adam.
This is my problem. Like, why would you want to racialize this? This is really a class thing. Like, the reason why she has 158 credits is because she has a familiar face. Everybody wants to get her. She also, I'm sure, has a reputation for being reliable. I don't know about you guys, but in Hollywood, there's this thing called drugs, and a lot of actors are not necessarily reliable. You know, especially, you know, if you're paying, there's some expensive days, you know, if an actor doesn't show up, you're kind of fucked.
Yep. That's a lot of money that just got thrown in the trash.
A lot of money is on the line. You want to make sure that the person is reliable. So you tend to work with the same actors over and over again. So, but
bunch
anyway.
of white Hollywood cokeheads just staying up late partying.
No, I mean, it's fun. So at least they're having a good time, right?
The only movie I think I've ever seen with her in it was Suicide Squad. Which is weird because she looks so familiar. I could have sworn I saw her or something else. But
she's in no, come on. She's
been in like a million movies, but
she's totally typecast though. She always plays the boss
lady.
Boss lady. That's basically all she ever plays. Yeah.
She was in Maida Goes to Jail.
I'm sure she plays boss.
Oh, she was in The Help. That's what I remember.
That's what I think she won the Academy Award for.
Yeah, probably.
We got to do movie stories on Tuesday. Movie stories are where it's at. And I used to be so in the know about Hollywood because I was at Deadline Junkies and I was always around a million people who were trying to make it. So everyone always was like up on the news, read the Hollywood Reporter, share stories, stuff like that. So I kind of wonder because there is a lot of like the Fandom Menace crowd tries to get secret information on Star Wars and stuff like that. And I kind of wonder if I could get any detailed information. I used to have a friend that worked at Skywalker Ranch, basically, as a security guard. And he went around selling a lot of weed to it's a lot of artists there. I don't know if you know this, but can you, being a security guard, part-time drug dealer, that's the life. That is the life. That is the California dream right there.
Or in the 90s when
someone pointed this out, and I had to agree. Viola Davis, you know, in the two movies I've seen her in, she was good. She doesn't look anything like Michelle Obama. Why would they? It seems a little weird that they cast her for Michelle. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'll put a bunch of prosthetics on her face or something. But
she comes out and she looks exactly like Michelle Obama.
No, she's gonna just come out as Viola Davis, and they're gonna be like, "Listen, white people can't. You know, they can't tell the difference. They just think it's Michelle Obama."
Terrible.
What do you wait? Okay, let's take a prediction here. For Viola Davis is Michelle Obama. Are they going to actually like try to make her look like Michelle Obama, or is she just literally just going to be Viola Davis with a Michelle Obama haircut?
We need a side by side. Did you bring up a side by side?
No.
Okay.
Let me see if this still is already out for the movie.
Listen, we got Vosh stands here that are going to start clipping us.
Oh no, they actually do make her look like Michelle Obama. At
least do they really?
Picture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Send me a picture. Here, let's get back to this Jon Stewart cringe. I was thinking, oh man, can we really make a 16-minute video last 6 hours? And of course we can.
Have you met us, Adam? Come on. This is rookie numbers.
I know.
Okay, I sent you the picture. I don't know if they just have if it's like just a perfect shot, maybe. For the promotionals, because actually some of the other shots she doesn't look at all like Michelle Obama.
Get her.
They got the good face. They got the Michelle Obama eyebrows going on there. She's making the expression.
All right, Sitch, I'm gonna have to call you out for a racism.
Are you calling me racist? You don't think she looks like Michelle Obama in that shot? If you don't think so, don't put it up. Don't make me look like.
We're putting it up. Okay. Of course.
In other stills, she doesn't look anything like Michelle Obama.
Not only that, this is like the worst picture ever of Michelle Obama or...
Listen, I just typed in Viola Davis, Michelle Obama as one of the first pictures to show up.
What's up with what you talking about, Willis? Face she's making.
Well, look. Here's another picture. I guess her with Obama, who I think they cast like a white guy as Obama. So I'm really confused.
Did they really?
I'm assuming that's supposed to be Obama because he's got the hair, but like does not look like Obama at all.
Holy cow! It is a white guy.
Why did they cast a white? See, I'm very confused. Why did they cast a white person to play Barack Obama?
Is this movie going to be terrible? I feel like maybe it is.
It's a TV show.
Okay. But it's written by people who, this is a thing. So many writers are progressives who don't have any idea. Like they only know the straw man version of conservatives. So they live in a world that's completely ridiculous. So they write scripts as if the straw man version of conservatives is real, and it's completely annoying and infuriating.
I'm assuming it's not going to be like a good TV show, but
okay.
Did you put up the Obama picture?
She looks.
What's up?
Nothing like white Obama, and she looks nothing like. She looks nothing like Michelle Obama.
Like Michelle Obama, yeah. So I don't know. I told you just that one shot was, I guess, the angle I got for her to kind of. I don't know. I don't know what's up with who is. Wait, let me look. Who's Obama in this? I mean, I'm assuming it's not actually a white guy. I'm assuming it's a very light-skinned black person, but it just doesn't look. I don't know. I just don't see it.
Yeah, crazy.
Sister Souljah explained this directly to Bill Clinton and Larry King.
The thing that kills African people in America is not what white people say, but what they do. Their policies, their actions.
See?
What fucking policies? Oh, God. Please, sit.
This is so useless, Jon Stewart.
I'm so triggered. First of all, you have a bunch of white people in the Republican Party, and you have a bunch of white people in the Democratic Party. What you talking about? What are you talking about? They want diametrically opposed policies. Why you got to racialize this, John? You doing it for clicks? You're going down the old Southern strategy here? Is that what's going on here? This is heartbreaking.
I'm disgusted. Okay.
Yeah.
I looked up the actor for Obama. First of all,
I know you're not even paying attention. We're trying to do a comedy show here.
I think they lightened his skin up for that shot or something.
Oh, they did?
It's just like maybe it's just the light. Listen, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's just the light in the frame. Though I know he's a pretty light-skinned guy, but
they should have got Samuel L. Jackson.
They should have.
Why?
Who would not want to watch? No. I would love to see Samuel Jackson as Barack Obama. That'd be the best
Denzel
TV show
Washington. Come on.
But no, that's not what disgusts me here is the actor they got for Obama. He's a fucking Brit.
No way.
The damn Brits. Get your Brits out of my America. This is an American president, and I will not stand for him being played by a dirty Brit bonger.
You thought
Proto-Americans playing our American heroes like Barack Obama. Get out of here.
You thought the apology tour ended. Nah, it's still going on. It's going on to this day.
Oh,
the apology. Now they're apologizing for using American actors.
No Brits should ever be playing American presidents. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it. Get him out.
Yeah. So Jon Stewart here, because you weren't paying attention.
I wasn't paying attention.
We'll back it up. I want you to be as triggered as me.
Okay.
That kills me.
Or in the 90s, when Sister Souljah explained this directly to Bill Clinton and Larry King.
The thing that kills African people in America is not what white people say, but what they do. Their policies, their actions.
See,
they cut her off mid fucking sentence.
I know this is Jon Stewart. This is so useless. I'm assuming she said something specific after that you just cut out.
Of course. Yeah.
But
the policies. We have to look at it. We have to look at the policy because obviously Jon Stewart doesn't want us to know what the policy is. Maybe we agree with the policy.
Right.
Maybe we would like to participate in the activism to change that policy. But with you hiding it from us, we don't know what it is.
Jon Stewart's scathing commentary on white people in America is that they need to do something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you what that something is. And I'm going to cut off people telling you what that something is. But you got to stop talking like I'm talking right now. Like Jon Stewart, I'm talking to you right now. You got to stop doing what I'm doing and start doing.
I'm kind of curious what the policy was, though. I'm going to have to dig into the Sister Souljah.
Look it up.
Yeah.
Sister Souljah to Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
I know that was like a famous thing that everyone references.
Yeah.
But
the policy.
White people are pretending that this problem is new, and we're just hearing about it now because we love to discover stuff that's already existed.
See, he did the thing that totally triggers me.
What's that? White people?
He basically spoke for me because he came out and he said, white people, that's me, are pretending. Oh, wait a second, bitch. What the fuck? I'm pretending? What am I pretending about?
Well,
that the problem was just created? What? Fuck you.
It's who's pretending like this is some new issue that we've never talked about or dealt with before?
Yes.
I've never heard anyone say anything remotely like that.
Yeah, I want to. Where's the easy button? I want to press it. Let's fix it. Let's fix this problem.
Who's pretending this is some new issue or new problem that's arisen?
Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
No, this is ridiculous.
Listen, if we take a hit on our housing value, I'll do it. Let's do it. Let's fix it.
It's kind of our thing.
Look at that. He did it again. It's our thing. It's so infuriating.
Yeah.
Listen, dude, that's your thing. There are plenty of people who are participating in your fucking religion here, okay? Listen, you don't have your religion doesn't incorporate all white people, okay? You speak for yourself. It's very annoying when somebody decides that they're going to step up and speak for white people, okay? Especially when you're making a mockery of white people's understanding of the world, okay? Just because you're a fucking idiot doesn't mean all white people are fucking idiots, okay?
America! Where did you come from? First.
America, where'd you come from? I'm so triggered. I'm missing the joke here. Is he making like we stole the country from
he's saying
Native Americans? Is that the joke here?
The joke is, white people are pretending like this is new, like they've just discovered this new problem. White people like to pretend like they discovered things that already existed for generations. Like they just pretend like they discovered America.
Woke people are the problem. And there are just as many black woke people as there are white woke people. Okay.
Right.
They want woke people
there's way more white woke people. But
you think so?
Just there has to be statistically.
Maybe, I'm not sure. But I'm on Twitter, so I get a bad sample. But
right.
I mean, I love that the woke people come out and they're like, first Muslim superhero. Bitch, there was a Muslim superhero back in the 1960s. You can't fucking lie like that. They basically just belittle the years and years and years of work that has been done on this problem. They want to step in and they want to act like people have never, ever done anything about racism until they stepped up to the plate to deal with the issue.
Right.
Lies. Well,
they were saying that. It's kind of funny they're saying that about Black Panther. Like, it's the first black superhero.
Yes.
And I was
bullshit.
I was like, one of my favorite movies growing up was Blade. I don't know.
Yes. Oh my God. Fucking when I was in junior high, Eddie Murphy was like our favorite celebrity. Guess what?
Yes.
He's black. Okay. Yes.
But he wasn't a superhero though.
In Beverly Hills Cop, he's totally a superhero. What are you talking about?
To be fair, the first black superhero that I remember in movies was pretty fucking bad. It was. Do you remember Meteor Man? Do you remember that fucking movie?
Don't.
Who was Meteor Man? I've totally. Who? It was so bizarre.
Oh my. When I grew up on buddy cop movies, and there was always a black cop and a white cop solving crimes together. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was integration at its finest. And you know what? In these movies, you know what they never talked about? Race. They never came out and beat you over the head with the fact, oh, look, you're a black cop. I'm a white cop. We should talk about CRT for a scene so the activists can get their rocks off.
Oh, no. I looked up the premise of Meteor Man because it's been so many years. This is from 1993. Robert Townsend was Meteor Man.
And he's white?
No. He's black. But listen to the premise of this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
His character discovers a meteorite that gives him spectacular superpowers: flight, X-ray vision, superhuman strength, speed, hearing, invulnerability, healing powers, the ability to absorb a book's content by touch, super breath, telepathy with dogs, and telekinesis. Okay, you know what he does with these powers?
Reads a lot of books?
He shuts down 15 crack houses.
Oh, nice.
Stops 11 robberies and brings peace between the police and the gang. It's called the Crip. He brings peace between the police and the Crips and the Bloods, where they work together to rebuild the community they destroyed.
I have to see this movie. This sounds amazing.
I feel like we get in trouble if they made this movie today as well.
They should be showing this movie in CRT class. It sounds.
I remember this movie being terrible when I saw it as a small child, but
that's too bad.
There you go.
As a matter of fact, this shit has been said many times just by Chris Rock.
Shit, there ain't a white man in this room that would change places with me, and I'm rich. You had a phone.
Nobody believes that.
Yeah, I don't.
Nobody believes that.
Anyone believes that for a second. Yeah.
Yes.
100-year head start, motherfucker. See, the black man gotta fly to get something that the white man could walk to. A black C student can't even.
Wait, that was so weird. Did you see what they did? Wait a minute.
100-year head start, motherfucker. See,
They cut from different shows.
Yeah, they cut. Did he say the same joke? Why did they do that?
black man gotta fly to get something that the white man could walk to. A black C student can't even be the manager of Burger King. Meanwhile, the white C student just happens to be the president of the United States of America.
Well, I do like a good George W. Bush joke, so.
That's not George. That's because he's George W. Bush. That's not because he's white.
Yeah.
What?
Because he's rich.
Because he's rich and his father's rich. What are we doing here? His father's the president.
Obama was a good student.
He wasn't a good student. He did drugs. His brother was a good student. What do you mean, come on? He did do drugs. He was a drug addict.
I'll take the black good student over the white C student. Yeah.
But that's what's kind of funny. Like George W. Bush, before he found God, was basically the Hunter Biden of his time.
This is why I didn't vote for George W. Bush, because he got a fucking DUI. And I was like, come on.
You know, Jeb's got to be so mad. He's like, fucking my brother, drug addict, got bailed out by his dad. You know, he was the slacker of the family. He gets to be president of the country.
Oh, I know.
And poor Jeb over here, please clap.
Jeb
he gets guacked by Trump.
Jeb was completely. Jeb is so uncharismatic next to W. At least W is funny.
Well, that's exactly it.
W is funny. I'll give him that. Yep. And he's a painter now. Who doesn't like an artist? Come on. Now he's gone from destroying society to being the immune system for society.
Don't you remember that classic George W. Bush joke?
Which one?
Fool me once.
Oh, shame on you.
Shame on you.
Fool me again and you can't fool me at all.
Fool me again. You see, I can't be fooled again.
I do remember that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Priceless.
Interesting time.
Nuclear George.
Listen, George W. Bush was right about one thing.
Yes.
Saying the word nuclear
he knew
correctly.
the proper pronunciation.
Yes.
So it's a little sleazy of what Jon Stewart is doing here. Jon Stewart is like, I am so terribly unfunny now that I have to take clips from a black man who actually is funny and include them in my show. How is this not white supremacy here? This is total.
There you go.
This is appropriation here.
This is cultural appropriation, John.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
I hope somebody got paid for. I hope he got paid for these clips.
Yeah.
He's a very good comedian.
Look at that. I bet he's like so jealous. He's like, I wish I was a good comedian.
But again, nothing here is tangible. Nothing here anyone can work with.
Oh, nothing. Yeah.
This is all just vagaries.
And not funny.
And not funny.
And racist.
And racist.
But you know what? Maybe you don't want to hear about our racial divide and have it be funny. Would you rather black people invent an entire genre of music just to explain it to us?
I have a feeling we had to skip this song just in case.
Oh, yeah. Is this NWA?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? It's wonderful.
What was the
that
song?
White people are
Give me,
finally.
Can you sing the song for me?
I can't sing the song for you. I don't remember the song. Okay.
I'm curious.
It was similar to what we've been hearing the whole time.
Something about bitches and money?
No. What, you bigot. I can't believe you just said that.
I mean, I've listened to, I like rap music. The best songs are the ones about bitches and money.
There you go. There you go.
I mean,
Isn't that really what all music is about since like the dawn of human time is about bitches and money?
I mean, I learned a lot about love from rap music. Not gonna lie. Yeah, not gonna lie.
I feel like most Beatles songs are really about bitches and money. They just kind of say it a little bit nicer, so you don't realize that.
Was this song about white people being bad or something? I don't know. I didn't listen.
I think it was about
make
police violence. If I recall correctly. Yeah.
Gotcha. I wish we could listen to Afro Man. Have you listened to Afro Man?
Didn't even watch the video, guys. I cannot believe it.
Well, I didn't make it this far. I was too triggered. Look, I'm second viewing. I'm still getting triggered. What's this wee shit? Oh God, it drives me insane. Is it just me? Do other people just hate these people?
They do. They hate the weed.
This is the dumbest person in the world, and he's coming out and saying, look, I get to speak for you just because I have the same skin color as you. It's revolting. It's absolutely revolting, okay? You talk for you, okay? You talk for you and your skin color, okay?
Right.
But I want a number. I want a beige and a number.
If you had been there, Adam, at White Man Wednesday, you could have prevented this. You were the one vote. We could have stopped this video from airing. We could have prevented Jon Stewart from being the spokesperson for the week. Okay.
I completely rebel against your racist jokes.
If only you were there at White Man Wednesday. This
There
could
is
have been
no white person. White person Wednesday is a fraud. There's no
Adam doesn't want to admit that there's a secret meeting on Wednesdays where all white men get together and determine who's going to be the spokesperson for whiteness for the week.
If Hannah Nicole Jones hears this, she's going to believe you. Okay, there's going to be an entire book.
Adam,
there's going to be Ibram X. Kendi's next book is going to be White People Wednesday.
If you don't participate in the system, Adam, then you don't get to complain about the outcome. It's that simple.
It's so weird.
We had a vote. They voted for Jon Stewart to be the spokesperson of whiteness for the week. And I said no. I voted against it. And we were shy one vote to prevent Jon Stewart from winning and becoming the spokesman of whiteness for the week.
Well, I'll go next week. You just got to tell me one thing.
Yes.
Is Alex Jones there?
Of course he's there.
Okay, I'm going.
Why do you think I go?
I'm going.
He has to talk to Jon Stewart? No. It's like hang out with Alex Jones. Hear whatever crazy, insane shit he's talking about. Okay.
I'm going. I got to find out why these frogs are gay.
How do you think Alex Jones knows about the demons? The demons in the government.
Okay, I'm going.
They just force you full of mushrooms. And they cut open your heart so you can have the conversation with the aliens.
Next week.
Learn about how things
We'll
go.
tell you all about it.
Ready to sit back and listen. But damn, the black people speaking out now are just sampling the classics.
Racism is so deeply embedded into the fabric of the society.
Thank you, Angela.
Yeah, fucking belief system right there. Citation needed.
If you want to be quoting Angela Davis, student of famous student of Herbert Marcuse, who is a well-known, revolutionary socialist type. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's not the best representation of, creating a good society for Americans. It's just my feeling,
Oh, damn it. I fucking deleted it.
The woman who went to East Germany when it was controlled by the Soviets and said that she thought the Soviets were doing much better with East Germany than the West was doing with West Germany.
Angela Davis said that? Oh, yeah. That one didn't age well. That was a bad take.
It's a bad take, Angela. She also supported the people of Jonestown.
What?
They,
She's a Kool-Aid supporter?
Yeah, people don't know this. I didn't know this either till I watched the Jonestown documentary with CT and Harker. They were all weirdo socialist woke types.
Oh yeah,
at Jonestown. Yeah, I didn't even know that at all.
They drank the Kool-Aid literally.
She supported them. Obviously before the suicide, she supported them, but
she doesn't support them after the suicide.
I don't know what she did, but she supported them and she confirmed their conspiracy theories that they were, under attack by America. So
this chart is making the rounds. I saved it because I knew it would come up on Sunday. So the
chart is this?
Angela Davis quote is basically, obviously, that's a belief. That's not empirically verified in any way, shape, or form. Racism is embedded. I mean, they want to change the definition of racism just so they can make that claim. So the chart is the 15 characteristics of white supremacy culture. What's this chart? I don't know. This is all comedy to me these days.
Where did this chart come from?
It came from the libs of TikTok.
Okay.
Come on, it's got to be true.
Well, no, I'm assuming it's true. I feel like someone sent this to me, and I looked at it for like a second. I didn't process what I was looking at.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just. Do we know what specific school it came from, or does this come from a school or something?
I have no idea. Yes, but I mean, we've seen this. We've seen this list. This list is basically.
No, I know it's the Kate Biddle.
That's the origin
chart.
of it. Kate Biddle,
right.
Yes.
Right.
But I feel like this one here.
Or, I'm sorry. I always combine Biddle with Kate's to be like the same person. It's Patricia Biddle who created P + P = R, and Judith Katz or Cates who made the chart. Okay, it's the Judith Katz chart. Right.
So just the objectivity one is the one that always, because I mean you can't, like, they're basically the claim that they're making about that claim Angela Davis makes about racism is just infused in society. You're immediately going to go to citation needed, right? What's the causal connection there? What evidence do you have that is objectively true? But they're like, we don't need look, what? That's white supremacy asking us for all this focus on objectivity is white supremacy. That's why they do that.
It is super fucked.
Yeah. It is
people are saying this came from a college, a university. And someone's saying, no, it's from a Holiday Inn Express CRT conference.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It says, let me read it.
Well, it's not. It doesn't matter that it's in Dismantling Racism Workbook 2001.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Tima Ocon and Kenneth.
Oh wait,
Jones.
bring it back up for a second. I was going to read it.
Let me see. I can do that.
It was 15 characteristics of white supremacy. We got to know, what is white supremacy?
White supremacy culture. Okay.
How will our chat know how to fight white supremacy without this useful chart?
Right. Number one,
Yes. I don't see it.
What? I brought it up. Yeah. Number 1.
Okay. Takes a second. Number 1, perfectionism.
Guilty. I'm fucking totally guilty.
I knew it. I knew Adam was a white supremacist. I knew it.
But hold on. Can there be other cultures? Like, let's say we have a culture in South Africa that's predominantly black. Could they embrace perfectionism, or is it only?
No, it's only white people.
Okay. Good to know.
Asians, Indians, not known for having a sense of perfectionism. Either just white people. Okay.
The second one is very is very, I mean, it's very disheartening in the context of this video that we're watching, because they're basically saying that we should have some sense of urgency about dealing with racism.
Right.
We haven't dealt with it in forever. That's Jon Stewart's argument here,
So
right?
there's this chart says that a sense of urgency is part of white supremacy. A sense of urgency.
Right.
Doesn't that seems super duper racist? Doesn't it?
Oh, hell yes.
Because whenever I remember reading like the weirdo like race science papers. I forget what this was in relation to, like years ago. And a lot of them focused on like, black people don't have a sense of urgency because they didn't have crops and they weren't farmers. Like, it's like this weird line of logic that they go down about, like, black people are always late because white people had to farm and they had seasons. Like, there's this whole weird like realm of logic that ties to. So it's super weird to see some CRT fucking people just repeating, white nationalist, white supremacist talking points. But okay. Defensiveness. There you go. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that defensiveness, one of the key components for every human being alive to try to overcome, is specifically just applies to white supremacy.
Yeah.
It's part of the culture. White supremacy. Okay.
It's
not part of every
I'm not sure even what they mean by none of these are clearly defined enough.
Well, what they mean is, like, if you call out a white person for being racist or participating in a white supremacist system, then they become defensive because you just call them racist. So.
Excessive sensitivity to criticism is what I have in my little dictionary. So
this is a weird. So we have quantity over quality, which I don't understand that one really at all. I mean, some people feel that way, some people don't.
Many people have also pointed out that this is a contradiction with perfectionism. That perfectionism is the opposite of that. Yeah.
That's a great point. This one is super duper weird. Worship of the written word. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Are white people, like, under this chart, is like white culture like a bunch of cavemen or something? They're like, oh, it's written on paper, it must be a magic spell. Once the words are written, they have power. They must be true. It is written in the pages. How could this witchcraft ever become to pass? Like, what is that? What are they trying to say there?
Well, they're trying to distinguish themselves. Like, they're trying to basically say an oral tradition has some credence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're saying,
well,
they've been taught black culture is an oral tradition. That's what they believe, but I'm not sure it's true. Yeah.
Well, and also probably because CRT doesn't believe in objective reality and science. And so they probably tie that all into like written word. Like, oh, you care about studies and science? That's all written word gobbledygook. You just got to listen and believe.
Yeah, of course.
So we have only one right way. We have paternalism, which is interesting.
Only one right way. I mean, that one's just kind of a throw in. Paternalism is kind of just a throw in. Well, I mean that's the feminist throw in.
Right. That's a strange one.
Either or thinking.
Or thinking.
I'm not sure what they even mean by that one.
They mean like I guess they're saying white culture is like there's only one way. Well, I guess it's just saying one right way to do something again. Like it's either or, there's no middle ground here, which
I guess black and white thinking is what they would say.
Black and white thinking. Right.
They probably at one iteration of this chart had black and white thinking on the chart, and they were
we can't
like,
have that.
That would be racist. We have to find another way to say black and white thinking.
Right. This is just human. They're just taking like all of human failings and they're just saying this is white culture.
Oh, basically. I know. Yeah. This is
black and white thinking, tribalism.
This is like what racist whites did, 100 years ago to black people.
Right.
This is like they've resurrected race science and just changed the target.
Right. Power hoarding. That's not a white person thing.
That's a
dictator's
human
handbook.
Yeah. Thing. That's like humans.
You think let's look at all the non-white dictators throughout human history. How do they feel about power hoarding?
Yeah.
This is so racist. Fear of open conflicts. I guess they just mean like being polite. In society, I think that's generally a good thing. And I'm not against that. Individualism. We've talked about this. Individualism is bad. We all have to be part of the collective, obviously. Socialism. I am the only one, so we're just repeating individualism. Progress is bigger, more.
Right. Which that's an anti-capitalist one right there.
Oh, okay, you're right. That's anti-capitalism. Okay. And then, of course, we have our favorite, objectivity.
Which I don't know how anybody can be against objectivity.
Oh, my God.
You can't have morality without objectivity.
Adam, objectivity is the foundation of white supremacy. Everything's relative. I don't know what you're talking about.
You can't. There are lots of things you lose as soon as you move to the subjectivity. It's great.
Everything is relative. Just listen and believe. Okay. That's all you got. If a black person tells you a story, that's all that matters. Well, you don't need studies. You don't need polls. You don't need all this This is all bullshit. It's all bullshit, Adam. Throw objectivity in the trash.
No, I'm sticking with it. Yeah.
Okay. My lived experiences are more important than your objectivity.
Standpoint theory. Fucking hate it.
Yep. And then the last one, right to comfort, which is an interesting one.
Which, I don't know okay.
I mean, isn't that the goal? Shouldn't that be the goal of most societies, that people live comfortable lives? Right?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's too ambiguous. I don't necessarily
I guess.
Know. As someone who occasionally goes to the gym and gets very uncomfortable, I don't necessarily know what they mean.
Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, I thought that's what Jon Stewart was talking about. I thought black people want to be able to live comfortable lives.
Yeah, I thought that's what they were going.
I thought that's what we're talking about here.
But categorizing living comfortably as white supremacy and also something you're fighting for, it basically means you're fighting for white supremacy.
Right.
Yeah.
Rico Zorro for $20. Thank you, Rico. Says, I think the comedy is in fact those that usually champion policy that require more government systems are now declaring said systems bad. What's the solution? More systems, guys. The old head to wall repeat method should do it. That's a good point. The people who have been advocating for more government systems for the last 40, 50 years are now saying that all those things that they're advocating for are all horribly racist and need to be torn out root and stem, which is very bizarre.
They were bad policies. Yeah.
Well, no, it goes deeper than that. They're saying that the system is inherently racist. It's not just thank you, Counter Revolution, for joining the Free Will Seeker. Diogenes, I can't read what you fucking super chatted, Diogenes. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Diogenes? This fucking super chat.
Is it terrible?
It's horrible. We might get enough trouble for this as it was enough spicy jokes have been levied during this stream, but you want to get us kicked off of YouTube.
They're trying to one up us.
That's
That's a problem.
Derek Woodward, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Crap Spackle for $20 says Chris Rock also said in one of these clips that they left out that the most racist I think they mistyped. They said the most racist people in America, the most racist person in America is an old black man. What's interesting that if Chris Rock said that, I mean, obviously they would leave that out because
that's
conform to the narrative.
That's what they cut out. Hilarious.
No.
Such liars. CT sent me this Aiden Paladin riding a white elephant.
Yeah, we have a new emoji when we have enough members of we have the Sitch elephant, the Adam elephant, and now we have an Aiden elephant.
Look at that. She's got her cocktail and everything.
Yeah, it looks great.
Sweet.
Baldwin went all the way to England to explain it because he wanted to do it at white people headquarters.
It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you.
For fuck's sake, Frederick Douglass told white people the rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me. He said that in 1852. And now, 170 years later, suddenly we're like, hey, you seem upset.
This is so... I don't disagree with anything that quote. That quote is true, especially back then. But it's like, he's acting like nothing has happened.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we abolished slavery and then just nothing. And then 2022, George Floyd dies. Like, there's been nothing that's happened in terms of progressing, race relations and racial equality in this country for, over 100 years. It's just a vacuum until George Floyd died.
Yeah, that's why it's so infuriating, because there's a lot of progress has been made.
Yeah.
And Jon Stewart comes out and he's like, all that work, all that hard work that you've done, let me just piss all over it. Let me just piss in your face here and call you a racist.
Yes.
And act like you've done absolutely nothing.
Yes.
Here, let me wipe my feet on your fucking carpet here. My dog shit fucking soiled shoes on your carpet.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's evil. What he's doing is evil. And then he's acting like he's the big moral arbiter of shit. Like, let me come out and speak for white people. Yeah, it's infuriating. And worst of all, none of his jokes are funny. Like, I might be able to get over this if any of his jokes were actually solid jokes, but these are real weak sauce fucking jokes.
We're still cool though, right? Did we do something? Black people have given us step-by-step instructions through the centuries. They didn't even do that with the electric slide. By the way, 3 steps and then you bend. I don't want to get into it.
That laughter is so fake. I can't, no, that's not real laughter.
And yet, even after all that, the
whoa,
wealth gap.
You didn't like that electric slide joke, Adam?
No.
Was it on that electric slide joke? Wasn't key on point?
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay. But look, he's doing
median household net
he's
worth.
doing the thing that I talked about. Okay, he's doing the wealth gap.
Yeah.
Not the income gap. This is all housing, basically. I'm curious if anyone's done this where they remove housing from the equation to see how different the gap is.
Well, also, a million conservatives have told me that the demographics of blacks is all like
very different. So,
well, the median age is like 25 or 20 or something like that.
Right.
And the median age for whites is like 50, which obviously that's going to create a giant wealth disparity. I got to tell you, when I was in my 20s, I was dirt poor. Like, obviously. So that would, like, some age chain, I don't know, what do you even call it? Including some age.
Well, yeah, if you have a lot more older white people, you know, and old people in general are going to have more money.
Yeah.
And more wealth, specifically more wealth, then yeah, it's going to completely skew the statistics.
Yes.
So
yeah. Of course, Jon Stewart is not going to bring that up because the whole point of this is just to create white people bad propaganda. Which, yeah, it's so.
Well, and it's annoying because, like, you
antithetical to the cause.
Yeah, like, I do think the wealth gap is a problem. I'm not opposed. I do think it is a problem, even though I think it comes from something very specific. But I don't think saying white people bad is going to solve that problem. Just berating white people isn't going to create, you know, racial equality in our country, racial economic equality specifically in this country.
It is going to demoralize blacks and make them less likely to study hard and try to become homeowners.
It's going to demoralize black people, and it's going to make white people super racist.
Yep.
Because they're going to say, well, you know, everyone's attacking me by the basis of my skin color, while minorities are allowed to use their identity politics to unify and gain political power. Therefore, I should be doing the same thing, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole white nationalist alt-right shit that's now, it's literally a reaction to wokeness.
Yes.
And that's all it is.
Yeah. So my causal narrative holds true. They are the ones creating the problem.
They are. And it's funny because they say, oh, no. This is all in response to Barack Obama becoming president. It's like, really? Then how come it started in like 2015? Obama was president for 6 or 7 years before suddenly the people became racist against him. It's a little, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Terrible.
Worse now. Home ownership, worse now.
Oh, they did include home ownership there.
Right. But I'm saying that's probably the big issue with the. Well, this is interesting too, because he's saying it's worse now than it was in 19 years ago.
2000 to 2019. Oh, okay.
Well,
you're right.
Also, I mean,
the 2008 housing crisis. I mean, like, I'm noticing that.
Yeah, it's kind of
yeah,
you know, a problem. But did COVID start at the end of 2019?
I mean, they're doing pretty well if they only lost five points off of after the housing crisis.
Yeah, but white people only lost 1 point, so that's what they're.
A lot of people lost their homes.
So according to this chart, it says the median age in 2019 for white people is 44. And the median age for black people is 34. And so the median age overall for Americans is 38.
So they're saying 42% of black people own homes?
White and black. I guess that's what they're saying, yeah.
Because, I mean, if I guess a homeowner would be, I mean, obviously the kids don't need to be homeowners, right? Like, or do they count black kids as like not a homeowner? They're in the
No.
They're
they're not counting kids. No.
They're in the 58% that doesn't own homes.
Oh, well, that's a good point too. Yeah, if there's a age, if that's not accounted for, was it National Equity Atlas?
Well, also the age I mean, what I just said earlier could be being expressed in these demographics right here. If the median age of a white person is 50, obviously there are going to be more homeowners that are in their 50s than there are in their 20s. If the median age for blacks is 25, I mean, I didn't own a home when I was 25. Like, most 25-year-olds are not homeowners. That's a rarity. So if 58% of blacks are in their 20s, obviously those people are going to be less likely to be homeowners.
Right.
Which is this is how they lie to you with statistics. But this is, you know, Jon Stewart's making a very funny joke here that's really inspiring. This is supposed to really inform me about the world so I can make intelligent decisions about how everyone's racist and we have to teach CRT in school. So the school teachers can come and lie to my kids.
Right.
Or lie to your kids. I don't have any kids, but you can always tell when Sitch is reading on the show, catching up on his homework.
I'm looking at the charts of home ownership. It doesn't.
Oh, you're trying to get to the real answer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's funny because it's the same website I looked at that had the median age being off by 10. So that obviously has some, I'd wager, a large impact on, especially in home ownership. But no, it doesn't say it accounts for age or children or anything like that. So
okay.
So that would throw off the numbers
hugely. Yeah, they trot out these numbers like they mean something.
Right.
Like,
I mean, I'm assuming white home ownership is more than black home ownership, but it would be substantially different, I imagine, if you remove children from the pool.
Yeah. Are we trying to get one? Does a 6-year-old black kid in elementary school need to own a home? Do we have to throw him into the fucking mix here? What exactly? How are we supposed to be doing equality? Right? It's just stupid. All this is designed to do is just to make. Right. This is how you create racism right here. We were fighting. This is what's so demoralizing about it, because I feel like I feel like my whole life people have been fighting against this stuff, and now the internet
well, it's just
virtue signaling came in.
It upsets me because these are issues that I don't want there to be a gap in wealth between white families and black families. I think that's awful. And these are not solutions to actually fixing or tagging any of these problems.
Well, I don't even know that the way that they've described it, you can't even, objectively say with 100% certainty that there is a problem. Because
it seems like this is definitely a gap here.
Well, I don't know how much difference the age thing makes.
Oh, sure, it makes a big difference.
Did you find the median age of blacks?
Yeah, I said it was. Let me go back. It was like 34.
Okay.
According to the same website that he's drawing these statistics from, the median age for black people in America is 34, and the median age for white people is 44. So it's a 10-year difference.
Right, but it is. I didn't own a home when I was 34, so there is a difference there. I mean, you got to admit you're far more likely to own a home at 44 than at 34.
Right, but then you could say though, so it says the mean age for the Latino population is 29. And so even though they lag in a lot of economic metrics, they lag less than black Americans do. So it's not just age.
Right. Well, it's woke stuff too, obviously.
Right.
It's demoralizing.
Right, but this has been but it's not like this is recent. I mean, this has been the numbers have been lagging before woke stuff was fucking around. But
okay, cool. Jon Stewart, funny guy.
Yeah. Hex sent us a clip from Joe Rogan.
Oh, really?
What is this clip, Hex?
81% of major U.S. metropolitan areas were more segregated in 2019 than in 1990. I mean, okay. Just the segregation thing. People self-segregate. I don't know what you want to do. Like more student unions are segregated too. It's not my way,
But again, this is all useless. Why? Just saying, look at these problems without actually saying, well, why do these things exist is fucking useless. It's so easy for people to look at numbers and say, look at disparities, look at problems. It's like, okay, what do you want our politicians to do about them? If you trust, we don't trust our politicians for doing jack shit. You trust them to figure out with intelligence and nuance what's causing these problems and then to pass effective legislation. You got to spoon feed them this crap. Tell us why, UC Berkeley or Jon Stewart, because maybe the UC Berkeley thing does tell us why.
Segregation worse now. On average, a white high school graduate is wealthier than a black college graduate. Forget about them telling you.
Okay, that's dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because of the age difference.
It's not. It says median household wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what all they're saying is that the average white high schooler who graduates from high school has wealthier parents than the average black person who graduates from college.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that means. But it doesn't mean that like a white high school kid is getting paid more to do a job than a black person with a college fucking degree,
Right.
which is what it makes it seem like it's saying.
Right.
All this means is, yes, white people on average have wealthier parents than black people on average. We know.
Yeah.
I understand.
Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. We let St. Louis have a Federal Reserve. That's fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Revoke.
The Hex says it's a clip of Jon Stewart advocating for the South African model of reparations. Oh, wow.
Oh. So he's like a reparations guy.
We'll put that in after we watch this.
Forget about them telling you even the stark facts don't seem to matter.
Black Americans should understand.
They have it.
You know, Jon Stewart's like he's been out of the game for too long.
Mm-hmm.
He's drawing from Bill O'Reilly.
I know he hasn't been on the air in
Jeez,
forever.
I thought he died. I didn't even know he was still alive.
Bill O'Reilly was his old arch nemesis. So this is why he's going back to the well here. He's like, I remember this will get my audience angry. Old Billo.
Understand that if they study and work hard, they will likely succeed in this country.
Just not as much as white people who don't study as hard.
See, and this is why this is so dishonest, because so he has a stat that he thinks is refuting Bill O'Reilly's point, which it doesn't.
Nope.
It's just talking about how much wealth your parents have.
Yeah.
That's all it says.
And he's enforcing the narrative that I believe is the source of the problem. The narrative that no matter how hard you work, okay, you could get straight A's. You could be a fucking genius. You could be the next Albert Einstein. But if you have the wrong skin color, all of that is going to be wasted. You're
going
gonna
nowhere.
waste your time. Yeah, exactly. Get back. You're mopping the floors, kid. Get back in the. You're a dishwasher now. So if you tell people that, you'd be a fool to try. You'd be an idiot to try. Why would you demoralize people like that, John? Why are you causing this problem?
So the actual statistic that John would have to pull out to compare, to make this claim, he'd have to compare black college graduates to white only high school graduates. Salary. Okay, not their household wealth, their salary or their income, to see. That would be the real stat you'd be looking for, Joe.
Did you find it?
John? No, I'm looking for. I don't know if this stat is ever.
Sitch is amazing. Sitch is totally amazing. Right now he's digging. It's like he's hacking into the matrix. He's basically got every single browser tab open possible. He's going to find the details for us.
So this is very dishonest. I found some random article from some publication I heard of, and it says the average white high school dropout earns more than the black college graduate. Okay.
Okay.
So you read, you think, oh, that's exactly what Sitch is talking about. But then if you actually read it, it's not what they're talking about. They're not talking about income. They're not talking about salary. They're talking again about household wealth.
Rich parents.
Okay. So if you have a white high school dropout, there's more likely to be living with their parents than a black college graduate.
Yeah.
And they're saying that the household wealth is more for the white person.
Yeah. It's called lying.
Come on. What are we doing here?
They're doing this to demoralize. They're literally doing this to keep black people down. I'm just calling it. These people are racist fucks.
We have been told over and over and over again by black people that this country has never resolved the original sins of slavery and segregation. But the response to that is always,
if Barack Obama can make it as the son of a single white mom, then so can everybody else.
Oprah Winfrey is perhaps the best example of a talented person who made it on her own in America.
LeBron James is a great American success story.
How can America be racist if Cleveland has a championship? It doesn't seem to matter what black people tell us or how many times they say it. It lands on deaf ears because a large swath of white America believes that black Americans are solely responsible for their community struggle. And the bias is so pervasive, we don't even notice it.
Crap. Who's responsible?
I know. I'm revolting at this because he's not making any arguments. This argument is, first of all, it's like 1,000 years old. We've heard this over and over and over again.
Yep.
It's basically just a giant straw man. We've brought up half a dozen points here to refute all this already, but nobody ever responds to the points we're making.
Well, John's not even making points. He's just he's castigating, white America, not even the government, white America for not doing something. I don't know what it is beyond reparations, I guess. They're not doing something.
Well, he didn't even make a response to the whole, they're rich black people.
Right.
I mean, what is the response there? Oh, just ignore that. Okay. All right.
Let me tell you straight out. Everyone who uses drugs.
Oh, no. He's going to go down the war on drugs route. Jesus Christ.
Of course.
This is
of
fucking,
course.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't take it.
Well, it's going to get worse because he's going to...
War on drugs.
You'll see. What he's about to do is really, really stupid.
All this can be pinned on the war on drugs. It's all the war on drugs. So sad. I was arguing on Twitter about progressive policies because, I always point out that prohibition was a progressive policy that failed. It was like a catastrophic failure. But did you know that the war on drugs came out of the prohibition because all of the different municipalities hired so many extra law enforcement agents, policemen, whatever, to prosecute prohibition. Prohibition is when they made, for those of you who don't know, when they made alcohol illegal in the United States. It was championed by the progressive movement because a lot of drunk people were beating their wives. So it was like a feminist thing, basically.
Well, the war on drugs sort of like the 70s. I thought didn't come out of... Prohibition ended far before then. I don't know if that's
right, but they started prosecuting marijuana in place of prosecuting alcohol.
Okay.
You've said before, once a program gets started, it's hard to kill it. I see this as kind of the same exact thing. It's like, okay, well, we've hired all these police officers and now alcohol is legal. So we got to find something new to do. Oh, I know. Weed is still legal.
The war on drugs was 100% Nixon just trying to arrest, hippies and liberals and stop them from protesting.
So
that was the intention of the war on drugs.
That's involved in there too. So he used it to his advantage.
Right.
So the war on drugs wasn't just about targeting white people, targeting black people. Was Nixon targeting hippies?
Right. So that's where the dishonesty comes from. They say, oh, the war on drugs was created to clamp down on black people. No, the war on drug was created to clamp down on young Democrat voters by the Nixon administration. And a lot of those happened to be black people, but it wasn't to clamp down on black people who were the minority in that group. It was to clamp down on hippies. Really, it was to give the police excuse to break up, Vietnam War and anti-Nixon protests, essentially. So,
Nixon, wow, what an a-hole!
And perchance, Who would this everyone be?
Crack has become the new franchise, a chemical McDonald's. You want to get high, you see the guys in the gangs, in the red and blue outfits.
The front line in the war on crack.
There are tens of thousands more crack babies.
Oh, the crack babies. I remember this. The crack babies.
On the way.
Crack babies
are going to overwhelm every social service delivery system.
Before, we could afford to ignore the hopelessness represented by gangs, but now we're afraid it will affect...
You know what you do when you're demoralized, when you've been told that there's no way that you can succeed, even if you're the Albert Einstein of black people, that it's pointless to try, you can never get ahead. You know what you do after you're done being demoralized? You turn to drugs. There's nothing else to do.
You turn to drugs, or you seek employment opportunities outside of quote unquote conventional legal systems.
Right. Yeah, which is drugs.
Right.
Fuck.
Affect our school.
See, do you agree with me? It sounds like maybe you do, that wokeness is the problem.
Well, it is in a sense, because like the reason gangs become popular in an area is because the area has what is viewed as, by the people living in it, a lack of recourse from the government for solving problems or for moving up in the world. So people have to turn to gangs or the mafia to either move up in the world or to solve local problems that the government isn't solving. It's because there isn't enough police and systems and infrastructure in the area. It's not because there's too much police. Like how does defunding the police help solve gang violence? It's a completely insane position to have.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, if only people weren't getting I mean, I guess this is sort of like the weird California approach with shoplifting. It's like, oh, if only the police weren't arresting people for committing crimes, then less people would be committing crimes. It's like, I mean, I guess that works in some sane way for looking at paper numbers, but that's not how reality works.
Yeah, more people commit crime. Is it? I mean, why can't they hire these guys as cops? Isn't that like an job opportunity?
There you go. Hire all the gang members as cops. I don't think that's a terrible idea, honestly.
Well, I'd rather them. I mean, if someone's predisposed towards violence, I'd rather that violence.
Make them a cop?
Well, no, I'd rather that violence be used to solve problems than to create problems. I mean,
right, but there has to be you have to indoctrinate people, and we talked about this. You turn wolf into sheepdogs, basically.
Yeah, totally.
Right, but you can't just take someone who's has views of society and the world in a very antisocial way, and you put a badge on their chest and you make them a cop. I mean, they're just going to be a cop.
Yeah, obviously, you're making my argument here.
Oh, okay.
This is why. Yeah, this is why I think wokeness is the source of the problem, because it's literally creating people that are unsavable.
Right.
Unsalvageable.
Right.
This wokeness wouldn't, I mean, they should be turning the wolves into sheepdogs in grade school, but instead they're teaching them CRT, teaching them.
Yeah, to make them more wolves. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Break away from the American pack, create your own pack.
Yes.
Like literally in the CRT book, it's like on page fucking 2 of the introduction. They're like, CRT wants to adopt a race consciousness approach, which thinks that black people and white people should interact via a nation-to-nation relationship.
Oh, that's going to work.
Yeah, CRT literally wants black people to view themselves as an independent fucking nation than the rest of the country.
Terrible.
And this is supposed to be, the path to making the country better.
I thought wasn't Jon Stewart complaining about segregation a minute ago?
He was, but
don't you think that would make segregation a little bit worse?
Just
if
a
you
little
told
bit.
black people, report to your nation.
Yeah.
Sorry, California's closed. Report to your nation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Our streets.
It's as innocent looking as candy, but it's turning our cities into battle zones, and it's murdering our children.
Mm-hmm. What kind of fucking candy do you eat?
Is that a funny joke?
Is not that funny.
That's not a funny joke.
Listen, most of those people don't. George H.W. Bush is a little stretching back for a long time.
Now, this is not to downplay.
He's talking about like rock candy, I assume.
I mean,
He's an
it
old
looked
man.
like powdered sugar.
He's talking about. Oh, maybe he's talking
I
about
mean,
powdered sugar.
I'm thinking of getting a sugar cube myself just for. I'm a little hungry.
I assume he means rock candy. He's an old man. He remembers the little rock candy. You know, you go to like, there's some store. It wasn't the crack. It was like the Cracker Barrel. Some of those old timey stores. They have like the little rock candy that you buy from like a million years ago. I assumed as a small child that it was mined by dwarves or something.
Oh, I remember that candy. Oh,
yes.
So good. And
The effects epidemic.
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay.
Now, this is not to downplay at all the effects of the crack epidemic, but we are currently in the midst of an equally corrosive opioid epidemic, although that affects a slightly different everyone. And how is that portrayed?
America's addiction to opioids is playing out right down the street. Every type of person you can imagine. Successful people, funny people, moms, dads, grandparents, injured athletes, cancer patients, war veterans. Chances are greater than ever you know someone directly affected. Why are opioids so hard to quit?
Well, that's fucking easy. It links opioid receptors and inhibits an enzyme that I'm not going to get into it right now. But the point is, it's on purpose. And the people who made it that way only had to pay a fine. But that's drugs. I'm sure poverty doesn't have the same empathy gap.
So
I'm so lost here. What the fuck is he even talking about?
Okay. So this is very dishonest. What he's saying is, when it came to crack, because it was affecting black people, they said, it's, evil drug users are taking drugs. But then when it comes to fentanyl, which is affecting white people, it's, poor white people are being affected by drugs. Okay. That's the argument he's making, which is inherently dishonest because we've had 30 fucking years, 40 years of people's attitudes about drug use have changed since the fucking, crack epidemic in this country. Okay. Attitudes have completely changed about drug use. It's completely unfair to say that it's just a race issue. That's why it's different. And secondly, the crack problems, whether that was true or not, was believed to be linked to an increase of violence and specifically gang violence at the time. Now I could be wrong. I don't take fentanyl. I don't know. But are these neighborhoods of white people taking fentanyl, are they immersed in gang warfare right now?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, not that I don't know, maybe. But that's the issue here. It's not the drug use. It's the violence that surrounds the drug use that gets, everyone's up in arms about this stuff.
Yeah, gets their hackles up.
Right.
But also, I mean, I've heard that part of the opioid problem is somebody goes in for some medical procedure and the doctors just way overprescribe opiates. And the next thing you know, people get hooked. That's a much different getting hooked on drugs scenario than life is bleak and the woke have sold me this idea that I'm never going to get ahead and I'm going to just turn to drugs to drown my sorrows away.
Right. And while there definitely are people, I don't know what the numbers are, but while there definitely are people that turn to heroin and fentanyl sold on the street or illegally, a lot of it, what happens is what you said. People get a prescription, they're overprescribed drugs, and they're either able to continue to get the drug from their doctor or they go to one of these bullshit, finger quote pain clinics.
Yeah. Which
they just hand this shit out.
Yeah.
You say, you have back pain and you get, your fucking opioids. So it's a completely different problem. And we have a problem that's existed 40 years later. It's a completely different problem. And Jon Stewart's saying, he's simplifying it very ignorantly, saying this is the only reason that the population, the culture is reacting differently to these two different drugs is because of racism.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No good.
Let's not be stupid, John. Come on.
Yeah, bad.
Inner city is a polite name for ghetto, as in black ghetto.
Why is that funny?
I don't know what that's even.
And that's the award-winning PBS journalist. So,
isn't it weird? Like, I guess
yeah.
he's saying it's bad that the guy said black ghetto from like the 80s or 90s.
Yeah.
When that was shot.
That's Bill Moyers. That guy is as progressive as it gets. That's the fucking bleeding heart liberal of all bleeding heart liberals. But
So
now they're going to throw
him?
him under the bus because he said a naughty word from 50 years ago.
Yeah, like, why do we have to look back 40, 50 years for these evidence of racisms that are still going on today, John? So you're not really helping your argument here.
No, he's killing his argument. And not only that, he's destroying any credibility he once had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Curiosity, is the black ghetto poor?
Intelligent Americans know.
No, going back.
It is the collapse of the traditional family that is wreaking havoc in the African American community.
72% of black babies are born to single mothers.
If they would start talking about the responsibilities of fatherhood.
Dependency on welfare was breaking up black families.
The breakdown of the black family and an extraordinarily dysfunctional, toxic inner city culture.
Inner city? Excuse me. The politically correct phrase is black ghetto.
Dude, this is so bad.
This is so weak.
Yeah.
This is so scratching the bottom of the barrel here.
Yeah.
John.
So sad.
Good day. By the way, how do we portray poverty in the outer city?
Ruggedly beautiful and deeply poor Appalachia for decades has struggled.
People here have struggled more and more as their factories have shuttered and their coal mines have closed.
It's been a slow, painful drip of job losses for decades.
It used to be with a high school degree, you could get a job that actually could provide for your family. Yeah. And the disappearance of those may lead people to feel a lot more stressed.
So that low self.
This is so fucking dishonest. Okay. I want everyone to understand, especially if you're just listening, what happened. So Jon Stewart, he played a series of clips entirely from Fox News commentators, saying, the reason that, the black community overall is having worse economic outcomes is because of, the breakdown of the family and welfare, all the things we've heard,
Yeah.
And some of those things are not necessarily untrue. A lot of things are true to some extent, but we've heard that all before. Okay. So you have political pundits making pundit points that part of the reason they're making those points is because it's like they're anti affirmative action or they're anti welfare. They're actually trying to advocate for something on their political team. Okay, and then he's going to say, see, when they talk about black poverty, you have a bunch of bigots, and he plays a bunch of people on Fox News, and then he says, oh, but when they talk about white people poverty, look how nice they are. Okay, listen to all these nice people that they're empathizing with all these poor white people. They're not attacking them. Well, John, maybe it's because you fucking picked a bunch of clips from fucking PBS and a bunch of other news stations which don't have any political motivation whatsoever. Yeah, obviously, if you get some clips from PBS where it's in their political motivation to make you feel bad for fucking poor people, obviously they're going to be like, yes, look at these poor people in these poor areas. And if you compare that to people on Fox News who are screaming about a fucking political motivation, obviously the energy is going to be a little different. Obviously the rhetoric's going to be a little fucking different. And you could find on fucking PBS, because I've seen these a million times. You can find on PBS, you can find on NPR, you can find on all the other news stations, this exact same fucking tone of voice of people talking about the horribleness of poverty, and they'll be talking about it in terms of the black inner city community that you're referring to, Jon Stewart. This is so fucking dishonest.
You can find on PBS a bunch of pundits talking about basically saying that the black community had to turn to drugs, making every excuse in the world for them about how terrible their lives, and the system is completely oppressed them, and that's exactly why they had to turn to drug dealing and crime and shoplifting. Just victims of circumstance, victims of a system that ignored them for too long.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, this is so dishonest.
It is completely dishonest.
To say this has anything to do with race
Yeah.
is insane.
Well, he's forcing it into that race lens, which is what's infuriating.
This would be like saying, okay, here's an analogy of what Jon Stewart just did. He'd be saying, look at how humans talk about women. And then he had a bunch of of whatever the worst passages from, the Quran about, treating women or something, right? Or some other, whatever religion treats women the worst. He had a bunch of religious passages that were like, oh, treat your woman like shit. Use the male, have authority over her. You can beat her with a stick the size of your thumb, blah, 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 blah. Then he said, look at what human beings are saying about men. And then he had a bunch of pieces from the fucking Declaration of Independence and the Constitution that were like, all men are treated equally and have indivisible. You're like, what the fuck? These are two completely different sources, John.
Yes.
That are completely unrelated and in many ways completely opposite from each other.
Yeah. This is lying. It's complete propaganda. He's cherry picking everything. And he's not really even making an argument or responding.
It's just white people bad.
Yeah, the problem with white people. Yeah,
right.
Here it is.
If there's a long list of clips from PBS of them saying, all poor black people, it's their own fucking fault that they're poor, and then the next day it was like, these poor white people in Appalachia just can't get jobs. Then maybe you'd have a fucking argument, John. But that's not happening, and that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
Worth, along with that hopelessness feeling, we start seeing tremendous depression. So how do you relieve depression? You can relieve it with drug use, alcohol use.
White people are poor and do drugs because something has been done to them. Black people are poor and do drugs because they won't just get up and do something.
No, because something has been done to them. By you fucking moron. You're the one doing it. You can't demoralize people and expect them to not turn to drugs. They turn to drugs and crime because they feel hopeless. But this is the source of the hopelessness. I mean, prove me wrong. I would love to be proved wrong. But I really feel like wokeness is the problem.
Everything that happens is viewed through that filter.
What started as peaceful protest devolving into something beyond that.
An explosion of violence today.
This is not what we want people to see.
See, if you believe that racism is the foundation of American society, you're going to be far more likely to go out and loot and burn shit to the ground. Are you not? Of course. I mean, that's motivational fuel right there.
Right.
If you think the system is ultimately fair and that people get an equitable shot at success, you're less likely to burn down the CVS, correct?
It's oh my God, Adam, I don't know how you come up with this. This is like 10-level genius talking point. How does
it just
no wonder Jon
pretty
Stewart
obvious
can't figure
to
this
me.
out. Yeah.
Of the city of Philadelphia.
Well, makes perfect sense. How would you like people to see the city of Philadelphia?
The Eagles' victory touched off a wild celebration in Philadelphia.
The celebration quickly got rowdy. Fans pulled down traffic lights.
The awning in front of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel collapsed.
Started fires and tipped over cars.
Well, it looks like everybody had a good time there last night.
So, first of all, obviously that woman's a fucking moron for saying everyone had a good time about like a fucking riot. Okay, for any reason.
You don't think that was deceptive editing? I feel like it might.
Well, it could be. It could 100% be. I don't know. I have no clue because I'm looking this up now because I don't. So this happened in 2018. Okay. Well, what were you gonna say?
Nothing.
What are you laughing about?
I mean,
I can hear you chop. Oh, I can hear you chuckling. No, but it's so again, like, and I've heard this argument. This is the same. You can hear the dumb fuck bread tube talking points coming from Jon Stewart's millennial writing staff. It's coming out of Jon Stewart's mouth now. Okay, because this was the stupid argument they always made. Oh, why you keep pointing out the riots during the Black Lives Matter protest, but what about all these sports riots? Okay. Yeah, well, listen, come to me when we have an entire summer of sports riots that lead to millions of dollars in property damage, dozens of people fucking dying, and end up causing the economic collapse of entire fucking neighborhoods. Okay. Come to me when that happens, when some fucking piece of shit asshole fucks, who, by the way, I don't care why you write. All those fucking dumb fucks who are tipping over cars should be in fucking jail. Fuck those people. They're scumbag. Okay. You're a scumbag if you're doing that shit. I don't care what the fuck your rationale is, but
do the sports people loot? I'm curious. Do they clean out a Target?
Yeah, probably not. But so come to me when the fucking car they tilted over and the awning of the hotel that they destroyed. Okay. When that causes that entire neighborhood to spiral into a fucking economic depression. Okay. Then we'll have a conversation when that's actually a problem in our country. And that's actually happening. Okay.
Yeah.
Comparing that to the summer of riots where so many people lost their livelihood, so many neighborhoods were sent into economic despair, so many people fucking died, is insane.
Yeah. Dishonest piece of shit.
And very dishonest. Yeah, and I am curious
Jon Stewart is just...
to find if we can find it, that news clip, to see if that is taken out of context.
I'm sure it is.
Because that is a fucking crazy thing to say.
I'm sure it is. Although I got to admit, the white people on the awning is pretty funny.
I don't care about the awning, but flipping over cars is really fucked up.
What a bunch of the awning thing. It's just stupidity.
Yeah, I don't care about the awning thing.
They obviously didn't think the awning would collapse, but the whole time I'm thinking, you dumbass. What do you, it's a fucking awning. Like, the only thing it's supposed to support is sunlight. You can't stand on an awning. Dummies. Can we see I want to see the awning collapse again one more time.
Okay, go see the awning.
Everybody had
pulled down traffic lights.
The awning in front of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel collapsed.
Started fire.
Okay, that's funny. That's just funny. That's funny. The Ritz-Carlton awning collapsed. Yeah, okay. No one's staying at the Ritz-Carlton anymore because a bunch of drunk people got up on the awning and made it collapse. Yep. I'm sure they're really afraid for their valuables in the hotel.
And tipped over cars.
Well, it looks like everybody had a good time there last night.
That's so fake. That's so fake. You know that's so fake.
I mean, it feels...
deceptive editing.
It sounds not great. And it does sound somewhat edited.
J-Mac for $20 says, I care about the awning. I stay at the Ritz-Carlton. Of course you do, Jay. Of course you do, Jay. I mean, I've been to the Ritz-Carlton once, and I was expecting a lot more. It's always the Ritz-Carlton in movies and stuff. You think, oh man, it's got to be like heaven in there, right? I mean, it's nice, but
I thought the Ritz-Carlton wasn't even like, I thought it was like a normal hotel. Like, is it even like a fancy hotel? I don't know if I've ever been to one.
Of course it's a fancy hotel, yeah. I've only been to the Ritz-Carlton once. And it was the Ritz-Carlton actually in New York City too, which you would think like that's the premier Ritz-Carlton, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I thought back in the day, because I know like the name Ritzy. Like I thought back in the day it was some fancy big deal, but now it's just like not. But
a friend of mine
still is.
A friend of mine, her folks got a hotel room at the Ritz-Carlton. I was like, what? The Ritz? I get to see the Ritz-Carlton? That's great. And then I was like, this just looks like a regular hotel room.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
This is just like a regular hotel. I feel a little
maybe
let down.
There's like normal basic bitch Ritz-Carltons, and then there's like actually primo Ritz-Carltons.
I mean, this was the New York City Ritz-Carlton. You'd think.
That's true. You would think that'd be like
this is where Trump stays. Yeah.
Because I'm looking, looked like
okay.
Ritz-Carltons in my areas, like rooms, and they just look like like normal rooms.
I
in the
mean, I was
hotel.
pretty
like slightly
disappointed.
upscale, but not like.
I was really disappointed, to be honest. I wanted to see how the other half live. And then I was like, oh man, this is like a Holiday Inn Express. This is not, I mean, this is how we live. This is not special.
Adam was demoralized after that.
I was. Notice the only point in this when I actually laughed was a clip of people crushing a Ritz-Carlton awning. That's the only moment that was actually funny in this whole thing. That's horrible.
It is.
Where's the comedy, John? You used to be funny. Now you're just like a woke scold.
I know.
A dumbass woke scold creating more hatred and animosity in the world. More contempt from people who, I mean, I feel like if bad shit has happened to you, you should feel contempt. But feel contempt towards the people who are actually doing that bad shit to you. Not some nebulous idea of white people in some other city that are oppressing you and holding you down.
Right.
If you if you live in a city where there's no job opportunities, or I mean, anyone can relate to that. That's not necessarily, the clips on PBS or the white people. Their factory jobs are disappearing.
Right.
They're upset about that.
Right.
But you can't if there is no factory going under, if you're just turning to selling drugs on the street because
you don't have faith in the system,
to
properly be able to succeed in the system because everything's told you that it's rigged against you, then Humpty Moo for $50. Thank you so much, Humpty. Says, not sure how much this is worth anymore. I use Streamlabs because word on the street is that YouTube Susan takes 30% for her massive coke habit.
It's true. Yeah.
It should be good for a loaf of bread, though. Probably. Thank you. We'll make sure we use that $50 or however much. I think Streamlabs takes 10%. That $40 or no, $45. I can't do math. To guide me and Adam will buy the most artisan, fancy schmancy, bread possible.
Yum.
For $45.
I love some bread.
Rico Zorro for $20 says crack equals candy has sugar, which is considered highly addictive. What kind of candy kills? Oh, I think we have the epidemic called diabetes going on.
True.
In 2019, diabetes was the 9th leading cause of death. I just Googled that. Yeah, that's a good point too. That's a great point. Diabetes affects both white and black Americans. I think it even affects black Americans more disproportionately. And it's a huge problem in this country. It's a huge, huge problem. And I didn't mean huge in a joking sense.
Jon Stewart should go after the sugar lobby.
Right.
And thus, the problem with white people.
Look at that. They're fucking cheering.
So what is the problem with white people? I'm not sure I even understand it.
Yeah.
What do we learn from this video, guys?
Well, the white people in the audience are like, yeah, the white Republicans that aren't voting with us. Vote progressive, vote Democrat.
Yeah, they're thinking we're the good ones, basically.
They are. I know.
That's all this
Jon Stewart is thinking he's one of the good ones too. That's why I'm like,
yes.
What a fucking dick.
I know.
The old one of the good ones. Just the moral righteousness, how he's coming out and just let me put a bunch of fake statistics in front of you to make my non-argument about white people being bad. I'm one of the good ones. You don't seem like one of the good ones to me.
No.
You seem like one of the bad ones to me.
Yeah, it's funny because he criticized, he's like, oh, look at them. They're taking the black people off Aunt Jemima and Mrs. Syrup and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, he's criticizing that for being, feckless and useless, which it is.
It is.
But John's coverage of this was just as utterly feckless and useless as taking Aunt Jemima off the packaging. It's the same fucking thing.
I would go worse. I would say
it's actually destructive.
Yeah, it's destructive. It's like taking Aunt Jemima off and then putting like a noose on the fucking on the thing. Oh, well, look, we took Aunt Jemima off. Now we're just going to do a guy hanging from a tree. That's our new fucking logo.
They took Aunt Jemima off, okay, and then they put on Lucille Ball with blackface.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Here's your new package. Fuck you, right? I mean, this is basically this is how are you? I mean, are they basically trying to get white voters to agree with them on policy changes by shaming them into it? I don't know. Seems like that's a losing strategy.
But I think, and I think this is why categorizing this as a religion is so on point, because a lot of this is like, oh, it kind of reeks of, and I think James Lindsay's talking about this kind of like Protestant, you have to prove you're not a sinner via acts of contrition. And so it's like, oh, you prove you're not a sinner, you prove you're not a racist by, clapping and saying white people are the problem, by, voting in a specific way. Like these are all these religious acts to show that you're in like the, the good side of the society.
Yeah.
You're a true believer here. You're one of the faithful and virtuous.
Every community sets up an in-group, out-group. And I think we've really done a disservice by not teaching people that. Like there's all these millennials out there that believe that, they're secular, a-religious people, but they've just been indoctrinated into a completely different religion that sets up the same context. The sinner and the heretic, are the outsiders. And our job is to go out and point it out. You're not in our community. You're a heretic. You're a sinner. You're an evildoer. You're going to burn in hell.
Sinner.
Yeah.
I mean, and it definitely functions like that because, like, if you look at how cancel culture works, and everyone who who's, it's funny because you talk to, whenever these people like change their minds on the left, and they either become enlightened centrist or more likely they end up becoming on the right, they say, oh, I spent all my time being terrified that I was going to say something wrong, and then people were going to cancel me on Instagram or Twitter or something. They're so afraid of that, and it's like so much of this. And it annoys me because this is literally like fucking human psychology 101. And it used to be fucking human sociology 101. Was that before the fucking Marxist shit came in, was that like it's when people are afraid that they're going to get in trouble with their community for some faux pas, it makes them more likely to become hyper aggressive towards other rule breakers in the society because they think that that's going to shield them. That's gonna prove to everyone else that they're one of the good ones. It's like, oh, if this person is accused of being a witch, and I'm afraid that maybe I'll get accused of being a witch, I'm gonna go super fucking hard against this person and say they should be burned at the stake and they should be killed, blah 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 blah, because it's gonna show my commitment to being anti-witch.
Yeah, and
that's what we're experiencing right now with cancel culture. It's just, instead of witch, it's, oh, you're the racist. We have to burn the quote unquote racist at the stake.
Transphobe.
So you're a transphobe. So in order to prove that you're not a witch, to prove you're not a transphobe or a racist, when we identify one, when the mob points one out, you have to be super on board with us and you got to fucking kill them. And if you don't, then we're going to say, it's a little suspicious, Johnny. Johnny, why were you, tepid about, killing that witch, that transphobe witch, that racist witch? Is it because you're sympathetic? Could it maybe be that you are in fact a transphobe racist witch too, Johnny?
Of course, yeah. When we all yelled trans women are women, I detected a little apprehension in your voice, Johnny. It didn't sound like you really meant it that time.
There was a slight waver when you said trans women are women. There's a slight hesitation.
Yes.
That the untrained ear didn't hear, but I heard it, Johnny.
Yes. Off with Johnny's head. Yeah. It's so, they're just acting out. We've made like a bazillion movies and television shows about this behavior, but everyone's acting like it's some original thing. No, it's not. Right. This is fucking ancient psychology being carried out in awful ways.
The problem is that in most of our culture and movies and stories, that problem of mob mentality has always been cast as like a right-wing problem. Like, oh, this is a bunch of right-wingers. This is a bunch of podunk country folk doing this. And so when it's
Christian
the left,
evangelicals.
yes, right.
The
religious
satanic
issue.
panic.
Mm-hmm. And so when the left is engaged in this behavior, to them, they're so blind to it just because you're normally blind to your behavior on your own team, but also because they're like, oh, what you're talking about, this is what right-wingers do. This is what the racist and the the religious people do. The left doesn't engage in this behavior.
Yes, we follow the
as they're burning
science.
someone to the stake.
We're the left. We follow the science.
Yeah.
The biological reality. We cling to the science.
Right.
Only science with us.
Yep.
Remember when the left made a bunch of books about like the Republican brain and stuff, and how predisposed right-wingers were to just believing nonsense and conspiracy theories, and the left were like, the science, the objective, we are the Vulcans of the political spectrum here, only science with us. We would never be led around by our moral intuitions, our emotions. Our elephant would never take us by the nose and lead us everywhere. Yes. And then they threw all of that away with all of the gender shit. It's like, and the CRT stuff. They're literally on a crusade against rationalism and empiricism and objectivity. What happened?
I know.
They fell apart. Jon Stewart here just parading out statistics that are basically just lies. Full-blown lies. He's become Fox News, the thing he used to make fun of.
And that's like, and I'm sure you saw, because it was going everywhere, the answer that everyone's focusing on with the, I can never say her first name correctly, Ketanji Brown Jackson. You know, she was asked to define a woman.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And she said that she couldn't because, she's not a biologist or whatever. And it's funny because everyone jumped on her like, oh, look at, she's like fucking woke as fuck. But it actually portrays something even more hilarious and deeper. Because obviously the answer that she gave, that she can't answer that. I'm not a biologist, right? Obviously that's a virtue signal to woke stuff. She doesn't want to say anything. She's been coached. Obviously, anyone who goes, any Supreme Court nominee that goes through this stuff is being coached before they go through this. And she doesn't want to say anything to upset trans people, so that she ends up not getting chosen. So she's super going to be guarded and careful not to say anything to upset them. But then her answer, because she doesn't really understand wokeness, is actually super offensive to trans people. If you think about it. Yes. She said, I can't define a woman because I'm not a biologist. Okay. She just said that the category of being a woman is a biological fucking category.
Oh, I guess you're right.
And everyone missed that. I'm like, wait a minute. Because that's the exact opposite of saying that trans women are women.
Yeah, she should have said psychologist. Because I'm not a psychologist. Because they're saying that it has to do with what's in the brain.
Right. Or that's why you have, the people from Dr. Phil who say, I can't answer that question, because they don't really want an answer. They want people to be able to do what the fuck they want.
Right.
But that's why I thought it was so funny that she gave that answer, because it shows she's trying to pander to wokeness, but she doesn't even fucking understand it. And she gives the wrong fucking answer. And actually an answer who, if she was on the right, they would have fucking gone after her and canceled the fuck out of her. If she was white and on the right, well, even if she was black on the right, if she was white on the left, they might have attacked her for it. But I think since she's like going to be the first black lady on the Supreme Court, everyone just kind of turned away from that. Because it was like with what was that thing there was some like female Congress lady.
Mhm.
Remember, she said something fairly innocuous about, she used the wrong language to describe like a trans person, but it was fairly innocuous, and like they all
I thought
jumped
she
down her
said.
throat.
I thought she said preference instead of
That was it. Yes,
orientation.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. She said sexual preference.
Why
instead of
would you say
sexual
that? Oh, you said
orientation.
that. Oh, now
Right.
we're totally gonna get screwed.
Right.
Susan's gonna cancel us.
Right. And they jumped down her throat for saying sexual preference. instead of
You
sexual
said it
orientation.
again, Sitch. What are you
Susan doesn't care about
You
sexual
can't say the incantation. Those are the magic words.
Sexual preferences.
Yeah. Which it was. That was the way people would say it, like
For
I don't know,
years, right.
Like 2 years ago. I mean,
Right.
It's not. It hasn't even been very long.
Yeah. And they jumped down her throat for that. And we have the Supreme Court justice says that being a woman's a biological fucking category.
Yeah, biological fact, bitch.
And they don't jump
what she
down her
said
throat
was
for that.
What she said was totally anti-woke when you think about it. I didn't realize that. I'm so glad that you pointed that out. I was trying to think, and I think of it exactly the same way as you. Like these people are catering to a religious constituency, okay? She knows what the reality of the situation is, okay? She is a woman, for goodness sake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So
she's a woman. She knows what a woman is.
she knows the biological reality, but she can't say the thing because that will offend her religious constituents who the Democratic Party wants to cater to for votes. But what I was trying, and maybe you can help me here, I was trying to think, what is the equivalent of like Christianity or Judaism or something that, you know, a gotcha that some senator might try to say to get someone to admit they're not a real Christian, and they would like answer incorrectly. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, I don't know, like one that would be comparable by today's standards, because we don't have.
No, we
those
would
standards.
obviously have to go back in time, but it would be something about, you know, Jesus, second coming. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there was a big fear for many years about, you know, they didn't want to have Catholics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they thought they were going to, you know, just listen to the Pope or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
Wasn't Amy Coney Barrett Mormon? Is she Mormon? Did they ask her any magic underwear
remember.
questions?
I know there's like this weird thing that there's like very few or maybe none or few Protestants. And it's like all like Catholics.
It is
that make up the Christian denomination.
It is a weird thing because if you look at it, if you think about it the way that I more and more think about this, and part of the reason why I think of it like this is
she's
because
Catholic. She's not Mormon.
Part of the reason why I think about it this way is because it aids in my sanity. I do at some level think this is kind of dangerous, and we're really messing around with ideas and institutions that we probably shouldn't be messing around with. But Christianity, thankfully, has been so pacified that we've had situations where, you know, atheists can poke fun at Christians and it doesn't even really affect them. It doesn't change them in their faith. And I think, you know, the Christian faith, I think, is a stabling institution for society, thankfully. And people are drawn to their faith in a way that I don't think you can necessarily talk them out of it. But we're in a situation now where people have this weird gender faith, which I think of it as a faith. And the one question that the senator asked puts someone who is probably leans more towards the religious evangelical type in the role of the atheist, because he's basically asking her a question that he knows goes against her faith, but he's doing it to basically make a spectacle of the crazy things that she believes.
Right.
Which I don't think would ever happen in a religious context. Like when Amy Coney Barrett is a devout Catholic, no one would come out and ask her, hey, do you really tell me about the sacrament? Okay. When you take the sacrament, are you a cannibal? Right? Are you literally eating the body of Christ? Doesn't that technically make you a cannibal? And is cannibalism not illegal in the United States? I feel like it should be. If a cannibalism case came in front of you in the Supreme Court, would you not be able to judge impartially because of your Catholic faith, which makes you a part-time cannibal yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that, I mean, you're basically trying to just point out how ridiculous a religion is, right?
Yes.
I don't know. They got a weird religion going, though, because they can't even define a woman anymore. Name me a crazier religion.
Any religion where you can't figure out who's a man and who's a woman, so you literally can't reproduce effectively, I don't think it's going to survive for very long.
When you're arguing with them, too, the go-to thing that they always say is that they have the science on their side. Adam, this is not a religion. This is truth. This is reality. This is the objective world we're talking about here. But isn't that the exact, I mean, that every religion says that, do they not?
They do.
Every single religion says that it's the objective world that they're talking about. Yeah.
And when it comes to like there's no difference between men and women beyond external sex characteristics, that's completely anti-science. All the science says no.
Yeah.
Women and men have different brains. They think and act differently on average. Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
It's a very well researched and studied topic.
Yeah.
I'm just going to stop for a second and pose so you can get your memes out. Okay, there we go. Get a good picture for your clickbaits.
I know. It's so weak. So weak. I feel like we're having the left camp meme moment. So crazy.
For however sincerely we want to reckon and listen, the truth is America has always prioritized white comfort over black survival.
Wow.
So, oh my God.
You can see Jon Stewart's mouth moving and you can hear millennial woke fucking activist writers speaking. They've shoved their hand up Jon Stewart's ass and they're just puppeteering him.
How would you... I mean, I've lost all respect for Jon Stewart. I mean, this is
so
why would you let yourself be subjected to this?
I know.
Does he believe this stuff?
Yeah,
I mean, this
think
is
he
weird.
does.
I feel like even in the context of what we're talking about, I think Jon Stewart's Jewish, right? I feel like he's decided he's going to start a mega church here, and he's come out as an evangelical Christian. Jesus, come save us all.
Do you have the sin of racism bubbling up in you, Adam?
It's just so weird. It's so weird. Like, come back to the science, tribe. John, come on.
And the funny tribe.
Yeah.
You can't be funny when you have this woke shit hanging over your head.
Totally.
Well, and also, here's part of the problem too.
Oh man.
Did he hire writers that were funny, or did he hire writers that are woke as their primary
woke?
Yeah.
Woke.
Of
Look,
course.
they have some, I'm sure you understand. Okay. You were there for Oscar So White. We got a problem here, okay?
Oh, it's the Oscars today. Did you know that? I didn't even know that.
I stopped. I'm doing my part to fight white supremacy.
By not watching the Oscars.
When they came out with the Oscars So White thing, I thought, oh, they don't want white people to watch the Oscars. Okay.
Yes.
I'll do my part. Fuck you. I won't watch the Oscars. Oh man.
Essentially, that's my exact feeling.
This might be good for us though, okay? Because I'm seeing that Chiron behind Jon Stewart there, and I'm picturing right now it says the problem with white people, but I'm picturing a day when it might say the problem with transphobes or the problem with J.K. Rowling. This could be very good for us. Jon Stewart, you keep letting these woke religious people, work your mouth like a puppet.
Oh, I see. You're saying good for content farming.
Oh yeah, for us.
Yes.
Yeah,
I understand.
definitely.
Okay, gotcha.
Terrible for the black community.
Right.
Demoralizing for anyone who wants to see.
Right.
Who wants to see an honest racial reckoning.
I mean, I'm just saying the problem with white people, and it's like a big red arrow pointing at Jon Stewart.
That
it's a little. This picture's a little bit of a self-report, guys. Don't you think? It's like the problem with white people. Jon Stewart is the problem with white people.
Oh man. Is he gonna indulge? Is there gonna be a JQ episode? Oh my god.
Oh no, John, don't do it.
It's so I don't understand, because you really have to do some real mental gymnastics to be able to not substitute any other thing and go, oh, this is patently racist. I mean, you put the problem with and anything else in that white people category, and you're just in hot water. I mean, it's instantly obvious that this is racist as fuck. But how do they do it with white people and think, oh, well, that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
That's okay.
You're right. Yeah, if it's the problem with black people.
Yes.
But Jon Stewart, I don't know how that would go.
Yeah.
Not well. Not well.
Yeah.
Black people fight so hard for equality that they've been irreparably set back in the pursuit of equity.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Is he going to pull out an explainer? Because I feel like 99% of people have no idea. What? Those are the same thing, John. What are you talking about? I'm hip with the new lingo. Equity means equality.
And
he went with the
real
equity.
Attempt to repair.
Is he literally just saying, like, okay, so what we just give people reparations and then we say shut the fuck up, we never want to hear you complain again? Like, what is how does this work, John?
He fucked up the teleprompter. He's reading off the teleprompter and he fucked up the teleprompter.
No, I think he's joking. He's trying to pretend like he can't say reparations, so he's, when he's about to, he says a different word. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I think.
It's not a teleprompter fuck up?
Yeah, no.
It seems like it is.
No.
A ton of that equity.
Hold on, let's hear it again.
Any real attempt to repair a ton of that damage, reparation.
Yes, yeah.
So he's just advocating for reparations. I wish he would just come out and make an argument for reparations.
Yeah, why didn't he spend this episode making some kind of cogent argument for reparations being the solution to these problems, as opposed to just saying, white people need to shut the fuck up and they're bad and they're lie.
Well, his argument is literally white people are assholes because they won't listen to the argument for reparations that I'm not going to make. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, he's a white person.
You're the one not making the argument. I'm here. I'm ready to listen. Let's hear it. Let's see if it's a good argument. I'm thinking it's probably going to suck and be completely racist and antithetical to everything America stands for, but you go ahead and make that argument.
Sets off white people's "they're coming for our shit" alarm, which we would know ourselves.
See, that's even just fucking completely distasteful. So Jon Stewart is categorizing all white people as greedy pieces of shit. Wasn't there another marginalized community that got categorized as greedy pieces of shit?
Yeah, John, as a fellow member of the tribe,
I know,
you should be aware of these negative stereotypes.
Yeah.
But that's the problem, is that
I don't think it works out good.
We're abandoning like the liberal universalism of being anti-racist to all people, and we're replacing it with the neo-Marxian, it only matters if you're an oppressed person. That's the real thing here. How oppressed, not you as an individual, how oppressed your biological class identifying group is.
Yeah.
If you're part of some group of people, it doesn't matter if you could be a billionaire, but if you hail from some class of people via some biological identifier as being oppressed, then you know what? You run your mouth. Be fucking racist. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Go nuts.
Which class of people advocates for come take my shit away from me? Like, what fucking... Who wants that?
Right.
Had we actually been listening?
My feeling is white people have a very, very serious problem, and they should start thinking about what they can do about it.
Listen.
This is so helpful.
Oh, yeah, of course.
White people, you have a problem. Now, I'm not going to tell you what that problem is, but you have a problem. You need to work on it. Fucking white people.
Dude, I rebel at the idea of some... Listen, you just played a shitload of people on Fox News. I don't like it when the Fox News people come out and say, black people have a problem here. Let me tell you what it is.
Right.
How is this any different? You're literally fucking Fox Newsing it. You're the black version of Bill O'Reilly.
You're right. You're so right. That's hilarious.
Take me out of it.
Understood.
Take me out of it. What? Understood. Okay. Yeah. Well, you're the one using her as a human shield.
Right.
Before this job, I was a...
Oh, is this the behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Like a little doggy.
Oh,
hey,
fuck.
doggy.
You know, that dog is like one of those emotional support dogs.
Yeah.
You know it is.
Derek Woodward, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers. Contrast, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers. GSBI 1005 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, this is really sad because you can still sense glimmers of Jon Stewart's comedic timing and delivery. It's just that the base material is a pile of racist nonsense, and so it kills any humor that could be in the joke. That's very true.
True, yeah. He doesn't know the timing of it because he doesn't know the religion.
Well, because there isn't really jokes.
Yeah, he's in the Hannah Gatsby position here.
Right.
He's like, it's not supposed to be funny, John, okay? This is comedy.
Before this job, I was a DEI officer, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, of course, and it was a very...
I know. Fuck. I'm so glad you found this, Sitch. Oh, my God. This totally...
Oh, no. Out of what?
She's a diversity. So this is... So for those of you who just joined, this is the Jon Stewart's writer's room on the piece that we just watched, okay? It says America isn't over its racist history, the problem with Jon Stewart behind the scenes. Okay.
Right.
So they're going to talk about the problems, I guess.
Yes, but I just think it's so, like, whoever made this video, it has to be a troll, okay? It's so telling. It's like, for our fucking comedy show, our comedy news show, instead of hiring someone with comedy or even news experience, they hire a lady who is a fucking diversity and inclusivity and equity fucking trainer. Has nothing to do with being a comedy. This is why the writing is so dog shit.
How can that be funny? Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
In Deadline... Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's you.
Well, in Deadline Junkies, it's just you see the difference in... I mean, comedy is hard. We would get people all the time that would come in. Deadline Junkies... I ran a writer's lab here in Los Angeles, a comedy writer's lab. Like, I was very specific. And a lot of people... We had a lot of like produced writers in there that were important people. So people would want to get in and you know, rub shoulders with working writers. And people, the one rule that they always would try to sway away from was the comedy rule. I'm going, listen, if you put up pages that are bad and it's at least funny, you know, we're not sitting here for 30 minutes just being tortured by your writing.
Right.
But people so often would be like, you know, it's a kind of a dramedy thing. No, I said comedy, you fucking idiot. Like, no, I want jokes. I want to hear the audience laugh. I don't want you living out your dramedy dream in front of us every week. It's and you would just see, like, this is the writer's room he has basically here. He's got the, well, you know, it's kind of funny but there's the message. This is really important stuff. This is my life here. We have to get it out in front of people. This is a racism I feel.
I think that dog's face encapsulates.
Says it all.
Says it all. That's what my face would be if I heard that my fellow writer was a fucking diversity trainer. I'm like, what are you doing in this fucking room? Why are you here? I work my ass off trying to write scripts for fucking Saturday Night Live or 30 Rock or whatever fucking comedy television show to get to this job. And you were a fucking diversity trainer? What the fuck?
Exactly.
No.
She's probably the reason. The diversity and inclusion officer is probably the reason that the dog is even in the room. Like, she showed up and was like, "What? You don't have someone?"
Okay.
No, she was like, "What? We have an entire writer's room and we have no one with an emotional support dog in here. It's a travesty. What are we doing? There are emotionally unstable people out there that need to represent."
There's emotionally unstable people here in this room right now. I should know because I'm one of them. I want a fucking dog.
There you go.
Before this job, I was a DEI officer, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, of course. And it was
of course. Can you imagine?
Of course, diversity, equity, inclusion, of course. This is almost like a comedic scene. You remember in American Psycho when they're all going over like their job descriptions and they're all like the VPs of like insane things that make no fucking sense. And they'll just talk like this. This would be the modern day, like that's what we need. We need a modern day American Psycho where instead of them all being useless VPs at like banks on Wall Street or investment companies on Wall Street, it's just a bunch of people that are in these fucking useless diversity and inclusion job titles. That's what we need.
How triggering is that last name for you? I'm just curious.
I knew there was something off about her. You can sense it, guys, right? That's not really a person at all. That's a damn dirty duck in a human suit. Oh my God, they're coming for you. The ducks. I knew you couldn't trust these fucking ducks. First, they declared war on me personally, and now they've declared war on comedy. Ducks are dressing up like people and sneaking into the writing staffs of our comedy shows to bring the quality down because the ducks know.
Did you even say the name? Come on, there are people listening. They don't even know what the name is.
This lady's last name is Mallard. Okay. And so the ducks know. The ducks know that if they can get America to be upset at Jon Stewart and upset at comedians, that this will substantially weaken our society. Because unlike Adam, artists are not the immune system of society. Comedians are the immune system of our society. And the ducks know if they can weaken our comedians, we'll get sick and we'll die, and no one will stop the coming duck invasion.
I feel like you're going a little QAnon with the whole duck thing here.
This is real. This is true, Adam.
It's getting a little insane. I hit the mother load with Ms. Mallard here. I don't know. I might have misgendered her. I'm not even sure. Tokara Mallard is a comedian, writer, and actress working in New York City. She is a staff writer on The Problem with Jon Stewart, streaming on Apple TV Plus. Oh, they're nod to the Plus community there. Her stand-up career began in Chicago, where she also took improv and acting classes at the Second City.
Oh, okay. So she does have a comedy background. Why would you go with that as opposed to being a fucking diversity inclusion?
Second City's not that big a deal. I mean, Second City's. We had half a dozen writers in the writers lab.
Yeah, but it's better. It's better than nothing.
Well, no, it is basically. There is nothing on the IMDb page. I've just started here.
Okay.
Takara co-wrote and starred in an episode of the web series The Open Mic. So I guess she was a writer on The Open Mic. So there's a web series from 2017. There's an actress credit, but I didn't see a writer's credit. So maybe she wrote on that. And the thing that I found interesting was we have the problem with Jon Stewart, and we got some of the other problems here. The problem with racism the problem with guns, the problem with the economy, which we're definitely going to have to look into that one. The problem with freedom.
Oh, he makes, I don't know if it's in this clip or the next clip, he makes a very dumb fuck comment about the Second Amendment that you're like, wow, John.
Really? Holy shit.
So let's
holy shit.
Let's continue.
And the problem with war. So we can look forward to those. Okay. Have they all been released, or is that just, did they drop them all at once, Netflix style? Do you know?
Oh, this has been going on for months.
Okay.
On the YouTube channel, you can see a bunch of this stuff.
Okay.
Cool. This is just the first one I never watched any of them before this, so I don't know. They're all terrible, but
all right. Let's see what
very stressful job.
What did you do? Like, what was your purview?
Preparing presentations, making sure people knew what the definition of racism was, like just so that everyone knew what they were accountable for.
How much do you want to bet? She doesn't say it, and I wish she did. How much you want to bet the definition of racism? She was training people as a diversity, equity, inclusion trainer was some fucking P plus P equals R bullshit.
Well, do I get to take the yes it was P plus P equals R side of that bet? I'll bet you $1 million. What do you say?
I will agree with $1 million, but I'm not going to take the bet against that. No.
But you don't want to take that side of it? Oh, okay.
I won't take.
Damn
I will
it.
not take that bet.
I almost became a millionaire.
Almost. So close.
Yes.
And that alone was hell.
Of course, because people wanted to be like, why are you making me feel bad? I'm trying. And I'm like, I'm literally defining.
Look at the face in the background there. Look at her. I know. This is I know white people face.
You're right. Well, she's like, I'm on camera. Well, it's funny because it's like you have a bunch of writers who are not generally, writers, there's some great writer actor, pairing, people, but generally writers aren't the best at acting. So they're like, oh shit, I'm on camera and I gotta say white people bad. That's what that face is. But this is very telling. We can get a lot of context clues here because she doesn't say what the definition is, but she says, I told people the definition of racist, and then white people would respond by saying, why are you trying to make me feel bad? I'm trying. Okay. So we can get a good sense that her definition of racism somehow meant that white people were all automatically
racist. Right. Exactly.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Why you gotta make me automatically racist?
Right. I'm trying.
I woke up this morning, I took a shower, put my clothes on, and I wasn't a racist. I show up here in this class. Now I'm a racist all of a sudden.
And she said she's complaining that it was annoying. It's like, oh, I'm sorry that when you are fucking super racist and you come up with completely, and you start redefining words to make all white people racist, that it's very annoying for you that white people are like, I don't know if I agree with that fucking racist definition you just came up with. I'm sorry that that's annoying to you, that was your job, was to peddle fucking propaganda.
It is sad that they probably hire these people based on tokenism. Like she got hired because she's black, which is fucking sad.
It is sad.
It's completely sad. I feel bad are these the only opportunities in corporate America for black people? Oh, look, you're black. Here, let's get you into the diversity and inclusion program over here. You can peddle your nonsense.
Well, that's the thing too. And it's kind of, where's no one's talking about the detrimental effects of you're suckering all these people, especially black people, into these insanely fucking dumb fuck diversity and inclusion fields, which are all dead ends.
Total dead ends.
Those jobs are not going to last.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why she's on a fucking...
They're like one legislative season away from going bye-bye. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Word. I'm Webster today, but it was such a stressful job, and so I think from now on I'm just going to be black for free.
Wait a second. That's what got.
I'm just going to be black for free. What does that mean?
Because what she was implying is that when she was a diversity, equity, and inclusion trainer, redefining racism, that she was just describing the reality of black people for money. That's what she's That's the implication here in this statement.
Mm-hmm. I still don't get. I mean, I still don't understand the logic.
Don't worry
of the
about
joke, but
Oh, wait a second. That's what got us in this mess. Let's not be black for free. I don't like that. No. Time out. Hold on. Like compensation.
But it wasn't worth it, truly.
America doesn't understand residuals.
Oh my.
You're saying America doesn't work in TV?
Kay, are you telling me that getting $2.36 from HBO, I don't understand that?
After a job is done, there are some residuals. So we were watching the video of Ruby Bridges go.
Okay. He's going to tell you a story, and you're going to be like, where's he going with the story? And it's going to take a really bad turn.
Oh,
but until
really?
he gets there, you're like
totally on board.
You're going to be on board. Okay.
I looked up the other guy. What's his name? Jay Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And he was in a short called Bootlickers.
Are you saying that, like, this is so weird too? Jon Stewart, incredibly famous guy, hosted probably the most successful comedy cable news. I mean, that's a very low category, but a very successful comedy cable news show, which I would argue had profound impacts on all cable news after that. And he's coming back after years of being off air for some big show that's going to be on Apple TV. Apple wants to push this to, get people to care about Apple TV. And you're telling me that all the writers, they didn't find like a crack team of the best comedy writers that they could. They found a bunch of random people who had no fucking jobs before this.
It appears that way.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it definitely appears that way from the IMDb pages I'm looking into here. So, yeah.
What the hell? What is it, Apple skimping? Is Jon Stewart, maybe Jon Stewart's just sucking up too much of the budget? I don't know. What's going on here?
Oh, that could be. Is Jon Stewart making $1 million an episode here? And these people are just like...
that's a good question, because a lot of people will assume, Sitch, they'll say they just hire a bunch of fucking people with no credits because of wokeness. And I'm like, well, you could find a diverse group of people with, a good backlog of writing credits.
Yeah.
In their works in Hollywood,
or
New York, especially if this is New York, and no, but there's a bunch of people that don't have any credits. Is this because Jon Stewart is just sucking up the profit of this so much that Apple has to spend? They say, okay, well, since he's taking this big chunk, which he should, we have to not spend a lot on the budget for hiring all these other writers. So they have to hire all these like dirt cheap writers.
The optics is really not good on that, Sitch. I'm not sure.
I mean, if he's whining about how we need to be more inclusive and equitable to people in hard situations, it just seems a little hypocritical if that's what's going on here. I don't know if that's what's going on here, but I'm guessing it's, it makes sense if that's what's going on here, John. It's not a good look.
Are you implying that one of these people sitting here wrote that line about greedy white people and forced Jon Stewart to say it because there was some underlying office politics going on?
Oh, maybe there's a little bit of, maybe John doesn't understand. A lot of this is like directed towards him specifically. I don't know.
Don't make that motherfucker say something on next episode. You watch. I'm getting it in the script. $1 million an episode for you, huh? I made $2.76 in my residual check.
Okay, let's see if this article tells us. It says Jon Stewart net worth Apple TV Plus deal will make him even richer.
Oh
okay,
no!
Let's see if they tell us. Okay. It says in 2020, I don't buy any of these things that report celebrity net worth. They're all wrong. I don't believe any of that shit. But you can sometimes find actual contract information. No, this is a bullshit article. They don't tell us how much Jon Stewart made.
They're claiming Hollywood Reporter or Variety.
Right. They're claiming most of it's from like they're saying he was the highest paid TV host like for the Daily Show, but it's all, you know, from that time period. I don't know. I don't see how much. I can't see this information.
Let's continue with the dumb story.
Continue.
So we were watching the video of Ruby Bridges going to school on the first day, 6 years old, with the courage of a superhero, like parting a Red Sea of Jim Crow logic and walking to school.
So for those who don't know what he's talking about, he's referring to, there's that very famous picture and movie of a black girl, I believe in Alabama. Was that where Ruby Bridges was, or was it somewhere else?
I think it was Alabama, where they were desegregating the South.
Yeah, but anyway,
black girl going to a white school.
Yeah, very famously, a black girl going to a white school, and it's just, and there's always people protesting her on either sides, and the fucking, like, you know, U.S. Marshal is like walking with her to school. Okay. Oh no, this is in New Orleans. So there you go. Adam's second home.
Alabama, New Orleans, Louisiana, it's all the same.
And you look around and there are just the meanest faces you ever seen. People who like hate this child going to school. But right next to them, you see these faces of these children who are also like really young. And they are spewing the same things that they see their parents doing. And I saw one kid and just, it was an end coming out of his pores. And when you look at that face, I think vile, mean, inhumane, hate. But when my white friend looks at that face, he thinks, granddad. Yeah. And that's how residuals work.
Ooh, that was a dark turn. You weren't kidding. You weren't kidding. He's like totally self-reporting what a racist motherfucker he is.
Could you? I know. I remember I switched listening to this. I'm like, okay, I'm on board with you. You know,
when I look at that face, I see white devil. I see Satan.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm like, little, you know, Ruby Bridges. I've seen the pictures. I've seen the little movie of that. Okay, it's, you know, tragic. It's really fucked up. She was really brave. She's like 6 at the time. She's doing this. And yeah, it's terrible. You got a bunch of white, you know, fucking bigots protesting her being there, anti-segregationist. I'm like, okay. Where is he going with this? Oh, white people are fucking racist. That's where he's going with this. Oh, yeah. Thank you, you fucking piece of shit. You know, when I seen those fucking pictures, when I see videos of this, I don't think, oh, that's my grandpa. I've never fucking had that thought in my life.
Oh yeah.
I thought, oh, that's a racist person.
Racist white Southerners. Yeah, exactly. So
I don't even have the racist white Southerner. I just think that's a racist person. Okay. I don't say, oh, that's my grandpa. Like, fuck you, you piece of shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? How is this going to solve any problem in our country?
He thinks because they're white people will just give him a pass.
Well, no, he's saying, because he's saying, oh, this is residuals. So he's just saying, oh, you know, all these fucking white people, you know, they're all just, they've had racism fucking passed down to them from their family since time in memoriam. And that's the problem here. Okay. And whenever they look back, and this was so gross too, because he's like, when I look back at these pictures and I see this guy who's about to say the N-word, I think he's like a completely despicable person, but all these fucking white people, they don't see them as despicable. They see them as just their family members, as their grandparents. And this is exactly what I was talking about. This is that culture of you have to give contrition. You have to whip yourself on the back and say, I'm not racist 50 times. You know, hail, I'm not racisms 50 times in order to be, you know, one of the good ones. And if I was in that fucking room, I would have fucking railed into this fucking guy. I wouldn't have stood there and laughed like a fucking moron, like Jon Stewart. And everyone else in this fucking room is.
Jon Stewart
is a crazy fucking thing to say.
I mean, the white lady seems a tad uncomfortable.
Right.
No, I mean, but they believe, they think, oh yeah, white people are racist because they're racist. And they're like, white people are like us and we're racist pieces of shit.
But I would say, well, confront Jon Stewart and I'd be like, oh, really, Jon Stewart, when you were a kid and you saw pictures of, you know, people with the anti-integration signs, Jon Stewart, did you, as a white man, did you think, oh, that's my grandpa right there? And did you sympathize with the fucking racist? Was that your experience? Jon Stewart? Oh, no, no, no. Of course, that wasn't my experience. Oh, what about you, white lady? Was that your experience growing up? Oh, no, no, no. That was my. Then who the fuck are you talking about?
They're talking about the Republicans, the evil
There you go.
Republicans.
But you understand, Sitch, we're only talking, it's the Republicans. You're one of the good whites. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
Get out of here with this fucking piece of shit. I can't believe that he said that and that this was aired and that all these buffoons laughed at that.
Yeah, Jon Stewart laughing at it. Look at him. He thinks that's funny.
He thinks the funniest fucking shit he ever heard.
Nah, he's laughing.
It's not even a joke.
He's laughing at how his show is just going to suck with this writer's room. He's laughing about how much money he's making and how little money these other people are making.
Yeah, like as soon as the door closes and they all leave, he's going to start crying, being like, I sold out for fucking money. This show is garbage.
Look, they have their little joke pitch cards up on the wall. I would love to read those. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? You're like, these are jokes? I mean, these are just kind of, this one's just one word, racism.
This one, yeah. This one just says white people are the KKK. Is there a joke in here? No, that is the joke. Oh, because it's not true? Is that the joke? No, it is true. Then how's it a joke? Listen, Sitch, you don't understand. You're right, I don't understand your
You need to understand my lived experience here,
Yes.
okay? Come here, Marbles, my security dog. Come teach him. Come teach him.
That's how it's passed down.
The white lady is just, oh my God. Why? Look at all these black people sitting here laughing at me. And I can't say anything because I need this job.
You
so
think
bad.
that's like the fake uncomfortable laugh that she's doing? She's like,
Oh, of course.
This is hilarious.
Look, her face screams uncomfortable. And the
You're
black lady's like, yeah, that's right, bitch. We're talking about you. This is reparations for us. We're getting even with you.
All of her body language is very uncomfortable.
Oh, of course. Of course. This is just, yeah. She's like, oh my God, do they think I'm a witch? Do they think I have the racism? John is the leader here. He makes the big paycheck. I'm just a white lady. Notice that we got to look up the white lady once she gets a Chiron. If she gets a Chiron, who knows?
Right.
I mean, is she a writer or she's just like Jon Stewart's assistant?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, but you're talking about the recent history of this and how we can't escape it and say, oh, it's so long ago. When Ruby Bridges is literally like, I'm right here.
Yeah.
Y'all. I'm on Facebook.
You friends with Ruby Bridges on
No,
Facebook?
well, she declined it, but it's Black History Month, so we don't know. Something might happen.
But that's the biggest but. The biggest but for people is.
Ruby Bridges is still alive, but like that was 60 years ago. Are we pretending that temporal time doesn't pass? That something that happened 60 fucking years ago is the same something that happened today?
Yeah. What's her age? 1967.
She's 67, and she was 6 or 7 at the time. It was so 60 fucking years ago.
Right. Yeah.
Is question. Slavery was a wrong, but you're not slaves now. But that's always.
Well,
You're not slaves now. But I didn't enslave you.
Exactly.
And it's all those things.
I mean, no, there doesn't need to be a but. I didn't enslave you, period.
Right.
What's the but? I don't get it. Make your argument. What is the argument?
He's really fixated on this reparations thing.
Well, most white Americans did not come over on the Mayflower, right? I mean, their relatives came over without much money, immigrated to the United States. I mean, they didn't even participate in slavery.
Well, it's interesting because I just realized reparations what 100% doesn't work under neo-Marxian or CRT frames at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because under a CRT frame or any cultural Marxism frame, they would say, if you just give black people money, it's not going to change anything because the system is still constructed in order to hold them down.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're in favor of reparations, you're basically making a classist argument. You're saying, oh, it's solely money that's holding black people back. And if they have money, then, they'll be able to be at the same level as white people. Like if you just hand them, money in terms of, economic equality and future outcomes. It's a very classist argument.
Mm-hmm.
And so like all the CRT people would, like they might, even if they said they're in favor of reparations, that would just be like a tiny, tiny part of the solution.
Mm-hmm.
It'd basically amount to nothing in terms of fixing the problems under their own worldview.
Mm-hmm.
And Jon doesn't even realize this.
Yeah, I don't know if these people are CRT devotees or what.
Well, they're obviously all woke fucking neo-Marxian spouting NPCs.
True. Yeah. So they probably believe it.
That what's so interesting is to flip the script, and it's something we talked about. The new thing now is to twist Martin Luther King to say, what? I want to be colorblind. I'm just judging by the content of your character. Why is that wrong? And isn't it to deny me my place at Harvard and force me to go to University of Michigan?
Tough.
Right. And what you want to say is like, what do you think would be the negative impact of you not getting that opportunity? Do you think it would have any consequence? And if they say yes, then it's kind of over because all you have to say is, right, it has impact.
Yeah, and
that's such a stupid point. It's a bafflingly stupid point that he just made, which is weird. Because he's saying, like, do you understand like the argument he just laid out there?
Not
he said it
in the
kind of
least
obtusely.
Bit. Yeah.
Okay. He said that first of all, he criticizes his colorblindness.
Mm-hmm.
Which
but he
again,
didn't really finish any of that.
Didn't finish the thought there though. And again, Jon Stewart, like all the fucking other mainstream left people, don't have any clue that what the new left is advocating for is they're not just advocating for affirmative action policies like Jon thinks they are, which is why he went to the college story. They don't want colorblindness as a goal, as an end goal. They think an end goal of colorblindness is bad, and Jon doesn't understand this because he's living in a fucking bubble. But his point was, we should have affirmative action policies. And if you have an affirmative action policy for college admissions, where they say, they can only let in so many white people or Asians, as we know happens.
They're the ones getting completely discriminated against.
Right. And he said, if some white person complains and says, well, why should I lose out on going to Harvard? I'm not racist. I have nothing to do with any of this stuff. And then Jon Stewart said, well, you just tell them, do you think you think not going to Harvard is going to affect your life negatively in some way? And if they say yes, then you just equate that to and say, well, look at all these black people that life are negatively affected by not getting to go to Harvard. Mm-hmm. Okay. That was his point. That's a dumb fuck point because the response is, well, I worked hard to go to Harvard. Okay. Mm-hmm. When you talk about these affirmative action quota policy numbers, no one's saying that Harvard isn't going to, look at black students that have whatever the GPA and SAT requirements are. They're talking about lowering the standards for different ethnic groups, in order to achieve a specific number racial balance.
Yes.
That's what they're discussing when they talk about these programs. And so the person responds to Jon by saying, well, why I worked hard, I worked hard to do this just because I had the fortune to be born into a family that was richer or smarter genetically, because that's generally people that go to these fucking high level schools anyway. No one cares about all the poor and, average to below average intelligence white people, running around. But, why should I be penalized for my fortune to someone else who was not as fortunate to me? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Yeah, I don't really understand how that affects the argument at all. Like the standards, they've made the standards to get into Harvard extremely high because they have high demand, obviously. But there are certain racial categories that are like, they're gonna work harder. This is why Asians fucking dominate Harvard, because they have a culture at home that is just, I mean, don't have a social life, study all you do. You're like a study machine, and nobody wants to compete with that. But they're basically saying that we have to compete with, I mean, if Jon Stewart wants to make an argument against meritocracy, sure, let's hear it.
That's what he's doing, though. That's what he's doing.
To some extent, though, I mean, it's, you've built a system where, you know, people want to go to the top, you know, the top surgeon has gone to Harvard because, you know, Harvard is synonymous with perfectionism.
Right.
So that's why they pick this person, or, you know, this financial advisor, whatever it is, you know, when we're out to get the top of the meritocratic heap. Yeah.
And not only do I not want to live in society where the best achievers have access to, you know, creating the best businesses and jobs going forward. That's what society should be promoting for people. You want your best achievers, your smartest people to be productive citizens within your society. But also, you know, a lot of studies, and what's his name always brings this up, but he always gets in trouble. The bell curve guy.
Yeah, Charles Murray.
Yeah, he always brings up that these studies that follow, you know, when they take people and they lower requirements for them based on, you know, race or class or something.
They do worse,
And they push them in schools that, you know, under a lower criteria, they always do worse because everyone else in school is participating at a much higher level.
Yeah.
And then you end up screwing them over because then that's like they end up having a much higher dropout rate.
Yeah. They're basically, you know, taking a decent high school basketball player and dropping him in the NBA, and they're like, holy shit, I can't fucking compete. What the fuck? I'm demoralized. This is awful. Then they drop out and they never go back to school again. When if they did go to Michigan State, they would be the fucking superstar.
Right. Exactly.
They would be the Michigan State superstar, but they're like, nah, I can't be the Michigan State superstar. What? That's like beneath me.
Yeah.
Why? That's another thing when he's saying, this is why I don't understand this part, because he's saying, he acts like every single white person wants to go to Harvard. What a fucking, what an elitist
I didn't want to go to
piece of
Harvard.
shit.
I knew I didn't have to. I was like, I don't have fucking chops to go to some fucking fancy Ivy League school. Get out of here.
I know one person that went to Harvard, and like I wasn't even really good friends with him or anything. Like nobody I knew wanted to go to like what the fuck?
Yeah, me neither.
Just you live in a bubble where every single person around you, because you're a rich fucking Hollywood elite celebrity, that all your white friends want their kids to get into Harvard. Okay, that's more a culture of money than it is a culture of whiteness. This is another reason why it's so offensive when Jon Stewart is going to sit around and talk about, you know, white people. He's going to speak for white people. It's like, come on, like, it's not. That's completely not fair, because the experience runs the gamut of all different types of class structures. It's stupid. And it's just, I don't know. It's not important. What does this make any, if the criteria is that in order for us to get past racism, everyone has to go to Harvard. We're not even having a fucking conversation here. I thought we were talking about doing some tangible good in the world. Okay. The guy who's turning to crack because he thinks the system is stacked against him is not thinking the system is stacked against me because I can't get into Harvard. Okay?
That guy, Adam, he was just one grade away from going to Harvard. You don't understand.
That guy has not studied for a test in his entire life because he's drank in the CRT stuff that racism is everywhere and it's pointless to study. I mean, why would you look? I was a kid. I know. like there are much more fun things to do, especially now with video games. Oh my God. Like who wants to study? Who wants to pay attention in school? Nobody. Why would you give them a ready-made excuse like, oh, racism is everywhere and there's no point in studying or trying to get ahead anyway because it's just a nihilistic world out there that's going to demoralize you? Why would you give them that excuse?
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's bad for everyone. And it's easy for Jon Stewart to do it. Rich motherfucker. Elitist, classist piece of shit.
That impact is compounded, and it's innumerable when it happens at like a rate that went hundreds of years. It's exponential.
These are very, very clever and intelligent people here.
Deep thinkers.
I'm
Deep
sure.
thinkers.
I'm sure you're gonna get a lot. I mean, comedy does require some intelligence. You have to actually remember the things that you said in order to call back to them.
When you get out of prison, they give you $10. When they freed slaves, they just went like, thank you for your service. Like, and that was it. And then they were like, well, what do we do now? And then the same guy that was the master was like, well, I do have some jobs available.
Oh no, he's going fully anti-capitalist now.
Well, this is just more of the reparations. He's completely single fixated on the reparations thing, which again wouldn't even solve the problem under the CRT framework. And they actually, the CRT people could not admit, if any CRT person admitted that if they gave reparations back in the day to Black people, that would solve the problems or would make society substantially better today, then they would be admitting that their central thesis is wrong. Because how could American society be built and predicated upon, racism and white supremacy, and Black people do well in it by just giving them a bunch of money?
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I just also, everything that they're talking about, I mean, there were a bunch of non-slave states, right? I mean, slavery was contentious going back to the founding of the United States. So, they made an agreement where they were going to let one slave state and one free state in because some people didn't want to have anything to do with slavery. Yet they're just talking like categorically the entire United States was a bunch of slave owners. Yep. Wrong, good sir. Yep. Yeah. And why would you throw literally the best Americans, right? The ones that didn't want to participate in slavery anyway. Why would you throw them under the bus with this jaded history like all fucking Americans?
All white people are the same. I don't know if you know this.
Okay? Yeah, it's racist. I don't like it.
My ancestors came in here from the 1900s, never owned slaves in their life, but it's all white people are the same.
Well, I would like to ask these woke people this shit. Like, what about those people? Do you think it's fair for us to throw those people under the bus who didn't participate in slavery and were actively against it, who started this institution called the Underground Railroad, where they would basically get political, what they categorized as, runaway slaves, political prisoners in the South to the North where they could be free? That doesn't count for anything? I mean...
Nope.
I guess they were Christian.
Doesn't count for anything. Cyborg for $50. Thank you so much, Cyborg. Says, won some money this weekend, so spreading the love. Oh, awesome.
Wow.
Thank you so much. Very sad to see Jon Stewart, someone who I used to love watching even back when I was a conservative, go this way. It's depressing. The left is destroying the people I used to respect. I know. Watching this video was very sad for me.
Me too.
I watched the first time. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. Diehard Dougie for $20 says, I wonder why Jon feels that him being white will never be a problem. Makes you think there's something Jon knows that we don't.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's probably Jewish. I mean, he's probably...
Oh, is that what the implication is? That he's the
Jewish thing, I think he considers himself marginalized in some way. I'm certain of it. Why would you walk into this nightmare?
I don't think, and this is a very dangerous road to walk down. I do not think for a second that Jon Stewart is sitting there with some sort of conscious intention, like, it's easy for me to criticize white people. I'm going to throw the blame at white people because if they turn on me, I'll say, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. I don't think that has entered Jon Stewart's thought process at all. Even remotely entered his thought process.
Right. So he sees himself as a white person then.
Of course he does.
Right.
Of course he does.
So when he's talking about the problem with white people, he's saying the problem with me.
Right. We talked about this performance. This is the don't burn me, I'm not a witch performance that white people have to, go through. So. And thank you, Empty Bottle Monsters, for not just becoming a free will seeker, but part of the order of the enlightened.
Wow. That's awesome.
Even beyond. Even beyond.
That's crazy.
Thank you so much.
That's like 3rd tier. Welcome.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah. There's only one higher
awesome.
tier, and I think it's like ridiculously. And it's outside the simulation.
And we actually don't want anyone to get to that tier because it's bad.
Outside
no
the
one
simulation.
wants to be outside the simulation.
They'd probably just be ripping on us from outside the simulation.
Well, thank you so much. You're right. Or the Enlightenment. Wow. Thank you, Empty Bottle Monsters. That's wonderful.
Welcome to the
Come back Tuesday. I got something for you.
Right.
I won't hit you though.
Look, he's just touching him like that. Invading his personal space. Did you see that?
I did see that.
He put his hands on him.
Yeah.
I always hated it whenever a boss would touch me. I'd be like,
we're having a good time, Mark. And then they touch you.
Yeah. I'm like, how dare you? Fucking.
Fuck off.
There's this thing called personal space that goes around all around me. Okay. Don't touch my fucking shoulder.
Was the master was like,
Let's see it again right here.
do have some jobs available.
If you want to.
This is so weird because he's talking about the slave master relationship and he's talking to all of his employees about what kind of jobs. I'm sure there was some sort of interview process for this writing gig, don't you think?
Yeah, that's true. There's a whole weird dynamic where it's like your boss, you have to laugh at the boss's jokes,
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is kind of like a writer's dream job, to be honest with you.
Of course,
this is what you're hoped for.
Be in a writing room with Jon Stewart.
That's the thing that I don't get because
better hire a bunch of people who have no experience.
Isn't part of is working always categorized as terrible by the communists? But are there no dream jobs for communists? I mean, I feel like there are. It's like YouTube political pundit for
that's what I was about to say. That's the
dream
communist
job,
dream
right?
job.
Yeah.
Vosh is the communist dream job. Okay. Hassan. I get to play video games and yell very stupid political opinions and get, millions and millions of views and dollars. Live in fucking, West Hollywood mansions with $200,000 cars.
Yeah. Jon Stewart has his dream job. He's the one making all the money here. Writing jokes for Jon Stewart is a dream job for about a month and a half. And then you're like, wow, this really is not as cool as I thought it would be.
Come back Tuesday. I got something for you.
Right.
Look at that right there. Putting his palms all over the help. That's not good right there. That could be classified as sexual assault.
There you go.
Look at that. I think he's giving him a back rub. This is full on Biden territory here.
This looks like this still frame. I don't know why. Like the coloring, the way they're like laughing. It feels like a still of like an Adult Swim sketch.
I know.
Of like a writing room where everyone's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But pretending like they're not.
Yeah. Look at this. He's like, I have a black friend. Look, he's right here. I'm touching his shoulder. He's working it.
Right.
I won't hit you though.
What is that?
I won't hit you.
We paused it for so long. I don't know the context of the
They're talking about like after slavery was abolished, how the slave owners would just hire back the slaves. That's what they're talking about.
But he's saying, I won't hit you though.
But I won't hit you. Yeah.
even though he wants to hit him. Is that what he's saying?
No, he's saying like the former slave owner would say, "Oh, I'll hire you back to do the same job, and I won't hit you this time because you're not a slave."
Why is Jon Stewart kissing the table? I'm curious.
He's laughing this joke is so funny that he can't control his motor functions, and he's put his head down.
I mean, it looks like he's trying to give himself a BJ here. I mean, it's
well, he is because he started the joke, so you know. He started the chain.
I don't even think the joke is worthy of a card, to be honest with you.
You can just work and I'll let you go home.
So here's how we're going to do it. You're going to live on the same land. You're going to stay in the same quarters. And you're really not going to get paid because you're working off of a debt. But I am not going to hit you anymore.
And they said...
Oh, okay. So he's talking about the slave owner hitting the guy. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna put a hard maybe.
I mean, as a slave, I think I might hit the slave owner just for fucking. I mean, come on now.
I know.
Exactly.
Just call me sir.
But then also
Master,
they said,
not
no,
necessary.
okay, so let's say you don't want to work on this land. You don't want to share a crop. There is a new law that all Black people have to have a job. That's what happens with a vagrancy law. You go, not even, you're not allowed to walk around here.
Are you loitering?
Yeah. Are you just hanging out? Are you just existing?
Also, can we address the fact that my freedom was 13th?
Yes. Guns are second.
Right.
You can say what you want. You can shoot who you want. 10 other amendments, and then maybe I shouldn't
As long
own
as
Frank.
it's first in your heart, that's all that matters.
And Kason, we were very worried about soldiers coming in and living in our houses. So,
That's
you know, the third was important.
By the way, the second is what made it so that we had to wait till the 13th.
There it is. I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean.
I don't either.
Is he saying without guns, slavery wouldn't have existed? Is that the fucking? Is that what he's trying to say?
Well, maybe he's saying that if people didn't have guns, the slaves could have revolted because it would have stood a chance.
I feel like there's a long span of human history where guns didn't exist.
But there was still slavery. I mean, they built the pyramids.
But there's still
right?
a fuck ton of slaves. Yeah.
The third, I don't know. Does that bother?
No, it's a stupid fucking argument. It has nothing to do with it. It's completely nonsensical. It's like, yes, we acknowledge and understand that America, you know, when it was founded, had slavery and didn't have equal rights for Black people or women or lots of other fucking people.
Yeah.
And so, fortunately, we live in a society of laws where things can change. Even something as fundamental as having fucking slavery built into, you know, the beginning of the country can change and have our Constitution, our founding document, represent that change. And represent the freedoms that will now be, you know, given to all people, regardless of their race. And instead of applauding that and saying, wow, we literally started as a fucking slave country to a country where slavery is not only outlawed, but equal rights apply to everyone. But instead of looking at that as like a positive, it's like, no, that's a problem. It's a problem that America existed almost 300 years ago, is basically what they're saying.
As it existed.
Right, because every fucking, you know, how many fucking shining cities on a hill of liberal Western democracies existed 200-300 years ago?
None.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
The fact that we've come so far is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. That shows the strength of our system, not the weakness of our system.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's any slavery in my history.
Your ancestry?
Yeah. Any slavery, any genocides. I don't know about that shit. I want to back it up a little bit here.
No question there.
I want to back it up because he says something that I thought was...
Yes.
Guns are second.
Right.
You can say what you want. You can shoot who you want. 10 other amendments, and then maybe I shouldn't
As long
own
as
Frank.
it's first in your heart, that's all that matters.
And Kason, we were very worried about soldiers coming in and living in our houses. So,
That's
you know,
right.
the third was important.
By the way, the second is what made it so that we had to wait till the 13th. No question there.
Okay. I thought he said my freedom was the 13th.
That's what he did say.
Oh, he did say that?
Yeah, he said me.
Right. But he
Even though he's
not
a
a
20,
slave.
30-year-old man.
Yeah. That freaks me out. Like I would never say like if there was a genocide in my past, I would never say like killing me. like
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's genocide of whatever your ethnic group is, you know, or something horrible. It's like,
yeah.
I don't think the Holocaust is like, this is the time Sitch almost died. I don't think
Yeah,
of the Holocaust.
it's kind of equating it that way, isn't it?
It is.
Can you imagine saying something like that? Fuck.
Yeah, we stopped Hitler in the Holocaust to save my life. It's like, what?
My life was so unimportant. It's like, wait, no, your life is precious. That's why you're working in the writer's room with Jon Stewart, a hugely famous celebrity. Yeah.
Equality.
You thought it was over.
Holy shit.
But there's another one.
I get to listen to the Mallard more.
You get to listen to Duck Girl more.
She disappeared in the last clip. What happened? Did they kick her out of the writer's room?
No. What happens is that the duck costume, like the human costume that this duck is wearing, it only holds itself together for like a couple minutes. So she has to keep excusing herself from the room, you know, like Superman. It's like, oh, there's trouble brewing. And she goes into the next room and she has to fix the human costume she's wearing. So
quack.
There you go.
Are you sure that they're not calling her out for other diversity and inclusion side jobs during the writing thing?
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
We have a very important diversity and inclusion issue going on here in legal. Do you think you can step out for a second? We know you have some experience with this.
Well, here's the question. Why do you think they always hire ducks to head up diversity, equity, and inclusion departments?
I'm afraid to answer. Why?
Because they need a bunch of quacks.
There we go.
Perfect. It's a comedy show. Take that, Jon Stewart. That's some primo grade A comedic writing. Hire me on your show.
I got to admit, when you scream out, when you sing out, it's a comedy show. It does make it funnier. It really does. It's a comedy show.
Listen, I just like, I love the whole setup of this, like, oh, we're writing for this show. We're funny comedy writers. Just put a camera back here and we'll be funny.
They're not being funny.
No.
Nothing they're saying is funny.
I mean,
it's actually kind of brutal. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I can't imagine living in a world where I would think, oh, yeah, my life as a former slave. Like, how fucking depressing.
Well, it makes sense because he's like, oh, the white person sees the horrible racist yelling at Ruby Bridge as their grandpa. So I guess, you know, it makes sense. He's at least consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Equality is affirmative action. Equity is no longer needing affirmative action.
Which is such a great line, and I did cut it from the script. But now...
Oh, my God. Did you see that, Adam?
Mm-hmm.
The white lady's the head writer.
Yeah, of course. She's like,
that's racist.
Very racist.
Get her out of here. I wonder if that's because she's the only one with like a writing credit that's like existed before this show.
Oh wait. Yeah, let's look her up.
Yeah, you look up
Finally.
Chelsea.
Chelsea, what? Hold on.
Devontes.
Did cut it from the script. But now, I'm going to put it back in.
But it's kind of, you know, you said something to me, this was a while back, and it was during the military episodes, and you said, you know, be wary of anyone who calls you a hero, because that means they're very okay with you dying.
Absolutely.
Right.
What? Did you find the answer?
No, but that Totally
did you hear that
distracted
fucking
me.
line?
I did, yeah. It's
Isn't
pretty
that,
bad.
that's insane. That's an insane thing to say.
Yeah. It basically
worried-
says, don't call me a hero. I don't want to be a hero.
Like, part of why you call certain people, like especially in the military, hero is not because they don't care that you die. It's that you're willing to put your physical safety on the line to protect our way of life.
Yeah.
That's what makes someone a hero. There's this little thing. I don't know if you know about this.
Sacrifice.
There's this little thing, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
It's not very popular.
Mm-hmm.
It's not very well known. You guys, they're these little teeny tiny independent movies.
Mm-hmm.
They just go in and out of theaters. No one notices it. They're called superhero movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what is the one thing that super fucking hero movies is about?
Mm-hmm.
Why do they call them superheroes? Well, they call them super because they have superpowers. And they call them heroes because they put their fucking physical safety and life on the line to protect other people.
Yeah. Yeah. Noble. Yeah.
What is this fucking
selflessness?
Right. What is this toxic attitude towards everything?
There's your diversity, equity, and inclusion officer right there.
Be careful if someone calls you a hero. That means they don't give a fuck if you die. Like, no, that's literally the exact opposite of what it means to call someone a hero.
Yeah. Okay. Hero, calling someone a hero is a form of respect, but I guess not in this place. Not in the whatever.
Not in the America bad camp.
Whatever this culture is, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Right. And
she's going to be
there's
writing at
something
Marvel too later this year.
similar-
Just so you know, she's going to actually be writing superhero comics pretty soon.
Right.
Yeah.
going on with this. And it's be careful of people that celebrate you fighting for your freedom and your equality, because they're very okay with you starving.
Absolutely.
And that's the equity part. Like if you...
What does that...
This is insane.
What is this? Is this just like everyone sits around and says fucking like one-liners that are vague and don't fucking mean anything, hour?
Yeah. I feel like we've stumbled into a church youth group, the woke church youth group.
Yes, where like on one hand, I want to say this is like fake and that this was written out and they're reading from a script because that's how it feels. But on the other hand, that makes perfect sense when you have a bunch of fucking assholes sitting around in a circle virtue signaling to each other. Of course, it's a bunch of fake nonsense. Okay. People that applaud you and celebrate you for fighting for your rights and equality, they're totally fine with you fucking starving. What?
Yeah. What? Yeah. No, we don't like seeing starving. So the head writer does have a lot of really kind of ho-hum credits. She was a writer on The Gong Show. 10 episodes.
Show?
Yeah. 2018, The Gong Show was, I didn't even know it was a thing, a re-release of The Gong Show.
Okay.
Bless This Mess. Is that reality television? I'm not sure.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's it?
Girls 5 Eva. Have you heard of that? She wrote one episode.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me that Jon Stewart took so much of the budget, they couldn't even get a head writer with some real writing chops behind them?
Doesn't appear that way.
John, leave some budget for the rest of the crew. Come on. Don't you want a quality product here?
Girls 5 Eva is on Peacock, a Peacock original series.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's quality, when it's a Peacock original series. We actually watched some of a Peacock original series on the show, if you remember.
Did we?
Yeah, the Zarya lady.
Oh, you're right.
Zantana. I don't forget her name.
That racist.
That was a Peacock original. Peacock original is the NBC like streaming service that no one fucking wants or cares about. So
force of people to fight for 400 years just to be equal. Well, everybody else during that time has been like putting shit under the mattress and And equity, you said it best, compounds.
Yeah.
It accrues over time. Residuals.
Yeah.
And this is like, there's some truth to this, but also it's such a slap in the face to like anyone who's poor and white.
Of course.
Because essentially you're saying like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You had 400 years to accrue wealth in this country and you didn't. Like as if that's how wealth, works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's this thing called regression to the mean. I'm not sure if you've heard of it.
Well, and also it's like most wealth generation that people like most of wealth that people are operating under now. This is not from 400 years ago. It's from like 50 years.
Yeah. Yes.
Like 60 years ago. That's it. It's not for 400 years.
He's talking about the old money.
Right.
But I mean, even Jon Stewart. Did Jon Stewart come from money? Usually comedians don't come from money because if you have money, your parents talk you out of becoming something as crazy as a comedian.
As a comedian, yeah, probably.
You come from money, John. There's no way I'm going to let you tell jokes in a seedy nightclub. You're running our empire. You're running a financial empire. Don't try to get out of it.
You're not going to tell jokes. You're going to own the people that do tell the jokes.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to own your own production company.
Wow. They got a lot of cards going there. Not a lot of words on those cards.
No.
The indoctrination of a country where people can't even hear that without going, no.
The irony of this guy talking about indoctrination.
I know.
Yeah.
Or sensitivity, for that matter.
Do you not understand that you're basically trying to indoctrinate them to a new religion?
Yeah. That's
painful. Can you imagine such a thing?
I don't have to imagine it. It's happening before our eyes. We're witnessing it.
It's scary. I don't want to be your religion, okay?
No.
That's between me and mom and dad. Not you, okay? You have your religion, which you probably got from your mom and dad. I mean, I would like to ask, this would be an interesting experiment. How many woke people have woke parents? Or did they pick it up in school?
Well, they probably didn't have woke, like as woke as they are parents, but I assume most of them are to the left.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
No, oh my God.
But you're not slaves now.
Yeah.
So why are Asians
I'll be
okay?
right back.
It's because
What did he say?
and hear that without going, no, oh my God.
But you're not slaves now.
Yeah.
So why are Asians okay?
It's because the marketing is great. The marketing that over the past like 300 years, America's used 246. The marketing, top-notch marketing. That's why people go, oh yeah, oh it's freedom.
One thing
he didn't even answer the question. Why are the Asians okay? What's Sitch? Where'd you go? Oh, he left me.
did talk about in our research call, which really stood out to me, is that America always wants to believe.
That's why people go, oh yeah, oh it's freedom.
One thing we did.
He said the marketing's good for America because of the freedom stuff. But he didn't answer the question about the Asians. Why are the Asians? Like, the Asians have a culture of fucking academics. The Asians have a culture of, come on, the Asian tiger mom. We all know. You're going to do well in school or I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you with my bare hands. Yeah, that's the motivation for you.
Talk about in our research call, which really stood out to me, is that America.
Now, what research call? Something about a research call?
The marketing, top-notch marketing. That's why people go, oh yeah, oh it's freedom.
One thing we did talk about in our research call, which really stood out to me, is that America always wants to believe that it's good. And to address systemic racism is to look at a foundation and say something may be wrong. To address interpersonal racism is to say that person's bad. America's still good, but maybe something's just wrong with that person. It's a bad apple instead of a bad tree.
It's really hard to talk about this subject.
And
subject because as a nation, we do believe our own mythology. So much so that we cannot ever.
Okay, so maybe he didn't say Asians. Maybe he said nation. And I misunderstood.
Reconcile the fact that the foundation of it was pretty terrible.
Pocahontas had a raccoon friend. She sang songs every day, and she married him when she was 27.
Right. That's what happened.
Speaking of television film, you had such a funny point of like putting Black people into entertainment.
Oh, yeah. Oh, putting Black people in entertainment, you're just saying, okay, now these Black people, they have made it in this script. But what about the Black people in your neighborhood? They're like, no, but these Black people, perfect. It's done. In fact, done. And you're like, I think that's definitely part of it, is that Black people seeing themselves in media. But if you can only point to fictional characters or very rich Black celebrities as a way to say, oh, this country is fair, then what you just did is help me with my argument. This country is so fair that I can name 3 Black people that don't have anything to complain about. Right. You go, oh my, only 3?
That's the other but people.
Yeah.
If it's unfair, well, but Barack Obama was president, but LeBron James, but Oprah, and you just want to say like, yeah, but Rudolph.
Well, I mean, some people are saying some people are talking about Oprah and in the context of, I mean, I only brought that up earlier in the context of reparations because, like, if reparations are going to be given out to people based on their skin color, then it just makes it laughable that you're going to give a reparations check to Oprah. So,
well, and also, it is, if the CRT argument, which we're currently dealing with now, is that the system is designed to uphold white supremacy and designed intentionally to push Black people down, then you do have to say, well, what about all these Black people? Now, this also, well, I'll get into why it's a dishonest argument too, but they do have to address, well, why is it that there are these successful Black people? Whether they're celebrities or just middle class successful people, professionals, and their answer is, well, they have to trade in some element of their Blackness and adhere to whiteness.
They say that in here? Holy shit.
No. But I'm saying it's the CRT argument.
Yes.
Is,
they have to embrace white culture.
Right. They have to embrace white culture to,
white supremacy. They have to become perfectionists and believe in objectivity and be self-reflective and that's what everyone has to do to make it.
But the reason this argument is so dishonest, like think about this for 1 second. If someone asks you, Adam, like, they make some argument about, Black people are not being able to be successful in life. Obviously, if you're a thinking, rational human being with a fucking brain in your head, who are you going to draw from? Are you going to say, oh, my doctor's Black? But then you think, well, the person I'm talking to doesn't know who the fuck my doctor is. Why would I bring that up? Oh, the guy who owns, my favorite donut shop down the street, he's Black. Well, I'm not going to bring that up because the guy I'm talking to doesn't know who the fuck that is. I know. Let me bring up a Black celebrity because then the person I'm talking to will know that person as a reference point. Yeah. Obviously, when you have these fucking conversations, people are bringing up celebrities and fucking the president as examples because they know that the other person knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, also they're talking like there aren't poor white people, and I know tons of poor white people. So
no. There's no poor white people, Adam. The white people who are poor don't exist in this country. It's a myth. It's an urban legend.
Yeah. Well, I know lots of white people that don't have this same kind of opportunity they have being in this writer's room and whatnot. So, I mean,
give me a fucking break here.
I mean, I'm not going to take your shot. I used to tell people in Deadline Junkies all the time, especially after the Oscars So White nonsense. They were out to place women in high-level positions. Like, I'm not going to discourage. We have a ton of women in the writers' lab. I'm not going to discourage them at taking their shot. If an opportunity is open up to them, fucking do it.
Strike when the iron is hot.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I didn't fall into any of that. Nobody wants me because I'm a white straight male. I mean, it's
But it's
just,
gotta be pretty shitty though if like that happens to you.
oh, I know people that lost a lot more than me, though. I mean, there were people who were, you know, high level people that were just like I didn't have that much to lose, so I mean, I probably would feel differently about it if I was, you know,
Right. Yeah, like what
a
if you were
regular
working
director.
for, you know, the Daily Show with Jon Stewart
Yeah.
or whatever, because that was not around back then. But you're working for some high level writing show and you get fired because, you know, you're white. Which
Yeah.
I don't even know how that's not a lawsuit right there.
Yeah.
It feels like it should be.
That shit's going on though. Definitely.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely.
But tell me again how this, you know, you literally have a system where people can be fired for being white and replaced in order to make room for diversity. And I don't see a plethora of lawsuits. So how is the system designed to uphold white supremacy?
I knew
listening.
I knew a
see it.
director that was reduced to fixer because they'd hire all these people who didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And they would destroy whatever production it was. And towards the end of the production, they would call him in and he'd get like 4 days to fix everything. That was his job. But he couldn't get like a regular directing gig anymore because we don't want white straight males. Isn't that hilarious? But they would hire somebody who ticked all the boxes and got 3 weeks to fuck up the production. And then the white straight male would get 4 days to come in and fix it.
Right.
Yeah. What a joke.
Like, yeah, if your nose lights up, not everybody's nose goes that way.
I do like the fact that John just confirmed something we've been talking about privately. Rudolph is black. And
What?
Rudolph is
why is
black.
he the fuck?
Well, because his nose, that was about like phenotypic.
Do you want to do reindeer games? Sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Rudolph was definitely black.
I put in this script a joke about talking about Sex in the City, who's devoted their entire season to writing Centuries of Wrongs, and you were like, I do want to talk about that.
I do.
About Sex in the City?
Well, I mean, like, not exactly, but I do want to talk about, like, how do you actually, I feel like, you know, Sex and the City, the reboot, tried to correct a past wrong, right? Like, they tried to address, like, their ridiculous whiteness in New York City in the 90s by bringing the show back in, you know, the 21st century with, like, all these people of color. Like, now they all have, like, a person of color bestie, and people are mad at that shit now. Like,
Well, no,
so what do you do?
There's one,
it's a problem, though.
There's one rich black woman, and there's also a very rich black woman on the show. And I think for people who make that much money, I'm glad they finally get to be seen on
But
TV.
you know what I think the difference is, and maybe this can't go in because I'm not looking to war with HBO, but or
And
Netflix.
just like that, Chelsea was a coward.
Well, we don't have to watch the rest of this. I don't remember if there's anything.
I mean, it is kind of fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
But I am just, I don't know much to say about this. Just, I feel like we're peeking into a world that I mean, I understand in theory, but it just seems like, I mean, this is Blue and On. This is like
No, this is 100% Blue and On. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easily.
The conspiracy.
Right.
I mean, people are just trying to make a television show that's going to gain an audience and be popular. And I mean, you have a couple obviously any creative endeavor, you're going to have haters that come out and say, "Oh, fucking you fucked up here. Look, you totally offended me." And it's like, okay, we had a big successful TV show, and I just like on the Sex and the City reboot thing, they're trying to do the exact same thing they were doing before. They're like, oh, now what people really want is they want to see a big diverse cast. So that's the fashion right now. So let's do a big diverse cast and cash in on that. But I don't necessarily think, what does that have to do with the price of homes for in America. How's that get those housing numbers up for the black demographic? I don't know.
Nothing for 20 Canadian says, I think we were just all younger when the Daily Show was big and we've grown now. You could be right. You could be right.
Well, I guess we were in the religion a bit. I mean, obviously beating up on George W. Bush, I was all in favor of, but I didn't really understand conservatives or any of that. I mean, they were the enemy to dunk on.
Well, that's what's hilarious is that there's all this complaining about like the tribalism of racism, but none of the tribalism of political identity, which has now replaced racism basically in terms of energetic hate that is being directed.
Right, and they've completely created a stereotype that all conservatives are racist and therefore beyond the pale, and that we can do anything we want to them. Yeah. Yes.
Metalworks 41190, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers. P-Dog 119, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers. If you join the Free Will Seekers, you will have enough free will on a monthly basis to never be caught on camera saying stupid racist shit in a writing room with Jon Stewart. I can guarantee that. Guaranteed, or your money back if you join channel membership. Never be caught on camera saying racist shit with Jon Stewart. Won't happen. Not on my watch. You'll have enough free will to be like, I don't feel comfortable in this room of racist people, and you'll get up and you'll walk right out.
We have to follow these people's careers. I'm so fascinated now.
Nick, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers. Now, do you want to? I am somewhat curious to watch this Sister Souljah interview.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm fascinated. I'm in.
That Jon Stewart reference, because I'd heard about it, but I didn't realize what she said. So.
Yeah, what's going on?
Let me get out of the music.
Okay. What are you doing?
Then came Bill Clinton, while L.A. riot victim Reginald Dan.
Look at that. Oh, they have the L.A. riots.
Right, that was the guy that was pulled out of his truck and killed, right?
Pulled out of his truck. I think
die?
He was put in a wheelchair. I think he sued the city, made a bunch of money. But they did beat him within an inch of his life.
Jesus.
Yeah. You know his crime? What his crime was?
He was just in the neighborhood.
He was white.
Well, yeah.
He lay near death. Sister Souljah was telling the Washington Post, quote, I mean, if black people kill black people every day, why not have a week and kill white people, end quote.
How come Jon Stewart didn't put that in his
I don't know.
His problem with white people?
That's what she said. See, he's referencing this interview. I don't know if she talks about it. I saw that quote. I'm like, okay, I have to watch this interview, see what she's talking about.
This is the thing that white people are supposed to listen to. I mean,
guess.
that's her opening salvo for the thing. Jon Stewart's entire program was that they've been telling us this forever. Come on.
It's not a good opening salvo here.
Yeah, not really. Not a good opener. You're not winning hearts and minds.
And you know what Bill Clinton's response to that quote was?
What?
Or wait,
dying to hear it.
Oh, okay. So the term Sister Souljah moment originated in 1992 with presidential candidate Bill Clinton in a Washington Post interview published on May 13th, 1992. Political activist Sister Souljah was quoted as saying, in response to the black on white violence that we were talking about in the LA riots, she said, the question was, even the people themselves who are perpetuating this violence, did they think that was wise? Was that a wise reasoned action? So Sister Souljah responded by saying, yeah, it was wise. So the quote's worse. She said, yes, it was wise to pull out a random white guy and beat him almost to death.
Right.
I mean, if black people kill black people every day, why not have a week and kill white people? White people, this government, and that mayor were well aware of the fact that black people were dying every day in Los Angeles under gang violence. So if you're a gang member and you would normally be killing someone, why not kill a white person? Do you think that somebody thinks that white people are better and are above beyond dying when they would kill their own kind?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the thing that Jon Stewart wants us to listen to.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is crazy. I never knew what the Sister Souljah moment was. I always assumed it was Bill Clinton listening to Sister Souljah and saying some, some truth, some capital T truth, and responding positively. That's what I always assumed when I heard this. And Jon Stewart references this all the time. Okay. You know what Bill Clinton's response to this was?
Oh, I'm dying to hear it.
He said to Jesse Jackson. Okay. He said, if you took the words white and black and you reversed them, you might think David Duke was giving that speech.
He called her a racist. He called her a racist. Holy shit.
Thank you. See, back in the
now
90s.
I know why Bill Clinton got elected.
Yes. Now you know.
He was
back
anti-woke.
Back in the 90s, before fucking this neo-Marxist nonsense took over everything, liberals were like, even Bill Clinton is like, that sounds kind of fucking racist to me.
Right. Sister Souljah, where is your clan hood?
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And now Jon Stewart is walking around acting like this crazy person should be listened to. He didn't. Jon Stewart, instead of responding like Bill Clinton did, just fucking let me have more of that big pile of woke dog shit. It tastes like ice cream.
Yes.
What a moron.
Clinton's response was harshly criticized by Jackson, obviously, who said Sister Souljah represented the feelings and hopes of a whole generation and claimed that she was misquoted. Okay, well, we're going to watch an interview with her, so if she was misquoted, I assume she'll explain context. Because maybe she was. We don't know.
That happens.
Yeah, it happens. There's a lot of fake news. Clinton was also criticized by some of other Democratic Party African-American supporters. That's a weird way of writing a sentence. Sister Souljah responded by denying she has ever made remarks promoting murder. That's a very specific thing to say. And accused Clinton of being a racist and a hypocrite because he had played golf at a country club that refused to admit black members until he decided to run for president that year. Clinton acknowledged that he once was a member of an all-white Arkansas golf club early into his presidential campaign and publicly apologized. That's kind of fucking crazy. In the 90s, Bill Clinton was part of an all-white. Was it like they wouldn't allow black people in, or was it just a bunch of rich people in the area are part of this golf country club, and only people that are rich in that area are white in Arkansas?
I mean, when I lived in New Orleans, they had shit like that.
Oh, okay. In response to the rebuttal, Paul Greenberg, a progressive Arkansas journalist and longtime Bill Clinton critic, dubbed Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton Slick Willie.
Oh, that one stuck.
Slick Willie. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So is this him?
Okay.
I see Jesse Jackson. I see Bill Clinton walking together.
Maybe. Is that just, I can't, it's like, I don't know how you can tell. There's just blurs. You have smears walking together. I don't know who I can tell.
Come on, I grew up on this old TV.
Oh, I see.
It's like video from the past.
I see.
You kids today in your
with
high
your
definition.
HD, your 1020p with your monitors right up to your face because you're holding your little phone.
Give me like 3 or 4 pixels. I can tell you what it is. Come on.
At a Rainbow Coalition last weekend,
right.
Clinton followed.
Did he just say a Rainbow Coalition?
Yes.
I think he did.
That was a term.
Sister Souljah to the stage and condemned those remarks.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. She said that and he followed her and then condemned those remarks? Wow. That's pretty based. We got to find that video. Holy shit.
See, Jackson suggested that Clinton should apologize. He has not. The political fallout enormous. Clinton critics say that he's losing black support. Jackson critics say that Jackson should not be defending incendiary remarks. What about Sister Souljah? She says she's been misquoted and misunderstood. Sister Souljah, the woman in the middle, joins us from our studios in New York. Sister, before we talk about the controversy, just a little about you. Why did you choose rap music as a form of entertaining expression?
Larry King. What the fuck?
He's an old man.
Why did you choose this annoying rap music as a form of what? I don't even know. What do you call it? Audio entertainment.
So I can't find. I found Bill Clinton's speech after. But I couldn't find what she said.
Oh.
So wait, let me go to that real quick so we have some context.
What? I was just getting into this.
Finally, let's stand up for what's always been best about the Rainbow Coalition, which is people coming together across racial lines. You talked about Mr. Fields from Louisiana that you had here last night, a great role model. We don't have.
You know what I don't like about this old TV is that
you don't like that
buzzing sound.
Audio quality? Yeah.
That's awful. Fucking C-SPAN.
Have a lot of time to do this. We don't have a lot of time. You had a rap singer here last night named Sister Souljah. I defend her right to express herself through music. But her comments before and after Los Angeles were filled with the kind of hatred that you do not honor today and tonight. Just listen to this, what she said. She told the Washington Post about a month ago, and I quote, "If black people kill black people every day, why not have a week and kill white people? So you're a gang member and you normally kill somebody, why not kill a white person?" Last year she said, "You can't call me or any black person anywhere in the world a racist. We don't have the power to do to white people what white people have done to us. And even if we..."
Oh my, Sister Souljah, 1992.
I know.
Literally fucking quoting P plus P equals R.
Yeah, yeah.
And even if we did, we don't have that low-down, dirty nature.
Well,
whoa!
Oh my God! There's some context here that this article I was reading did not.
Wait a second here, John. How come you're not including this context? The problem with white people is their low-down, dirty nature.
That sounds like something like a cow you'd expect in a cowboy movie.
Yeah.
You low down, dirty nature. Sheep
Terrible.
rustler.
He is quoting from a paper, though. So do you think that
Right.
she was misquoted, or do you think she just made
I don't
that
know.
up?
Well, we're listening to the.
Oh, you found it?
No, well, I didn't find whatever she said, but we'll listen to what's his face, Larry King. I'm assuming she'll say on Larry King if she was misquoted. But
This is the first. This is the first election because Clinton only won because Ross Perot split the vote.
This is the first election.
Right. So he could have totally blown it with the black vote and still won because of Ross Perot.
If there are any good white people, I haven't met them. Where are they?
Definitely not Jon Stewart, that's for sure.
Right here in this room. That's where they are. I know she is a young person, but she has a big influence on a lot of people. And when people say that, if you took the words white and black and you reversed them, you might think David Duke was giving that speech. Let me tell you, we all make mistakes, and sometimes we're not as sensitive as we ought to be. And we haven't...
Do you ever think you'd be saying Bill Clinton? Based. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. I bet interns everywhere are just salivating to get this guy in office.
So I don't understand when Jon Stewart was talking about the Sister Souljah moment. Was he saying this was bad that Bill Clinton did this? This is a good thing. That's what you want.
Yeah. Jon Stewart definitely has lost the through line here.
Obligation, all of us, to call attention to prejudice wherever we see it. A few months ago, I made a mistake. I joined a friend of mine and I played golf at a country club that didn't have any African-American members. I was criticized for doing it. You know what? I was rightly criticized for doing it. I made a mistake. And I said I would never do that again. And I think all of us have got to be sensitive to that. We can't get anywhere in this country pointing the finger at one another across racial lines. If we do that, we're dead, and they will beat us.
Who's
now
they?
you know why Bill Clinton won.
Yeah.
This is a good
they?
speech. This is a good speech. The racists. The badmans.
Oh, okay.
Even in Reverend Jackson's new math of this election, it's hard to get to a 34% solution or a 40% solution if the American people can be divided by race.
Oh, look how
Did you see?
Oh my!
Wait.
By race.
Look at how Jesse Jackson
Finally,
does not look happy.
I know Jesse
He
Jackson
looks-
is very.
He's
bitter,
not happy about
bent
that.
out of shape. Oh, look at that! Oh,
That's
he's
hilarious.
Very
It's like,
angry. Was he running? I think he was running. I think he's.
I don't.
Jesse Jackson would run for president like every single election cycle.
I mean, I'm assuming he was there to like try to endorse Clinton or something. Not that he was running. But.
Jesse Jackson definitely. I mean, he's got to hate Barack Obama because Jesse Jackson had it in his heart to be the first black president, and. But yeah.
Oh, it's funny if you type in Jesse Jackson Clinton. The second photo on Google Images is from this speech,
Really?
and it's him Jesse Jackson looking very down and dapper and upset by whatever Bill Clinton is saying.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
So was the quote out of context? I think
I don't know.
that's
Let's go back. Wait, let's hold on. Dude, where are you? Here you are. Let's go back. Let's see what she says on Larry King. I hope it was.
No, I won't.
We got them.
Then came Bill Clinton. While L.A. riot victim Reginald Denny lay near death, Sister Souljah was telling the Washington Post, quote, I mean, if black people kill black people every day, why not have a week and kill white people, end quote. At a Rainbow Coalition last weekend, Clinton followed Sister Souljah to the stage and condemned those remarks.
That's a little deceiving because Sister Souljah spoke the day before. Yeah.
Yeah, he said, that's why I was like, wow. He said
No
like right
longer
after. That's
do
crazy.
we believe he was stalking her.
Yeah.
Jackson suggested that Clinton should apologize. He has not. The political fallout enormous. Clinton critics say that he's losing black support. Jackson critics say that Jackson should not be defending incendiary remarks. What about Sister Souljah? She says she's been misquoted and misunderstood. Sister Souljah, the woman in the middle, joins us from our studios in New York. Sister, before we talk about the controversy, just a little about you. Why did you choose rap music as a form of...
Look, he doesn't really even know what to call it. Entertainment.
Terrible.
Entertaining expression.
I think the important thing for people to understand is that in America, we have an educational system that does not speak to the needs of African children. And so what hip-hop music has done is served as an alternative communication mechanism and given African children in this country some of the only understanding of African history that they'll ever receive.
How about all?
Wow. Interesting. And I would have guessed it was for the money.
Now, I don't know. Listen, I'm not a big rap fan. I'm definitely not a big rap fan from the 90s. I didn't realize that popular rap songs from the 90s were historical dissertations on the history of black folk in America.
Well, I'm doubtful.
And pre-America.
I'm doubtful of that. I
didn't know that. Wow.
I'm very doubtful
new every day. I'll look up some Sister Souljah lyrics after this and see.
I'm dying.
Is being dropped.
The dropping of the knowledge.
All the great female black jazz, blues, and rock artists.
Well, Mr. King, I'm sure that you don't think that the history of African people is limited to music, or that music can build the esteem, the mind, heart, spirit, and intellect of African children in and of itself.
No, the question, Sister, was why you chose rap music as your form of musical expression.
That was a good response, because he's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I asked you a question about your career. Why are you giving me this fucking woke scold? Like, you saying all black things are music? Like, what? No, we're talking to him. Are you not a musician? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Oh, because clearly hip hop music is what reaches the young population. And in America, African children are in a state of emergency. So the best vehicle to use is the vehicle that they enjoy, which is hip hop music.
Okay, let's try to put.
So it's basically like Schoolhouse Rock, is what she's saying. She's like,
yeah, maybe it is. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard a
I'm
Sister Soldier song in my
you
life.
You have to bring up the Sister Soldier songs now because this
Okay,
rabbit hole
I'll
is
look up some lyrics. We'll get some Sister Soldier lyrics up in here.
She's made a claim here.
Yes.
That these songs are saving black children in crisis. Okay, so I mean, if this is true,
well, she said more than that. She said something that's very specific. She said that the songs will teach about black history that you won't get in schools.
Right.
Okay.
It sounds like maybe she's the rap version of the 1619.
Because like I could understand, like people can draw strength from songs. That would make way more sense.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, she said like, oh, you know, there's lots of black people in America who feel down or powerless, and I want them to listen to my music and feel powerful and like they can succeed in life. Like that's an answer that'd be like, oh, that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah, but it depends upon the lyrics, because if the lyrics are like kill Whitey, I'm gonna.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know that that's gonna make the situation any better.
Put this in perspective. Were you misquoted?
Yes, I was definitely misquoted.
What did you say, and what did they printed that you said about killing whites? You said you didn't say that?
What I'm saying is that what you and other people in the media have not done is said what the question that the reporter asked me was, what I said before and after the comment that people are blowing.
So she basically said, I said that, but you're leaving out the context.
Which, you know, but that could be very fair. Well,
Sure.
That's why I want to know what the context is.
Up and magnifying all over the world.
All right, that's what I just asked you now. What happened?
The question was, but even the people themselves who were perpetuating that violence, did they think it was wise? Was that wise, reasoned action? So the reporter is asking me what the people who did the violence in Los Angeles think.
Right.
And I responded to him
By?
in the voice of the people who did the violence, which is that white people have known that every day in Los Angeles, black people are dying from gang violence, but that they did not care. But when it became a question of white people dying and $1 billion in property being lost, that's when it became a concern. But in the mind of a gang member, if the social and economic system has neglected your development and you have become a casual killer who will kill even your own brother, in your mindset, why not kill a white person? Because murder will not discriminate by color. The other thing that I said is that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and that if white America continues to neglect the development of African youth and it turns into economic and criminal justice crisis, they will be the victims of that system as well as black people.
Well, shit, that's pretty prophetic there.
Yeah, okay. So I take it all back.
Yeah.
I apologize to Sister Souljah. She was 100% hit with the fake news, the hammer.
They did fake news her all the way.
Fake news her. Because if you weren't following, basically what she said was, I'm not advocating for that position. The question was, what is going on in the minds of the people rioting and beating up this innocent white guy who just happened to be driving his car? And she's saying that's their thought process.
Their mindset, yeah.
Right.
Which is part of the problem. And she's saying we have to fight against that. Which we're on board with. Yeah, we want to fight against it. I think wokeness is like facilitating this kind of ethos in people, which I just we have to fight against that. Yeah.
But see, that's what's crazy is because like nowadays you could 100% hear, and we did hear people saying, with her comment, we heard people saying that and endorsing it when it came to like the BLM riots and stuff.
Yeah.
We heard a lot of bread tubers saying shit like that.
But that doesn't, I mean, Yeah, the quote was totally taken out of context to be
Yes.
kind of David Dukey, but it wasn't really. What she's saying is not David Duke-ish.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
Not at
she's
all.
not advocating for killing white people.
Yeah, no. What she said was, if assuming she's telling the truth, which I'm assuming she is,
Yeah.
then the quote is totally fine. It's not. She's not advocating for it.
Yep.
Washington Post printed that. Did you then issue any kind of a statement saying that here is the way it was asked, here is the way it was answered, and taken on those?
They were fucking the newspapers all the way back then. They're like, fucking, that's right. This headline, we're gonna sell 1 million copies of this paper.
Right.
The media is so much of the problem here.
Those terms, you're reading it wrong.
No, actually, I'm used to news.
It's actually kind of crazy too. And so 1992, the Washington Post was fake newsing a black musician to make her appear extra racist.
Isn't the Washington Post woke as fuck right now?
Yes.
That's so crazy. They've turned the tables.
I know. That's what's like, even people just pretending like society hasn't changed substantially for 30 years, let alone 60. It's like, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
None at all. None at all.
They pulled a Fox News.
Yep.
Fear black people. Black people want to see you dead in the streets. That's basically what they did. Hilarious.
Papers having preconceived notions and preconceived actions because the issue of white supremacy and racism in America is so explosive. What happens is people don't want to hear what African people are actually saying. They want to hear what they want to hear, and so they manipulate the African leadership's words all the time.
That's both sides, though. You can't blame that only on one side. Both sides are doing that.
Of course.
Yeah. All sides are doing that. Constantly mischaracterizing everything anybody else says to serve their own political needs. So her side is just as guilty of doing that.
This article in the Washington Post is titled, "Sister Souljah Call to Arms. The rapper says the riots were payback. Are you paying attention?" Oh,
okay. Well, she goes full BLM then.
No. I'm saying they took her quote that they mischaracterized, and they're making it like the Washington Post is fear mongering. Like
again,
you gotta be careful of these black rappers. That's interesting. That's funny.
Do you think that Governor Clinton, before making those remarks, should have called you and asked you if you stated them?
I think that Governor Clinton is a dishonest person because he said he made those remarks because he was morally outraged. But interestingly enough, he didn't make the remarks to 5 to 7 weeks after the article appeared in the Washington Post.
Well, that's because you had spoken at the same coalition he was speaking at, so it came to mind then.
No, I don't think that that's the...
Look at that. Carrying water for Bill Clinton.
I know.
Not very journalistic integrity there, Larry King. But that's because you just thought about it. Oh, you're a mind reader. Good job. I'm glad you're in journalism. Thank you for reading his mind for us.
Reason. I think that an aide in his camp brought him the article and he thought it would be a strategic political move to show how macho he is, to jump on this young African woman about her artwork, which even though she has the freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and there are so many things in America to attack if you want to attack racism, that it would seem odd to attack an African woman who is the primary victim of racism.
So you think it was designed to gain attention by saying it to a group like the Rainbow Coalition, and he knew that would get a lot of press and attention and get white votes as you read it?
I think it was an attack on Reverend Jackson to try to prove that Reverend Jackson keeps radical company, to try to distance.
Why would Clinton want to?
I got to tell you, I mean, I don't like the woke stuff, but her political analysis is pretty right on the money. She knows what's up. Fucking players here. He's attacking Jackson. Jackson might have still been in the race at the time. Jackson's whole job was running for president for like 10 years.
Right.
Do that to someone who's supporting him.
Clinton would, first of all, Reverend Jackson has not endorsed Mr. Clinton.
Well, it's expected.
See, Jackson dropped out of the race. He got stomped.
Second
that the
of
black
all,
vote will go to the Democrats. Why would he want to harm his own base?
because as we know, Reverend Jackson is a powerful contender for the vice presidential slot.
The
And
were only in Mr.
give me a
Clinton's
chance to
mind,
answer.
sister.
Give me a chance to answer the question.
What was Larry King saying there as he's interrupting?
I don't know. I can
As we
understand what
know, Reverend Jackson is a powerful contender for the vice presidential slot.
The contenders were only in Mr. Clinton's mind, sister.
Give me a chance.
Oh, the contenders are only in Mr. Clinton's mind. Okay.
Which Larry King has already said he has access to. So obviously Larry King knows who the contenders
Right.
Isn't it funny that he actually makes a comment saying you can't mind read after he just mind read?
To the question. As we know, Reverend Jackson is a powerful contender for the vice presidential slot. And as we know, racism and white supremacy exist in full effect in America. So in order to justify not having Reverend Jackson as the vice presidential candidate, even though he has delivered the most votes to the party, Clinton has to find a justifiable reason. So trying to prove that Jesse Jackson in some strange way is a racist or is unpalatable to America is something that he tried to do by using Sister Souljah, when clearly Sister Souljah and her philosophies and Reverend Jackson and his philosophies are two different things.
Jeez, this is, I mean.
Don't refer to yourself in third person, folks. Ever. Unless it's a joke. Because you always sound like a fucking asshole.
But she was talking about Sister Soldier's philosophy, okay? It's completely different, okay? I guess she could have said
my philosophy. Yeah. What the fuck? Sister Souljah, get out of here.
What
are you talking about?
Most people today don't have this kind of political analysis.
Right.
We're not seeing this kind of political analysis out of BreadTube.
No.
These people don't know this. What happened? What happened? You have somebody here who's obviously far, far on the left, and they're not in some bubble about politics.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dumbfounded by this. She's like 10 times smarter than Vosh.
What will be do you think, the political payoff for Clinton from this?
Well, usually African youth do not vote in the elections because we receive such poor choices of candidates. And so what I think Clinton did was awaken a sleeping giant, because I am very loved by African people in this country, and they feel personally attacked by what Clinton did because they believe that it was an integrity-less attack for an agenda-less candidate.
So you think these people will then vote for Mr. Bush or Mr. Perot?
I think that African people will form a collective agenda because a lot of people have been motivated by what has happened, and we will stand to see what will develop from that. But I don't believe that the support will go to Mr. Clinton.
Okay, so she did lose it kind of there at the end, obviously.
What'd she say? I wasn't listening.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to find her fucking full statement. It's like impossible to find.
She said that she thinks the young black voters are going to form a coalition that is going to just change politics, which is just nonsense. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Getting young people to vote is just impossible.
Sister, did you also say to the Washington?
Did you?
This is crazy. Like, because there's some link from 1992 that's like following a partial transcript of an interview between rap singer Sister Souljah and Washington Post staff writer David Mills on the subject of the LA riots. Bill Clinton said blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if you want to get the full comments, it's like you have to pay for it or something. I don't even understand what the fuck. Because I can only find...
Don't do that.
I'm not going to. Well, this is from a link from 1992. I don't think it works anymore. I could only find additional questions before and after. I couldn't find the entire thing. And I still can't tell from the questions before and after if she means it the way she claimed she meant it with Larry King or not.
Interesting.
Washington Post, I want to get this correct. I don't think that anything we can do to white people would ever equal what they've done to us. I really don't. White people are born guilty, and there is no redeemer.
Oh, I absolutely said that.
What do you...
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait, let's hear the... Let's hear the background on this one. Okay.
And there is no redeemer.
That's pretty strong words. I don't know what the context is on that one.
White people are born guilty, and and there's no redeem. Okay.
This video is a roller coaster. I don't know what to think anymore.
I know.
Oh, I absolutely said that.
Oh, I absolutely said that.
Okay.
What do you mean by born guilty?
What I mean is this, that in America, white children are raised to be white supremacists, meaning to believe that they're superior.
No.
And as they're raised, they're integrated into a system of power that protects their alleged superiority.
Oh my, wait.
CRT right here.
We heard this before, everybody. Oh my God.
Yeah. Critical race theory right here.
It's interesting that like the 90s seems to be, so we had the 70s was like the first salvo for this shit, and then it kind of got beat back. 90s was salvo number 2 and it got beat back. And now 2015, 2016, this toxic shit manages to catch a hold.
Yeah. Catches a break.
We as African people have never enslaved and captured European people, taken them from their land, raped their women, changed their culture, suppressed their ability to be educated, and do all of the wicked things that white America has done to African people. Therefore, there is no such thing in my mind as reverse.
But I mean, she threw in the black people haven't done it to European people, but black people have done it to other black people. That's
Well, they have done to European people too.
Have
and
they?
the Middle Eastern people, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Blacks have done it to whites?
Yes. Not obviously to scale, but
right. Not institutionally done it?
not to the same scope, right?
Reverse racism would imply that we had in some way even the scales, and certainly as African people, we have not done that.
Do you know any white American?
Trying to even the scales. I don't know.
Yeah, but she didn't answer the question, because the question's about you're saying all white people
are born evil.
A53,
Yeah.
right? She was saying, I don't think that anything we can do to white people could ever be equal what they've done to us. I really don't. White people are born guilty, and there's no redeemer. So she's sucking away people's individual agency.
Yeah, collective guilt. Collective punishment.
And attributing collective guilt to all white people.
Yeah.
Which is super fucking racist thing. And now I'm questioning whether she was lying about her original statement.
She's pretty smart. She might be fooling us.
Who resisted that education and went the other way?
Resisted what education?
The education to grow up superior.
It depends on what you say as went the other way.
Fought for equal rights, got involved in the civil rights movement, put their life on the lines as young men did in Mississippi and Alabama in the civil rights.
Yeah, what about the good white people? You tell them, Larry. Read some lines. We need you.
Movement. You don't think whites did that?
I think that there are white people who have made ostensible moves towards addressing this system, but I think when we get down to the fundamental issues of power, meaning not the question of whether blacks and whites can go to restaurants together, or whether Africans and Europeans can marry one another, not the ostensible questions, but when it comes down to the question of power, white people, European people in this country have not served us well.
We'll be right back with Sister Souljah. We'll be including your...
That was a total dodge.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're at a demographic disadvantage, especially in a democracy, but...
I'm glad we went. This is such an interesting window into like the 90s. Okay?
I don't know, because... especially that book, and I went back and reread a bunch of it because it's fascinating. The Political Tribes book. She's talking about market dominant minorities. So why? Just because a demographic is a minority doesn't mean they can't succeed economically. I mean, the Asians are a perfect example. Like they're a minority, but are fucking killing it because they're destroying the meritocracy. They're beating us at the meritocracy.
Right.
They're like, these are the rules. We all agree to them. Now we're going to kick your ass. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
More power to them.
Soldier, Columbus, Georgia. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Oh my God.
Just two questions, two short ones. The first one is I'd like to know why she keeps referring to black Americans as Africans. And secondly, I'd like to know why she thinks that white people ought to continue to be responsible for the upbringing of black youth, black inner cities.
All right, sister.
Okay, the first answer is this.
90s was wild. You fucking have.
Why are you
fucking
doing
Larry
this?
King.
You're gonna get us canceled. Don't do this.
Larry
What's
King.
going on?
Larry King is interviewing like a rapper, and he's got fucking Collins grilling the get. This is crazy.
We got a call here from Alabama.
I love it.
I call myself an African person because our people originated in Africa. So when you find African people in Jamaica, in Haiti, in Latin America, in Brazil, in various places in the world, they're still African people, even though they were born in that place. And I'm very proud of the fact that I am an African person.
And what about white Americans and educating black Americans?
The second question.
It doesn't really answer the question, though. Because it's like, well, okay, like white people's ancestry came from somewhere that didn't originate on North America or South America either. Why are you making this distinction to label all black people, regardless of their country, as African? This does seem to be a very black separatist, black nationalist argument that she's alluding to.
Imagine calling white people European Americans.
These European I mean, that fucking Richard Spencer says that shit.
No. Evil.
Those European Americans.
Look, he's
Who's
got
for
his
the
pager
domain
there.
What?
He's got his little pager on his desk.
Yeah, I know. Didn't we all originate from Africa? I mean, yeah, technically. I guess we're all African Americans. Lucifer the Domain for 20 Canadian says, only racists care about someone's skin color. What the fuck are we watching? Yeah, I know. This is quite the roller coaster. I think I'm back on the Sister Soldier's racist train. I was like, she's racist. No, she was misquoted. No, I think she was racist.
I know. You were right about a roller coaster. That's exactly what it is.
The second question is strange because I just gave an entire bunch of comments about independence and self-sufficiency, and he's asking me why I think white people should raise the children, which is indicative of the fact that he has a problem. I do think, however,
saying the opposite, right?
I was saying the opposite. I do think, however, that as long as African people in this country are taxpayers, that we have impact on the American government, and that we should say how dollars are advocated to the upliftment of our people.
Seattle, Washington for Sister Soldier. Seattle, are you there? Okay, Seattle, goodbye.
Okay, listen
we go
to you.
Washington, D.C.
This is funny.
Hello. I'd like to know exactly how Sister Souljah might feel about a comment that was made by a white DC disc jockey who made reference to Martin Luther King Day by saying, we get a day off from Martin Luther King. Why don't we kill a few more of them and get a week off?
Now, in fairness, many years ago, and he...
Oh, shit.
What the fuck kind of question is that?
Oh, my God. Oh,
Who
man.
said that, too? Is that like, that feels like a Howard Stern joke or something from like
I know.
the 90s.
I was going to say, why didn't Jon Stewart needs to hire that lady for his writers? Well, Jesus.
I like that. She just sounds like, she said from Washington, D.C. She sounds like a classic, like New York lady from like the 1970s on the telephone. Sister Souljah, how do you feel about this guy who said this racist thing? How do you feel? What kind of question is that?
Is this real? This seems photoshopped, this picture you said.
Oh, no, it's a real picture. That's the number 2 picture you find if you Google Jesse Jackson, Bill Clinton.
Jesse Jackson has the ultimate. Oh, man. Why won't he shut up? Yeah, Bill Clinton is at the podium at the talk that we just listened to. And Jesse Jackson is sitting next to me. He's got his hand doing the face palm, like trying to stay awake.
Yeah, like not the full face palm, but like the half face palm, like you're bored to death and you're just miserable.
He did a great picture. No, I'm sure Bill Clinton didn't want to put Jesse Jackson on the ticket as a vice president. Yeah.
Right.
Because Jesse Jackson was just, I mean, he was definitely all about like the black community
Mm-hmm.
in a way that seemed very racist, very insular.
Yeah, I mean, in 1992, I don't think that was the winning coalition there. Bill Clinton and Jesse Jackson.
Well, this is why and Joe said this about Obama when we were on Joe's stream.
Mhm.
And this idea goes around conservative and Republican circles a lot about
Right.
how Obama was very much racist
Super
towards whites
racist,
and,
white, yeah, man,
and
super
only
woke.
about protecting the black community and just playing the race card right.
And
And
I don't know
left.
what fucking world
I know
that idea comes from, because I'm like, it's literally like,
I know
Obama was so, like, he made that one comment about
Mm-hmm.
Ferguson that like everyone quotes because that's like the one comment that he made.
Right.
And then beyond that, he was so careful to like tiptoe around all this stuff and like not really focus on race very much.
And at the time, not many people remember, but he's running against Hillary Clinton in the primaries.
Yes.
So it's like this black guy and white woman, like, which would be the first female president versus the
Yes.
first black. So it's like,
Yes.
it's a cornucopia of goodness for all the progressives out there. They're like, oh my God, we got a first woman and a first black man. So, and that race was completely neck and neck. And all of the media kept saying that, you know, watching Obama, waiting for him to play into the angry black man stereotype.
Yes,
like they
like
literally
vultures.
said,
Yes,
they
yes.
literally said this all the time. Angry black man, angry black man, angry black man. It's like, that's all they talked about. So Obama was walking this line, you know, not to play into that stereotype. And I mean, Jesse Jackson, that's where the stereotype came from. Like, Jesse Jackson was always angry.
Right.
Angry about how the black Sister
Well-
Souljah, she seems a little angry in these interviews. Is it just me or?
Yeah. But it's an important thing to remember too, is that Hillary Clinton in 2008 was not perceived of as the way she's perceived of now.
No. Yes, she was loved.
Or even in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was like fucking, people loved Hillary Clinton in 2008. People like really loved her.
Yeah.
And so, and it's interesting because Obama beat her in the primary, which was seen as the upset at the time.
Yeah.
Was like, no one thought that Obama was going to beat Hillary in the primary. And the reason he did, the big reason he did wasn't because he was black.
Mm-hmm.
It was because he voted against the war in Iraq.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're right. You're right.
That was like the big issue. It was like she voted in favor of the war in Iraq and he voted against it.
And he was right about the war in
And
Iraq.
he was right
and
about
she
it, yeah.
was wrong. Yeah. Yeah, that was some crazy times. So and Glenn Beck was the guy who said Obama was racist and everyone lost their minds because they were like, what? He's like the least racist person there is. They were
Right.
basically saying it was racist against white people. And
Well,
I
didn't
just
Glenn
never
Beck-
saw that.
Didn't Glenn Beck start that? He wasn't, I'm trying to remember when he started that. I don't think it was based on anything he said at the time. He was saying like, oh, because you remember there was like a picture of Obama shaking hands with like Louis Farrakhan or something. And like he was trying to, he's trying to relate back to the dreams of my father argument that what's his face, Gang Stalker brought up and all that shit. So
Yeah. Remember the Reverend Wright speech that he had to give because he had to like a bunch of
right, the
incendiary
Reverend Wright
shit.
thing. Yes, that was it too. Yeah, the Reverend Wright thing.
The
yeah.
Obama race speech. Will he give it?
Yep,
And not
yep.
succumb to his elephant and be the angry black man that we're all waiting for.
Well, I guess that's what they meant when they said the Sister Souljah moment. They meant when like the political figure has to distance themselves from someone that's perceived
Crazy.
as like an extremist, and I guess that's what they're referring to with Obama had to distance himself from Reverend Wright.
Right. Which he did.
Which he did.
Yeah.
Apologize for that. many, many times.
Well, I can still answer her question.
Sure, I'm sure. I just want to set the record straight.
I think that that's indicative of white racism in America. But one thing about white racism in America is it's very subtle. And every now
There was literally nothing subtle about that comment.
and then somebody will pop out
Oh,
and
okay.
say what they really think. But the thing that kills African people in America is not what white people say, but what they do. Their policies, their actions, and how it affects African people domestically and internationally.
We finally got the context. Sitch is on the case.
Oh,
Okay.
how'd you know that's what I was looking up?
Well, that's what we just heard.
This is from 1986? What the fuck? Why is this lady bringing this up 8 years later in 1992?
So, but it didn't really, the context doesn't help a lot because she doesn't specify what the policies are.
Oh, that's not what I was looking up.
Did you hear? This was the
no.
context of the clip. Here, I'll back it up. This is from Jon Stewart's show.
Okay.
Pay attention.
Every now and then, somebody will pop out and say what they really think. But the thing that kills African people in America is not what white people say, but what they do. Their policies, their actions, and how it affects African people domestically and internationally.
Camp Wing.
Okay, that was the comment.
That didn't help us though. That context,
No.
without knowing what the policies are. we
You're
have no
right,
idea.
because she doesn't actually say. You're
Yeah.
right.
It's just the policies. Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
the
just
policies.
Yeah, policies.
The policies. I love how she's checking her pager right and left. She must be getting
She probably has notes or something.
a dime bag is being dropped off or something.
Why you fucking can't believe you said she's looking at her notes. You fucking racist.
Sure.
So this says 1986. On Monday, the first federal holiday marking the birthday of Martin Luther King Jr., WWDC disc jockey Doug Track, known as the Grease Man. I'm not familiar with this. Suggested on air that if the assassination of a black leader was cause for a day off, then killing 4 more would result in getting the rest of the week off. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
And he said he was just joking, and he gave a formal apology on air. The station management refused to provide the exact wording of his statement. And Labar said the statement did not keep transcripts or tapes of its broadcast. Oh, that's hilarious. It's 1986, motherfucker. Someone says some crazy shit on the radio. No one's got a recording of it.
Oh yeah. That's why.
hilarious.
That is exactly why these people can jump up and say this crazy shit. They weren't worried about. It's like social media is not even a thing. They're not worried about getting canceled or
Because I'm thinking
losing
like
their job and shit.
It's hilarious because I'm like, what do they mean there's no recording of it? And I'm like, oh my God, it's just 1986. If the news station, if the radio station themselves wasn't recording it, what the fuck is the chance that anyone had a recording of it ever? It's on the fucking radio.
Yeah.
It's just gone. It's amazing.
Everything used to disappear. Now
That's so
nothing
funny.
disappears. Everything is with us forever.
Wow.
All of Joe
Okay.
Rogan's podcasts, even the bad ones.
I mean, yeah, I'm assuming it was made. I mean, it doesn't make it. So it's a edgy joke, but I'm assuming it was a joke. Because they said he was hired to replace Howard Stern. So there you go. Is he still? He was still on the radio.
Jon
You didn't
Stewart on Joe Rogan. Are we gonna listen to that?
Maybe. Well, let's finish the Sister Souljah thing.
Foot, Ohio. Hello.
Hi, Larry.
Hi.
Sister, I really appreciate what you're doing, but I'd like to ask you, what do you think is the difference between you and a David Duke? And why don't you take some of that money you spend on your expensive jewels and give it to the African people you're talking about?
This is fucking brutal. Holy shit. Larry King is like not pulling no punches. My God.
Someone needs to track that guy down. He's probably working somewhere, maybe a grocery store. Like, we need to get this guy fired.
Yeah, right. Yeah, can you imagine this happening
I
on
know.
national television today?
There's no way. There's no way.
all these people would be canceled. They'd
maybe
track them down.
Maybe they could. They still do Washington Journal and stuff like that. So
maybe no, they would find them out.
You think so?
Things are so. This is why it drives me crazy.
Well, I was thinking how much things are the same. It's the same arguments.
No, but she was viewed as like a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
She was viewed as an outlier.
Mm-hmm.
She was a person that the president, a white male president, had to distance himself from. Oh, this person's bitch crazy. You know, this is how much things. This is why it drives me crazy when people on the left or the right act like things haven't changed. Things are so different.
She'd be in the writer's room for Jon Stewart now.
Yes, that's what we do. She'd be getting awards for what the fuck she said. She'd be heralded on stage.
She's definitely smarter and funnier than any of those people who are actually in Jon Stewart's writer's room.
But now, but in 1992, she said the crazy CRT neo-Marxist shit, and people were like, "What the fuck's wrong with you? You're racist. You're crazy." She goes on Larry King show. Larry King has guest after guest calling and fucking insult her on the fucking telephone. This is how much things have changed. Things have changed dramatically because now her opinion
is mainstream.
Is mainstream. Yeah.
Hugely.
Or even if it's not mainstream, it's the apologia, the water carrying, the bending over backwards for him.
Okay, I'll answer the first part first.
Well, Clinton compared you to Duke, so it's a fair question.
Oh, I have no problem with the question. You can ask me.
Yeah, well, that's different. Oh, that's
Larry King just like needling. That was so hilarious. What the hell's going on?
But in the current environment,
yes,
no one would laugh off that question. They'd be like, "You've offended me. How dare you?"
Right.
How dare you compare me to David?
Well, and you wouldn't have a white national news host say it's a fair question to compare a black person to David Duke.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're right.
Larry King would have been canceled for that.
Anything you want to ask me. First of all, David Duke was a member of the KKK, Ku Klux Klan, which is a terrorist organization that advocates and does perform the murder of African people and has, over a period of 150 years, killed African people, burnt down our houses, blown up our churches, killed our children, and hung our men from trees. Sister Souljah does not own a gun, has never shot anyone, has never killed anyone, does not have a criminal record, and has never been a member of a terrorist organization that advocates the murder of white people. The other thing is, in terms of my jewels, I think that's a very paternalistic attitude that you have. And most white people tend to think that African people as individuals should not enjoy any of the benefits of their material accomplishments, even though we have to work twice and 3 times as hard as white people in order to get it. The other thing, excuse me, that you should know is that I do support various causes for the upliftment of African children back in my community in Harlem and in Brooklyn, and that I encourage young people to develop businesses by giving them money and running contests to stimulate the thoughts about entrepreneurship in our community.
One more thing I want to discuss with you, your thoughts on iced tea, Representative.
So, I mean, it's a fine answer, I guess, but it doesn't really address the question. Because like all what she says is true, and you could say that there's a big difference here, but she didn't just, I mean, the easy question is just say, I'm not racist. I don't believe in judging people entirely by primarily by the basis of their skin color. That would be the answer to give, right? Like, I don't know. It's a little sussy.
I was reading the early life of Sister Souljah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What is the early life?
Sister Souljah was born in the Bronx, New York. She recounts in her memoir, No Disrespect, that she was born into poverty and raised on welfare for some years. At the age of 10, she moved with her family to the suburb of Englewood, New Jersey, a suburb with a strong African-American presence. Englewood is also home to other famous black artists such as George Benson, Eddie Murphy, and Regina Bell. There she attended Dwight Morrow High School. So it sounds like
she had a middle class upbringing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Quail today. Time Warner, the company that owns the recording company he records for, because of his statements about killing police officers in his rap music. I haven't heard your thoughts on that.
My thoughts is that America refuses to deal with white supremacy and racism, so what they do is run around attacking everybody who's African and outspoken. Ice-T, Public Enemy, Minister Farrakhan, anybody that has an opinion or who's pissed off at the fact that we're beat down, brutalized, and when we go and seek justice in the courts, we still cannot get it. So I'm not surprised that they're attacking Ice-T. The other thing I wanted to say is this, that you take a guy like Quail and you really start to understand racism. Here is a man who has absolutely no intelligence, political savvy, or understanding of the majority of people in the American society. But
I mean,
is that Dan Quayle?
That's a fair comment about Dan Quayle.
Of course. Yeah, no, I don't disagree at all.
Dan Quayle, who famously misspelled the word potato. And a class of, was it like 5-year-olds?
Oh, my word.
I guess that 5-year-olds wouldn't be spelling potato, but some elementary school kids were writing potato on the board to demonstrate their knowledge. And he's like, no, you spelled it wrong. And he adds an E to the end.
But just simply because he's white and born into a privileged family, he can actually run around and pretend to be the vice president of this country.
He can pretend.
Do you like Ice-T's music?
I am not a person that purchases Ice-T's music, but I certainly support his right to express himself.
She basically said, fuck no. Of course not. Ice-T's music it denigrates women. What are you talking about? I listen to that Ice-T music. He talks about bitches and money.
But now Ice-T's become super like old man woke.
Oh, he's
like,
is he woke? I don't know.
Ice-T, yeah.
Hugely woke, huh?
I think so. Or maybe I'm confusing him with Ice Cube. I get them confused a lot. The ice-related rappers.
I think Ice-T. Ice Cube wasn't Friday. Ice-T is the one that's on. I think has a regular TV gig, and I think Ice-T is like a big time investor and like close to. I mean, he's super rich by comparison.
I thought was it Ice? Wait, Ice. No, Ice Cube was the one.
Was an NWA.
No, listen. Ice Cube was the guy who was writing weird anti-Semitic tweets, right? That was Ice Cube, not Ice-T.
I'm not sure.
Chat? He was the one that was posting all the kind of sussy, like, chat saying potato gang. Hilarious.
Ice Cube is NWA with Eazy-E. Right. Eazy-E and who's the other guy?
Which was the one of the Ice guys was like posting very sus, like, Nation of Islam shit on Twitter.
Dr. Dre, that's it. Dr. Dre,
and one of them was
Ice Cube.
And one of them was whining that Bill Maher said the N-word.
Didn't Eazy-E die of AIDS? I believe he did.
I don't know.
Have you ever listened to any Eazy? Have you ever listened to any Eazy-E? Just curious.
I have not.
Yeah.
I have not.
Eazy-E is very sexist.
So Ice Cube was the one that talked to Bill Maher. Okay. So
Ice
maybe
Cube, yes, Ice Cube talked to Bill Maher, yeah.
Right.
Went totally soy jack with Bill Maher all the way.
No, Ice Cube did both. Wait, Ice Cube did both of them.
Okay. So
Ice-T
is innocent then, is what you're saying.
Okay. So I guess Ice-T is innocent. Ice Cube both was whining and bitching that Bill Maher said the N-word in a joke, and yet he's over here posting his Yakub shit on Twitter about how he literally posted image. So this is hilarious. When he posted this, he's wearing a little crown, or maybe this is maybe this is his current avatar. It is his current avatar. So he's wearing a crown, and he's posting pictures about like how the architects or how archaeologists chopped off the noses of the Egyptian sphinxes to make them look less black. to cover up, the truth.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. He put that picture up there.
Make
guys.
it stop.
He's going full Yakub. Okay. He posted a picture that says Hebrew Israelites, slaves in ancient Egypt, and it's like a bunch of black people on like clay, like on hieroglyphics. Okay.
Wow, you're so uncool. You don't even know the difference between Ice Cube and Ice T.
You're right. I don't fucking know the
can't
difference.
believe
I'm so
it.
sorry. I apologize. All ice related rappers just kind of blend together in my mind.
Oh, now you're blaming them for.
I'm blaming them for
your.
yes. Choose more distinctive names. Can't keep track of all the ices.
All right, I brought up pictures. Let's see if you can pull Ice Cube out of the lineup here.
Well, I know what they look like.
Oh, now you've cheated already with Google Images.
Yeah, I know what they look like.
The internet. Terrible. I think Ice-T, I believe Ice-T is worth a bunch of money. I heard. Didn't Ice Cube duck out?
Holy shit.
What's up?
Can you? Oh my god! I don't know if we can show this,
Mm-hmm.
or we'll get in trouble.
Don't show it then.
No, for copyright. I don't know. Will Smith on television walked up to Chris Rock and smacked him in the fucking face, and then yelled at him while he was sitting down.
On because of Oscars?
I don't know where this was. This is crazy. Dr. Diddler just fucking DM'd this to me.
Diddler, what are you doing? I got to see this. Come on. I want to be in the loop.
This is crazy. Okay, we have to show this.
Did you send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Send me a screenshot of it so I can at least show the screenshot.
We have to watch it.
If it's Oscars, we'll get copyright struck.
I don't. Is this
stream
Oscars?
Down. I don't know. Will Smith news. What's this? Will Smith punches Chris Rock on Oscar stage after Jada Pinkett Smith joke.
Yes.
Yeah. We can't show it on stream because obviously Oscars is super. Holy shit.
Well, here's the thing. It says only the Japanese version had the uncensored exchange, so maybe it is safe to put.
Oh. I don't know. Let's not risk it. What do you think?
Okay, let's not
Especially
risk
for
it.
Oscars news. Come on. Who cares?
But it's not Oscars news. It's fucking Will Smith smacking Chris Rock. And like when I first saw it, I thought it was like a joke. Yeah, I thought it was like a joke.
Open-handed smack. Okay, I'll bring up a still.
Yes, shit.
Read the story.
Oh, is there a story about this?
Yeah. Come on. It's called the internet. You know how it works?
Okay. Will Smith Oscar.
Variety.
Smack.
Will Smith. Chris Rock and Will Smith had an altercation during the 2022 Oscar telecast. Rock appeared on stage to present the Oscar for documentary feature and made a joke about Jada Pinkett Smith being in G.I. Jane because of her shaved head. Smith then took to the stage to punch Rock. Although it appeared to be a joke at first, Smith returned to his seat and yelled at Rock, "Keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth."
Jesus.
Many in the Oscars audience appeared stunned at the altercation. Diddy was the next presenter during the ceremony, where he appeared to introduce the 50th celebration to The Godfather. Diddy addressed the situation saying, gotta pull my page up a bit here. Diddy addressed the situation by saying, Will and Chris, we're going to solve this like family. Right now, we're moving on with love. Everybody make some noise. Some nose.
Some nose.
Is that seems like, did he really say everybody make some nose?
He probably said noise.
Are you reading the same article?
It's the same one, yeah.
Everybody make some nose.
Will Smith is, I guess he's like fucking so enraged that he's out of his mind because like, what an idiot. Because if he hadn't shouted that from the seats, everyone would just assume that was a joke.
Will Smith's publicist, Meredith O. Smith, came came by him at the commercial break to have a discussion. Also during the break, Denzel Washington got up to speak to Smith privately. Pinkett Smith announced last year she shaved her head after struggling with alopecia. The actor said in an Instagram post, I don't know, some skin problem?
Alopecia occurs when the immune system attacks hair follicles.
Oh, wow. The actor said in an Instagram post, now at this point, I can only laugh. Y'all know I've been struggling with alopecia. Just all of a sudden one day, it just showed up like that. Now this is going to be a little bit more difficult for me to hide. So I thought I'd just share it with y'all, not asking any questions. Mama's going to have to take it down to the scalp so nobody thinks she's got brain surgery or something. Me and this alopecia are going to be friends, period. Okay, so it's just basically. Rock, oh, here we go. Back to the story. Rock ended up awarding the documentary Oscar to Questlove. Oh, who cares about this? Come on, all we care about is the altercation. Variety, trying to make us interested in Oscar news. Listen to this.
Oh, she was there.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
But I wish the camera would have shown when he said, keep your wife's name out of your fucking mouth. I wish we could see Jada's face. Is she like, fuck, well, now?
They'll have TMZ will have it in a couple days because
Yes,
someone has that, and
yes.
is going to definitely sell it for big bucks. But yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, is it you know, kind of a mean joke? Sure. Okay, it's not like she has cancer or something. Like, if her hair was fine because she had cancer, I'd be like, okay, it's pretty mean, Chris. But like, and yeah, like it's not a joke, especially for a woman who is losing her hair, especially if she's an actress. Like I understand, but does not merit walking up on stage and smacking someone on the face during the Oscars. Like that's
Why
a pretty
not?
fucking crazy reaction. That's an insane reaction.
Why?
What do you mean why?
I mean, I think he kind of had it coming, but
I see. Defending his lady's honor. Is that what we're saying?
he was enraged.
I thought didn't she cheat on him or something?
Okay, I got the picture. Here it is. Holy cow. I had to do a screen cap because they did the what is a whelp file? Whelp, you're not going to show this picture. Right?
Right.
Oh, I hate that. Okay, look at this. I'm zooming in for all of us here. Chris Rock. This looks like an open-handed slap here. You've seen the video.
Oh yes. It's not a punch. It is an open hand slap.
Right.
But it looks like it had some power behind it. It wasn't like a pussy slap.
Did he use the N-word as he did this?
He might have.
It kind of looks like, oh man, that is demoralizing.
And it's crazy because like when he's walking up to Chris Rock, like obviously like none of this was planned.
Chris Rock is like, hey, he's like ready to give him a hug.
Yeah, Chris Rock is like has his hands behind his back. You can kind of see in the image, like he's just kind of like smiling at him, like he thinks he's gonna like do something funny. And then he just totally fucking hits him in the face. Like he's just so unsuspecting. And it's creepy because like if you watch it slowly, he's like Chris Rock is smiling like until the very second he gets hit in the face.
He's not expecting it. He basically cold cocks him.
And it's funny too because like I don't know if you can scrub it.
What the hell did Denzel say to him?
You could probably, what we could do? You could probably bring up the video and not play it, but just like scrub it frame by frame just to show people what we're talking about.
Put it in the watch together.
No, it's a Twitter video. It's not on YouTube.
Oh, okay. We'll do it on Tuesday.
Okay.
We'll upload a copy of it and see if we can.
Right. If we can, because like Chris Rock's, like his initial reaction is he's ready to square up. Like he starts to get his arms ready. Like he's about to fucking like throw down.
Really? After the hit?
Yeah, like there's a second of of he doesn't know if Will Smith is gonna hit him again. And like he has his arms out, like, oh, he's about to like start, like he's getting ready for like hit number 2. And then as Will Smith walks away, then Chris Rock immediately like goes back into like, oh, it's a funny comedy show. Like it's a very interesting human reaction that we just witnessed.
Mm-hmm. You know, oh my God, all night.
Oh my God.
Will Smith has heard all night long from his wife about, oh, should I go? You know, my head's shaved. I don't feel right. And then this joke. It's like,
but this is so dumb because like,
oh, it's assault. He's gonna
no. Well, listen, beyond obviously it's assault. Like he's not gonna get arrested for it or anything. But you know, we've all, well, I assume many of us have had interactions with women before.
Occasionally,
okay.
yeah. I've had a couple.
If you're Jada Pinkett Smith and you're at the Oscars and your husband just slapped the fucking Chris Rock, the host, in the face while trying to quote defend her honor for the whole rest of the evening, she's just going to be like,
it's a little embarrassing. It is.
She's going to be horrified for the rest of the evening. She's going to be like, oh, I have to sit here at the front row of the Oscars after my husband just made a fucking fool of himself to the whole world.
I know.
On my account.
And made a fool of me by extension.
Yes. She's probably sitting there like, she's probably cringed so much she wishes she could like curl up her own anus. She's just so cringed. She's like, no.
Well, the Oscars got interesting for once.
Yeah.
I mean, not gonna lie. I mean,
oh my God.
You think it's a stunt? I mean,
No,
you're gonna have
no.
everyone is gonna be talking about what a stunt
when it cuts
this
back
was.
to Will Smith and he says, "Keep your wife's name on my fucking mouth." There's like tears in his eyes. Okay,
Really?
He's fucking yes. His eyes are
And it
like
shows
watery.
that?
And, yes.
In the video,
eyes-
you see that keep your. That's in the tape that you
That was
have.
in the clip I showed you. Yeah, he says off mic, he shouts it loud enough you can hear. He says, "Keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth."
But it isn't.
And he's like super fucking mad, and his eyes are watery. This is legit. This is not
not staged.
I mean, no, it's not staged. I give Chris Rock so much credit for fucking maintaining his composure. Holy shit!
Can you imagine? Comedy is a rough business, man.
Yeah, jeez. That is strong. That is amazing.
Oh, horrifying.
Someone just sent me another tweet. It says during the commercial break, Will Smith is pulled aside and comforted by Denzel Washington and Tyler Perry.
Yeah, I read that.
To brush it off.
I read that in the story. Yeah, Denzel. I was like, I would love to know what Denzel said to him.
Yes, like, dude, you need to chill the fuck out.
Man, you need to chill out.
Yes.
How embarrassing because you can't really leave. Like you're kind of stuck there.
I feel like you have to leave at that point.
Yeah, maybe.
Isn't it better just to leave instead of just to sit there and just?
I don't know.
Literally, there's only one way to save it. Is he has to go on stage and hug Chris Rock on stage.
That's so weird.
But I mean, how else? There's no way to save it, right? Beyond that.
So weird.
It is weird, but look, that makes it exciting. You got a little, no one cares about the Oscars. Now you have this little like roller coaster drama of Will Smith smacking Chris Rock in the fucking face to defend his wife's honor.
The Oscars have been so fucking boring.
Right.
Year after year after year.
Yes.
I can't. People are actually going to be talking about the Oscars for a few days now over this. Because there's going to be the fallout. They're going to have to interview Jade. What were you thinking at that moment? And Jada Pinkett Smith is going to say the exact same thing you said, basically. Come on, my husband just punched a dude on stage. Oh, look.
It's on YouTube.
You've already found it.
I know. Bleach the Galaxy and send it to me. Thank you. Thank you, Bleach the Galaxy. Holy shit. Dr. Diddler showed he apparently Reuters has a like high definition image of the slap.
Did he send it to you?
Yes, and I'll send it to you because it's like even in the video. We'll watch the video first and then put up the image just so you because it's hard that the video is very blurry. But so here's the slap.
Holy shit! Holy moly! Crap!
Okay, so here's the video.
This better not be a woke.
Oh!
I wasn't even looking. Fuck.
Listen, are you
Fuck
looking?
me. Hold on. I want to. I feel like we should zoom in.
Zoom in. Get some
Hold
graphic design going.
Let me get some. This will help us with the copyright too. Let's
see. Hennessy for $2 says Will just won Best Actor.
Did he really?
No.
Okay.
I'm assuming he meant as a joke.
Hold on. I'm still zooming in here.
Spencer Harmon for $20. Thank you, Spencer. Says Ledge Z Production has an uncensored version. Really?
Uncensored? What does that even mean?
Well, apparently this didn't. When this went out, like on television, the slap wasn't shown in American television.
You're gonna have to do a shitload of editing if we play this. I'm telling you, this is just like what was the stream that?
Okay, well, we won't play it. I'll just scrub it. Okay.
Okay.
So
Well, I'm zoomed in, but I am.
It's not
let's
scrubbing.
just play it. I gotta see.
Okay.
Let's. Holy.
You hear it. You hear that thump?
I turned the volume off. You can't hear it on my end. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're put the volume up.
This is out there. People can see it.
You put the volume up for like.
You
just
complained for like a month when you had to edit the copyrighted shit out.
Just put the volume up. I just want to hear people hear the smack.
This is gonna be cannot post any. It's gonna be banned worldwide. I'm telling you. Oscars.
You're probably right.
Oscars is nutty about this shit. They are.
Yeah. Okay. There's a big.
No one will be able to watch the show.
When he hits them, like it's audible. There's a big boom when he hits them.
You guys can watch it yourselves, okay? It's on YouTube.
It's all over YouTube.
Drop the link. Yeah, there you go. People can find it.
Where's this?
All right, we'll take it down.
Spencer's. Who's Ledge Z Production? I can't find this. Is this a channel on YouTube or something?
All right.
Wait. Let me do channel Ledge Z Production. It's not coming up. I don't even know what this is. Ledge Z Production. Will Smith. I don't know what this is. Will Smith slaps Chris Rock in slow motion. Is that what we're looking for?
Already they've done a bunch of stuff. Okay, I got the high def. Okay, we've been enjoying this picture here. Get ready. This picture gets a lot more serious here. Holy cow. The memes. The memes. The memes. Okay, this might be our new show background for a while here.
Look at that. Damn. Oof.
Yeah.
He's still, and it's look, Chris Rock is still like in a half smile because he's like so.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it. Look at Will Smith's pose. He's like doing the Power Rangers.
I know. It's crazy.
Oh my God. That is the best picture of the year. Look at that picture. What a picture that they caught that exact half second. Damn.
How did they know? Oh, they knew it was coming.
I guess as soon as he's going on stage, they have the thing set to just go click, 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 click. My God.
They got the Moy Bridge of the whole event.
Holy crap.
Wow. Wowzers.
And then
this is so bad. Well, hopefully he doesn't have to apologize to Ice Cube after this.
Anyway, bring the watch together up again.
What are you doing?
So you can see his face. See how upset Will Smith is after the smack.
Who's he sitting next to?
He's saying, well, his wife's like off camera. I don't know who's behind him, but is it up?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look.
That is very real.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is not fake. That was not staged. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, that was a fun way to end the stream, right?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Yes.
You're just about finished with the Sister Souljah video, and then this gem was graced upon us. Thank you, Diddler, for letting us know.
Yes.
Oh my God. And it's weird because, like, in the longer video, in the longer video, Will Smith is like laughing right before it happens. That's what's weird too. He is super weird. This is very strange. He points to her and says, "G.I. Jane 2, I can't wait to see it." And Will Smith is he like laughs at the joke. And then they kind of move
figures
on.
it out.
I don't know. Yeah, that's very strange. I wonder what happened.
Maybe his wife started crying.
Yeah, maybe. You're right. I do wonder, if we'll get more. Maybe that's what happened. He laughed and then he looked over and she was like destroyed or something or distraught. Maybe. Interesting.
Then he's like, "How dare you do that to my woman?"
Yes.
Yeah.
Then he's like, "Of course I gotta stop Chris Rock. I was laughing at my wife's pain."
How mortifying. Wow.
Yeah.
It just goes to show you that even though you've got all the success and money and power in the world, you can still be demoralized in a moment of.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
It's a very human reaction.
Yeah. A moment of ego-fueled assault.
I know.
Well, I don't know if is it ego? I mean, he felt like his wife was disrespected, and he was disrespected by proxy.
I don't know. It's hard to. It's hard to tell if he looks over his wife and she's like on the verge of tears, then I guess it's less ego fueled. But if she just was like, "Oh, that's a lame joke," because like when you first look at her, like when he's laughing, she doesn't look like devastated. She's kind of like, whatever, So I don't know. I don't know what preceded him deciding to stand up and smack Chris Rock in the face, because he looked totally fine with the joke at first.
She must have texted him. Kill him.
Oh, you think she did? She's like, they didn't smack him. But
how dare
look at the video I sent you. You can see Jada's reaction.
Jada's off to the side. I see. There we go.
This is the video of after, like, during the commercial break. A bunch of people are milling around. Where's Jada in this video? I can't tell where she is in this video. Whatever. Whatever. Well, that was fun.
That was definitely off script here.
That was definitely off script. There was one thing I wanted to say before we left, before we closed the book on Sister Souljah. Because I want to get to the bottom of this. Whether was she misquoted or was she just fucking racist? Or is it not even worth? Does anyone care? It's not worth.
Who cares? You've totally.
Who cares? Okay, it doesn't matter. This is a good note to end it on.
Now I'm totally ensconced in the Chris Rock drama.
Chris Rock drama.
I mean, now I feel like they have to duel. I mean, this has to be settled. Someone needs House of Smith versus House of Rock. I mean, this is.
Yeah, I know. In the video that you sent, where you see, in the video when you see Will Smith originally laughing at like the joke, you can see Jada Smith. She just kind of like
she rolls her eyes and was like completely disappointed by it. She's
right,
like,
but she doesn't look like devastated. But then there's about 30 seconds. No, it's like 20 seconds of. No, it's not even. It's like 10 seconds. There's like 10 or so seconds of we don't see what's going on, and then in that 10 seconds, Will Smith decides to storm on stage and smack Chris Rock in the face.
Yeah.
Oh,
it does. I mean,
drama.
There's a video on Twitter that, I mean, it looks like a fake slap to me, but I don't know. It's weird.
The picture does not look fake when you have this freeze frame.
Oh, I know.
I think it's just the low quality of the image.
Well, he could.
Doesn't look great.
I mean, he could be bracing for impact, and he could miss him. It seems like he. But you said you can hear it, and I haven't listened to the thing. So.
You can hear a whack.
Okay, so he does definitely hit it.
When it comes.
He makes contact with it.
Yeah, there is contact made.
Okay.
Joey Not Nice for $20 says, "Sup, boys?" Thank you. Sup, Joey. Maverick EX for $20 says, "There goes the Batman slapping Robin meme. It's been replaced." That's true.
Ooh,
that's
this
true.
Is totally the Batman slapping Robin.
That picture is going to be memed for the next month or so. Just bunch of slaps, bunch of slap memes.
Ouch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, crazy.
Comedy takes a hit. Comedy takes a hit today.
Comedy took a hit today. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for all those who joined our channel. And thank you for coming with us on this journey of watching Jon Stewart just totally disappointingly shit the bed. It's very sad. Very sad. And also on this journey of Larry King from the 90s and Bill Clinton from the 90s. Who would have expected such base behavior from these two individuals? But anyway, hope you enjoy the show. And we will see you on Tuesday to read the remaining super chats and probably also argue with fans and read some news stories. Until then, take care.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wait, I can't end it.
You got another super chat?
Investigator One Quim for $20. Thank you, Investigator says, "Hey, guys. Adam, you should check out the Short Fat Otaku Dev second stream with Econoboy. Econoboy sounds very woke. Also, Chris got what he deserves. And also, you guys should see if you can get Aristocracy on. There you go.
Great stuff.
Cool. Anyway,
all
do
right.
You want to give us another bye-bye?
Bye-bye.
Perfect.
I did